Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Ryan shot a relaxed look at Yuno and spoke in a playful tone. How about a little countryside lesson, huh? I bet we can learn some new things. Yuno, however, didn't react to his light tone. With a cold and indifferent look, she simply turned her back and began to follow Rina in silence. The classroom, now quieter and more tranquil, welcomed Ryan and Yuno as they sat through the lesson alongside Arona, who, as expected, became the center of attention with her curious questions and adorable demeanor. When the class ended, the group of friends began saying their goodbyes. Keiichi mentioned he would help set up the stalls for the festival, while Mayan said she needed to handle family matters. Rina, meanwhile, left quietly, mumbling something about digging up a Kantakon doll in the junkyard. Looks like it's just us, Ryan remarked, glancing at Rika, Satoko, and Yuno. However, before anyone could respond, Satoko intervened hesitantly. I have to go now. I need to buy some things for my uncle. She left, carrying her backpack, her melancholic posture leaving a weight in the air. Watching her walk away, Ryan murmured with understanding, she's another problem that needs solving, isn't she, Rika? Rika simply nodded, letting out a resigned meh. Ryan then shifted his focus, his expression turning serious. Tonight. Is it safe for you? Rika lowered her gaze to the ground, her voice taking on a mature and somber tone. Until the day after the festival, it's relatively safe for me. All right, Ryan responded calmly. Then we still have time to come up with a good plan. As he spoke, he noticed Yuno quietly leaving the classroom, clearly trying to avoid him. He quickly said goodbye to Rika. Well, if anything comes up, Mini Miku-an. He pulled his phone from his pocket and handed it to her. Here, no password. If you need to, call Yuno. Oh, and if someone named Yuki or Ala texts, reply in a cute way, okay? Before Rika could say anything, he was already hurrying off, leaving her staring at the phone like it was an alien artifact. I don't know how to use a phone, she murmured, utterly confused. Ryan caught up with Yuno in the hallway, calling out to her. Wait, Yuno. Don't teleport yet. She glanced over her shoulder with disdain but kept walking. Ryan pressed on, we need to talk and plan. You know that. Send me a message with your plan, she replied coldly, without even stopping. That would be a great idea, he retorted lightly, but I left my phone with Rika. You know, just in case. Yuno paused for a moment, her expression turning pensive. Before she could say anything, Ryan added, let's head home. Mayan found us a place. I'm not spending the night in that pigsty, she interrupted sharply, her disdain clear in her expression. Ryan raised an eyebrow and responded with sarcasm, all right, Your Majesty. Then teleport us to London, it's beautiful there. Yuno grabbed him by the collar, her serious expression enough to silence any jokes. You're coming to my house. But if you pull any stunts, I'll leave you here, got it? Ryan's eyes widened in surprise. Your house? Yuno's passive-aggressive smile was almost a warning. Yes, and if you crack any stupid jokes, you'll be back in Hinamizawa in no time. Making an exaggerated gesture of zipping his lips, Ryan decided to comply. Before he knew it, the scenery around him changed in the blink of an eye. He blinked, incredulous. I don't believe it. Yuno, serious, shot him a warning look, making it clear he shouldn't say a word. But he couldn't resist. Yuno has a cute pink room. Yuno's patience ran out, and she grabbed his arm, visibly ready to toss him out the window. But before she could act, a soft, sweet voice came from outside the room. Yuno-ne-san? Is someone with you in there? Ryan froze for a second, but a huge grin quickly spread across his face. He looked at Yuno, almost bursting with laughter. And Ecchi has a little sister. Shut up, you idiot. Yuno exploded, shouting as she gripped Ryan so tightly it seemed she might actually throw him. Chapter 33, She's ridiculously cute. Under pressure, the sweet, slightly drawling voice approached the door as the girl asked curiously, Yuno-ne-san. Why are you shouting? Yuno froze for a second, her firm demeanor crumbling under the pressure. Her response came hurried and stammering, Ecchi. It's just that. Her eyes darted frantically between Ryan, who was laughing uncontrollably, and the door that was about to open. "I'm coming in, okay?" the sweet, innocent voice announced as the doorknob began to turn. Without thinking, let out a high-pitched squeal and shoved Ryan onto the bed. He protested, still laughing, "Whoa, take it easy, Pinky." Then, in one swift motion, she dashed to the door and slammed it shut, shouting even more shrilly, "Wait a second, Maka-ie." Yuno's voice was so delicate and cute that Ryan nearly choked on his laughter. But the situation worsened when Maki bumped her forehead against the door, letting out a no in genuine pain. Outside, Maki murmured in confusion, "Nei-san?" Realizing what she'd done, Yuno quickly opened the door, moving in a rush to gently place her hand on her sister's forehead. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Ryan, still sprawled on the bed, started to sit up, his eyes catching sight of the figure entering the room. Maki was a slender girl with shoulder-length red hair and bright purple eyes. Despite being at home, she wore elegant clothes that completely clashed with the situation. At the same time, Maki's eyes met Ryan's. He, of course, responded with his trademark relaxed smile and a casual wave. "Hey there." He raised his hand as if greeting an old friend. Maki's face instantly turned red, and she took a step back, glaring at Yuno in indignation. "Nei-san. You brought a boy into your room?" Yuno, desperate, clamped her hand over Maki's mouth and began speaking far too quickly. "It's not like that, Maki. He's just here to solve a problem. That's it, understand? Solve a problem." Maki, unconvinced, pulled Yuno's arm away and retorted, "Solve problems? In your bed?" Yuno's face turned red with rage. "It's not that, Maki. You're getting on my nerves." Amid the chaos, a more mature, feminine voice echoed from a distance. "Yuno, dear, why are you arguing with your sister?" The stifled scream that escaped Yuno was almost comical. She gave a small jump, trying to gesture discreetly for her mother not to come, but it was too late. A woman with long red hair and an air of refinement entered the room, clearly an older, more sophisticated version of Maki. Her eyes fell on Ryan, who was still sitting on the bed, and she was momentarily speechless before turning to Yuno. "Yuno, my love, you should have introduced him to me earlier." Yuno shot Ryan a death glare that he could almost hear saying, "I'll rip out your organs later." Taking a deep breath, Yuno forced a sweet smile and began speaking in a polite, gentle voice, something Ryan never imagined he'd hear from her. "It's nothing like that, Mom. He's here to help with some important matters, like what I mentioned about missing school for a few days. He's just lying on the bed because he's lazy." Ryan, slowly getting up, began to reply, "Lazy? You're the one who threw me," but he froze upon noticing Yuno's look. Her eyes were dark, almost predatory, sending a chill down his spine. Quickly changing his tone, he smiled and gave a formal bow. "Good afternoon. I'm Masachika Kuze, a friend of Yuno. It's a pleasure to meet you." His introduction was so robotic he almost expected applause at the end. "Could you please give us a moment to finish what we were discussing?" Yuno asked, throwing a desperate look at her mother and sister. Yuno's mother smiled sweetly, adjusting her daughter's hair with gentle movements. "Of course, dear, we'll give you some privacy. But on one condition." "What is it, Mom?" Yuno asked, her voice soft and low as she averted her gaze, trying not to show her tension. "I want you to bring him to dinner later." Her reply came with a kind smile, yet it was loaded with expectation. Yuno let out a faint gasp, attempting, unconvincingly, to argue, "I don't think he'll want to. He has things to do later and I'll be expecting you, dear. Come, Maki." Yuno's mother ended the conversation gracefully, leaving the room as Maki followed. But not before giving Ryan a final polite wave. He, naturally, returned it with a laid-back smile and a casual wave. As soon as the door closed, Yuno slowly turned to Ryan. Her gaze was a mix of fiery hatred and utter frustration, as though she was about to explode. She seemed to literally burn with rage, but Ryan, keeping his composure and sarcasm, broke the silence. "You could have just teleported me to, I don't know, the Pacific Ocean. That was an option, right?" Yuno's voice came heavy, like thunder. "I forgot I could do that." Ryan covered his mouth, stifling laughter as he thought, "God, she's ridiculously cute under pressure." Yuno stepped closer, her eyes blazing with anger, and growled, "Let me punch you." Ryan raised an eyebrow, sarcasm dripping from his words. "Why would I let you, you crazy woman?" "Because if I don't, I'm going to explode with rage." He pondered for a moment, a teasing smile forming. Then, he pointed disdainfully at his face. "All right, go ahead. Hit me here." Without hesitation, Yuno clenched her teeth and swung her fist with all her strength, aiming straight for Ryan's face. At the last second, though, he dodged. Her fist barely missed, creating a gust of wind strong enough to knock over the stuffed animals scattered around the room. "Welp." You missed your chance. He almost laughed as he spoke. Yuno grew even more furious, huffing with anger. You jerk. You said I could punch you. Ryan shrugged, his expression as smug as ever. Yeah, but I never said I'd make it easy. Yuno grabbed his collar tightly, pulling him close, her face radiating pure rage. But before she could act or say anything, Aona's light, mischievous voice echoed in the room. If you don't want to end up cuddling with him tonight, Yuno-sensei, you'd better not break the contract twice in one day. Yuno slowly turned her head, glaring daggers at Aona. What do you mean, you little brat? Aona, unfazed by the tension, picked up a bunny plush from the floor and hugged it, replying with a sly smile, if you get really hurt, like when you break a contract, the only way to efficiently regenerate energy is by snuggling with your other half. She pointed the bunny at Yuno, her smile growing. Sensei Ryan, Nippa. She mimicked Rika in an absurdly cute and adorable way, prompting a restrained laugh from Ryan. Yuno, however, dropped Ryan as if he'd turned to acid, pushing him away in disgust as she declared firmly, I'd rather die. Chapter 34, Mommy Yuno is going to get mad. The atmosphere grew tense for a few seconds. Yuno stared at Ryan with cold eyes, while he scratched his head with his usual sarcastic smile. When he opened his mouth to speak, his tone was, as always, playful. I shut the hell up, Ryan. Yuno cut him off, her voice laden with irritation. A faint blush colored her face, but her fists were still clenched. Ryan raised his hands in a calming gesture, trying to stifle a laugh. Relax, I didn't even say anything bad. Yet. Yuno huffed, crossing her arms, but Ryan ignored the tension and continued, I was just going to say that I didn't expect your family to be so, peaceful. Yuno averted her gaze, bending down to pick up a few stuffed animals that had fallen to the floor. Her voice came out low, with a hint of disdain, I'm just using them to achieve my goals. Ryan picked up the stuffed bunny Aona had been holding and placed it on the bed. His tone was lighter now. Funny. It didn't seem like you were acting when you checked to see if your sister was okay. Yuno's body froze for a brief moment. Her eyes glanced at Ryan over her shoulder, but she quickly returned to tidying the room. When she replied, her voice was even colder, it wouldn't be convincing if I didn't act well. And, by the way, I don't owe you any explanations. Ryan stepped closer with calm strides, his voice tranquil and, this time, almost compassionate, you have them too, don't you? Yuno turned around suddenly, her gaze serious and fierce. But she quickly stepped back upon realizing how close Ryan's face was. Her expression grew even more irritated as she placed a hand on his shoulder, pushing him lightly, get away from me, creep. Still, he didn't retreat entirely and continued, his voice now carrying a more introspective tone, those memories of how our lives were in this world. Ryan's eyes had a glimmer she didn't recognize. It was something that made her hesitate, freezing her for a single second. Just 1 second. Yuno pushed him harder this time, turning her back to him while responding with renewed irritation, like I said, I don't owe you any explanation. Ryan glanced at Aona, who was watching the scene with a sweet smile. He ruffled her hair, grinning slightly. I'm happy for you. Really, Pinky? Yuno shot him a sideways glare, still fuming, but her voice came out loaded with skepticism. Happy? Don't give me that, Ryan. I'm happy you have a family that loves you here. This time, his smile was genuine, rare enough to catch Yuno off guard for a few moments. Of course, it was only for a moment. Ryan waved his hand, breaking the mood with his typical sharp tongue, and damn, your mom and your sister are just as hot as you. The blush on Yuno's face returned with a vengeance, now accompanied by pure rage. Without a second thought, she grabbed the nearest object, a heavy book, and hurled it straight at Ryan's head. The impact knocked him backward onto Aona, who let out a stifled giggle as he yelped clumsily, ow, crap. Yuno approached with heavy steps, grabbing Ryan by the collar with such force he could feel the weight of her anger in every movement. Her eyes burned with an almost theatrical fury, something worthy of a yandere at her peak. Let's pretend you didn't say that, she growled, her voice nearly a snarl. And focus on the blood festival in Hinamizawa tomorrow, how about that? Ryan merely smiled, as provocative as ever, tilting his head slightly. You're the boss, Pinky. But let's wrap this up quickly. We've got a dinner to attend afterward, right? Yuno rolled her eyes and released him with disdain, letting Ryan fall backward onto Aona, who let out an adorable oath as she was squished. Ryan raised his head and looked back, his expression now slightly guilty. Sorry, Aona-chan, he said, before picking her up and placing her on his lap. Still sitting on the floor, he turned to Yuno with a carefree smile. Just like Subaru has Biko as his spirit, Aona's gonna be mine from now on. Yuno glared at him with pure contempt, half her face shrouded in shadows that only enhanced her threatening aura. Ryan ignored the grim atmosphere and continued in his usual tone, But seriously, what we have now about Hinamizawa is a tough puzzle to solve. The Hinamizawa syndrome is a whole mess, and that Hania girl seems like an even bigger problem. Plus, there's an organization targeting Rika, but we don't even know where to start. Yuno sighed and sat on the bed with theatrical elegance, crossing her legs before speaking. The syndrome is a mix of disease and something supernatural. Hania was once known as the demon goddess of Onagafuchi, the village's old name. I'll spare you the details, but basically, she sacrificed her husband to protect the villagers from demons and ended up losing the ability to appear before humans. Only her daughter could see her. She paused, her eyes closed as she continued in an almost lazy tone. The syndrome began to spread, and Hania created a cure, but it caught the attention of powerful people. Her daughter was captured, and, driven by fear and betrayal, Hania became corrupted and massacred the villagers. In the end, her own daughter had to fight her, using a special sword to wound her. When Yuno opened her eyes, she found Ryan and Aona dozing off on the floor, cuddled like two children. The scene would have been cute if it didn't make her blood boil. Without hesitation, she grabbed a nearby book and hurled it straight at Ryan's forehead. "Ow, damn it!" he shouted, clutching his forehead as he rolled away from Aona. Yuno glared at him with fiery eyes, her voice dripping with disdain. "I can't wait to kill you, Ryan ghosting." Aona simply laughed, covering her mouth with her hands as she watched her two senses bicker as usual. Ryan sighed, his eyes weary as he looked at the little girl. "This is too much trouble. Better just wing it when the time comes." Yuno tilted her head, intrigued. "Wing it?" He gestured with one hand while ruffling Aona's hair with the other. "You just pulled an entire summary about Hinamizawa out of nowhere. So, you handle the technical stuff. I've been trained since I was a kid to complete missions without overthinking. I'm all set." Yuno rose from the bed, her disdain evident. "What else could I expect from someone like you?" Before he could reply, a loud voice echoed from somewhere in the house. "An-san. You can come down with your boyfriend for dinner now." Yuno froze in place, slowly turning to Ryan with eyes that could pierce a soul. Shadows covered her face as she loomed over him, her voice now low and dripping with menace. "You're going to go down there, have dinner, explain this misunderstanding, and leave quietly. Got it?" Ryan looked at Aona in his lap and teased with a mischievous grin. "Looks like you'd better not show up. Or Mama Yuno's gonna get mad." Aona giggled, covering her mouth, her voice almost angelic. "Yes, she'll be furious." In the blink of an eye, Yuno crouched down, her eyes blazing with an almost tangible rage. Her voice was a cold, sharp whisper. "That's your last joke of the day, Masachika-kun." Taking a deep breath, she straightened up, her tone completely changing as she shouted to Maki, "Maki. We're coming down, and he's not my boyfriend." Aona vanished from Ryan's lap, leaving him alone with the situation. He ran a hand over his face, muttering to himself, "I always get into trouble." Chapter 35, "You know what? Screw it. I'd still hit it." Yuno walked out of the room ahead of Ryan, casting one last look that said it all: "Do anything stupid, and you'll regret it." Ryan took a deep breath, adjusting the collar of his shirt before following her. As he stepped out, he was met with a vast and luxurious corridor, so elegant that he barely managed to hide his astonishment. "Damn, Yuno is full of the money," he muttered, more to himself than to her. Yuno didn't stop or turn around, but her sharp voice echoed down the corridor. "Watch your language around my mother. And, above all, you'll never mention what you're about to see." Ryan smirked, carrying that naturally provocative tone. "I'll think about it." She abruptly stopped, turning with an expression that looked like it could rip someone's soul apart. "Promise." Faced with the seriousness in her gaze, Ryan sighed, raising his hands in surrender. "Fine, fine." Without another word, Yuno resumed walking, leading them to an extravagant spiral staircase that looked straight out of a movie. As they descended, Ryan couldn't help but observe every detail of the house, which screamed wealth in every corner. They arrived in the kitchen, where Yuno's mother and her sister, Maki, were already seated at the table. Before anyone could say anything, Yuno took the lead, trying to keep control of the situation. "Hi, Mom. This is my friend Kuze. He accepted my invitation to dinner, despite his always busy schedule." Ryan glanced at Yuno, who was smiling angelically, so different from the murderous expression she wore minutes ago that he could only think, "I'll remember this forever." Deciding to play along, he bowed slightly in a polite gesture. "It's a pleasure to join you. Thank you for the invitation." Yuno's mother clasped her hands together, looking as excited as a teenager. "Yuno, my dear, what a polite young man you've brought." Yuno immediately waved her hands, trying to dismiss the idea. "It's not like that, Mom. He's just a friend." Maki, on the other hand, dramatically pointed a finger at Ryan. "You better take good care of my sister. She deserves the best, and I won't accept anything less." Yuno's cheeks turned a light shade of pink as she retorted with mild irritation. Maki. I told you to stop saying stuff like that. Ryan barely held back a laugh but managed to maintain his composure. Well, Yuno is truly an amazing girl, Maki. Beautiful and special in every way. But, as she said, there's nothing romantic between us. We're just handling mutual business. Yuno shot him a look he interpreted perfectly. That's not what I wanted you to say, but I'll take the compliment. He was certain she cursed him mentally but chose to savor the moment. Come, sit down. Make yourself at home, Kuze-kun. Yuno's mother said warmly. Ryan pulled out a chair, keeping his tone polite. Thank you. As he settled in, Yuno noticed something peculiar. Her mother had arranged the seating so she would be next to Ryan. Narrowing her eyes in clear irritation, she pulled out the chair without complaint. However, upon noticing Ryan's smug smile, she discreetly stomped on his foot, eliciting a brief yelp of pain and wiping the grin off his face. Dinner proceeded with a mix of embarrassing questions from Yuno's mother and awkward remarks from Maki, which seemed more focused on testing Ryan than anything else. When the meal ended, Ryan decided it was time to make his exit. Yuno, could you tell me the time? He asked politely. She pulled her phone from her pocket, answering curtly. It's 9 p.m. His eyes widened in mock surprise. Really? Unfortunately, I have to go. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. Yuno's mother tried to insist, her voice laden with melodrama. But it's still early, young Kuze. Why not stay a bit longer? Ryan waved his hands, keeping his tone polite. I'd love to, but I really must rest. I promise to visit again. Yuno's mother smiled warmly but couldn't resist a final comment. Do come back. I'm sure my beloved Yuno will make a wonderful wife for you. Yuno shot up from her chair, her voice a little louder than usual. I'll walk him to the door, Mom. Without waiting for a response, she grabbed Ryan's arm and dragged him out of the kitchen. Once they were far enough away, Ryan couldn't resist teasing. My future mother-in-law is adorable. Before he could finish, Yuno tightened her grip on his arm, and the warm house atmosphere was replaced by a chilling wind. You're not leaving me here. He muttered, realizing her plan. Yuno turned with a look that could make anyone rethink their life choices. Instinctively, Ryan grabbed her waist before she could disappear. When he felt solid ground beneath his feet again, he realized they were back in Yuno's room. Before he could orient himself, he saw her pull a knife from under her pillow and lunge at him. Ryan narrowly dodged but couldn't avoid a superficial cut on his arm. Why so aggressive? I didn't even do anything wrong at dinner. Yuno growled, her voice as cold as winter. It was a mistake bringing you here. Now die. She tried to strike again, but Ryan caught her from behind. Okay, you know you're not killing me right now. Look, I'm already bleeding. Isn't that enough for you? She struggled harder, but Ryan knew he needed a quick escape. Alright, you don't want to listen. So here's the deal, calm down, or I'll grab your boobs as hard as I can. Yuno froze, blinking once before clicking her tongue in irritation. Without a word, she teleported him again. When Ryan opened his eyes, he recognized the house Mayan had arranged for him in Hinamizawa. Well, I wanted to see Yuki, but this'll do. He murmured, relieved. Before he could finish the thought, he felt a blade graze his abdomen, leaving a light scratch. Crazy bitch. He yelled, jumping back. Yuno, with a look of both hatred and satisfaction, simply replied, You'll pay for this, Ryan. And with that, she disappeared. I'm already paying. Ryan muttered wearily as he collapsed onto the dusty couch behind him. Lying on the couch, Ryan began muttering to himself while trying to stop the bleeding on his arm. Damn, Yuno. For a moment, a tiny moment, I thought you had a soft side, buried deep inside that stone heart of yours. Hell, I was even trying to be more zen in this new life. He stopped, standing up with an irritated sigh to look for something to use as a tourniquet. Grabbing a random cloth, he began wrapping it around his arm, still talking to himself. Her mom's a sweetheart, so it end of. Her sister? Loves her more than anything in the world. But Yuno herself? A compulsive, crazy psychopath. I'm sure, if given the chance, she'd kick a puppy. What the hell? As he tightened the cloth, Ryan grew more agitated, his words spilling out faster and more annoyed. When he finally tied the last knot, he stopped, letting the silence settle for a moment. A short laugh escaped, dripping with irony. You know what? Screw it. I'd still hit it. With one final tug, he tied a firm knot on the makeshift bandage and threw himself back onto the couch, a sly grin spreading across his face, satisfied with himself. Chapter 36, Even Your Sister? Another day, and there they were, rays of sunlight invading his face without permission. Ryan squinted, grumbling as he rubbed his eyes, feeling his back as stiff as a board after spending the entire night sprawled on the couch. Damn it, Yuno. "You're a raging pink lioness," he muttered, still half asleep. With a sigh, he began unwrapping the cloth that covered the cut on his arm, already expecting the damage from the previous night. But, to his surprise, the wound was almost fully healed. "Well, that's what I'm talking about," he remarked, letting out a chuckle as he briefly entertained the idea of going back to sleep. He patted his pockets in search of his phone, but a sudden thought hit him like a punch. "Shit. I left my phone with Mini Miku." He stumbled to his feet, dragging himself to the bathroom. At least there was water. He washed his face, letting the cold sensation clear his mind. With a quick glance in the mirror, he checked if his clothes were stained with blood. "Well, I guess I'm not anyone's lock screen wallpaper, at least not yet." He laughed to himself, fixing his hair and examining his reflection with a smug smile. Then, as if a mischievous idea had popped into his head, the grin widened. "You know what? It's totally possible that I'm Yuki's lock screen wallpaper." After the brief reflection, he shrugged and left the bathroom. The morning was starting way too early for his liking, but he decided to make the most of it. Opening the front door, he was greeted by the rising sun, painting the horizon with shades of orange and gold. "All right. Better pick up the pace. If I'm lucky, I'll get to Rika's house before she starts getting ready for this festival thing." And with that, Ryan set off, feeling the morning breeze as he walked through the quiet streets. As he walked, Ryan noticed the village already beginning to stir in the festive spirit. Some villagers were up, taking care of the last details for the festival. "Damn, they got all this done fast. When everyone pitches in, things really move," he murmured, observing the activity. Climbing the steps leading to the village shrine, he saw the stalls being set up, already filled with traditional sweets, regional foods, and even improvised carnival games. The air was filled with the smell of frying and spices, making his stomach rumble. Despite the lively atmosphere, no familiar faces appeared. With nothing else to do, Ryan continued his way to Rika's house. When he arrived, the place was cloaked in silence. The only sign that someone was there was an open window on the second floor. He assumed she was home. Approaching the door, he decided to announce his arrival in a rather unconventional way, cupping his hand to the side of his mouth. He called out in a playful tone, Mini Miku, throw down your braids." His voice carried a teasing note, and the echo made the silence feel even deeper for a few seconds. Then, the door slowly opened, revealing Rika. She peeked out with only half her face visible, letting out a soft that sounded more like a tired sigh. Ryan raised an eyebrow, suspicion evident in his gaze as he stepped closer. "Did something happen last night, Rika?" She shook her head slightly, opening the door wider to let him in. "Not exactly." Her voice was serious, almost resigned. "The truth is, I've done the ritual dance so many times that it's become irritating to me." Ryan stopped, staring at her. Rika's expression seemed calm, but he could read beneath the surface. Something about her aura screamed exhaustion, a burden heavier than she let on. "Relax, Mini Miku," he said with a sincere smile, trying to lighten the mood. "I told you I'd take you to Tokyo, didn't I?" Rika hesitated for a second but then stepped forward and hugged him. Her voice came out low, almost filled with hope. "Thank you for helping me fight against fate." Ryan returned the gesture, running his fingers through her hair in a soft motion. "Fate," he murmured, as if the word tasted bitter, before letting silence fill the moment. After Rika let go and stepped back, she quickly changed the subject, now with a playful tone and an almost innocent smile, though laced with sarcasm. "Someone called you yesterday, Masachika." Ryan raised an eyebrow, already expecting something strange. "Oh, I figured. So, did you send an excuse by text or answer? Because if you answered, it'll be hard to explain why L0 Lee has my phone." Rika was already walking back inside, and he followed as she responded casually, "Of course I didn't answer. I don't even know how to use a phone like that." He stopped in the doorway, surprised. "Seriously? Why didn't you tell me that before?" Rika turned to him, handing him the phone. "I tried, but you ran off after and disappeared. So I didn't get the chance." Ryan took the device and opened the messaging app. As soon as he saw the responses Rika had sent, he looked up, clearly amused. "Didn't know how to use it, huh? But it looks like curiosity got the better of you. You learned pretty quick." Rika put a finger to her chin, pretending to think, before asking in a voice filled with disguised malice, "Masachika, are they your girlfriends?" Ryan nearly choked on his laugh and replied with his best sarcastic tone, "Yes, they're part of my personal harem. Just waiting for you to complete the cast." Rika narrowed her eyes, crossing her arms with a suspicious expression. "Even your sister?" He laughed again, raising his hands in an exaggerated gesture of denial. "Of course not, Mini Miku. One's my sister, as you said, and the other's just a friend from school." Rika tilted her head slightly, still giving him a side eye, and let out another classic this time dripping with skepticism, as if saying, "Sure. And what's this about needing me to complete the cast?" Ryan sighed, replying, "I went too far with the joke." Rika sighed too and, dropping her playful tone, returned to a more serious posture. "So, Masachika, what are we going to do about Rina and Satoko's uncle? They're just two of the problems we need to solve. And the deadline is tomorrow morning, at the latest." Ryan tilted his head back, thoughtful, his eyes lost on some distant point. After a few seconds of silence, he sighed deeply, his exhaustion evident in his voice as he replied, "Well, Rina committed murder, and Satoko's stuck with an abusive uncle. Correct?" Rika nodded firmly. Ryan, still staring into the void, continued, "Then there's no other way. I'll have to turn to him." Rika tilted her head, letting out a mew filled with curiosity. Ryan pulled out his phone, opened the gallery, and stopped on his sister Yuki's profile picture. He stared at the image for a few seconds, his face expressionless, almost melancholic. Rika raised an eyebrow, even more intrigued. "That's the plan?" Ryan clicked his tongue and replied in a playful tone, "No, I'm just adding some drama." He finished with a smug smile and a wink. In his mind, however, the thought was much more serious. "My Masachika side doesn't like this idea. But I don't have another choice." He opened his contacts and started scrolling through the list, searching for a specific number. When he found it, he tapped to make the call. The sound of the ringing echoed through the speaker. Each ring heightened Rika's curiosity as she narrowed her eyes at Ryan, trying to decipher his next move. For a moment, it seemed like no one would pick up. Then, suddenly, the call connected. The initial silence on the other end was broken by a deep, elderly voice, rich with authority, awe, and unexpected surprise. "I didn't think you'd call so soon." Rika slowly turned to Ryan, noticing the growing smile on his face. It wasn't an ordinary smile, it was one of those filled with sarcasm and malice that he wielded so effortlessly. Then, in an almost theatrical tone, he responded to the voice on the other end, "I've got something that'll get you excited." Grandpa. Chapter 37, "I need you to leave so I can change my clothes." The initial silence was broken by the old man's voice, calm and calculated. "You know very well the position you're in. You came to ask to return to the." Ryan interrupted him unceremoniously, his tone deliberately mocking. "No, forget that." He chuckled lightly before continuing. "I admit, it was amusing to hear such a presumption, but that's not why I'm calling. Actually, I need your help, Jensai Suao." On the other end of the line, a soft hum conveyed both surprise and doubt at Ryan's informal tone. But Ryan was resolute and continued without hesitation, "I want you to handle a few things for me. Nothing you can't manage, of course. First, I need you to bribe the police. I know your influence can handle that. Second, I need you to arrange for a man to be arrested and transfer custody of a child into your name. Don't worry, you won't have to care for her, just provide financial support." He spoke with confidence, his voice firm, almost defiant. Suao responded with a sarcastic laugh, followed by a disdainful question, "Do you even understand what you're asking, boy?" Ryan didn't back down, his response was quick and direct, "You'll get your payment, old man. A blank check. From me. I know you'd love the opportunity to do whatever you want with me." Rika, sensing the seriousness in Ryan's voice, clenched her fists with concern. He noticed and simply winked at her as if to say, "Trust me." On the other end, Suao remained silent for a few seconds before responding in a calculated tone. "So you're aware of what you're doing, aren't you? Fine. Send me the exact details via message. But understand, I expect to see you in person once this is resolved." Ryan smiled, satisfied. "Thank you. It's always a pleasure doing business with someone who gets straight to the point." He ended the call and pocketed his phone. Turning to Rika, he gestured grandly. "See, Rika? I'm efficient at solving problems." Rika narrowed her eyes at him, suspicious. "Are you sure? That seemed way too easy." Ryan shrugged, walking over to the window and perching himself on the sill. "The old man's desperate for a way to bring me back into the family. This was a gift to him." Rika crossed her arms, stepping closer. "And you? It doesn't seem like this will end well for you." Ryan leaned slightly out of the window, gazing at the horizon. "Rika. I can turn back time. Plus, I'm a super soldier with enhanced strength. I'm not worried." Rika raised an eyebrow but simply let out a mid nodded. Suddenly, a distant sound caught Ryan's attention. "Ah ah ah." He immediately pulled himself back inside, frowning. "Wait a second. Was that Hanio's voice?" Rika's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You heard that?" "I don't know. Maybe. It sounded like a bark," he replied, glancing toward the corner of the room where the familiar purple silhouette he often saw seemed more vivid. Out of nowhere, Ryan pointed at Rika with a teasing smile. Ah. I know. It must be because I hugged you when I arrived. Just because of that? She tilted her head, glancing at the clock. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she exclaimed. Look at the time. We need to go to the festival. Ryan watched her agitation with an amused look, nearly laughing. Calm down, Minnie Miku. Are you going to the festival in that little green dress? He gestured toward her classic green outfit. She paused for a moment, side-eyeing him. Actually, I'll be wearing a traditional Miko uniform, white and red, for the dance. Ryan sighed, pulling out his phone again. Rika, curious, asked, what are you doing now? He didn't respond, leaving a teasing silence as he made another call. After a few rings, a female voice answered, already irritated, you woke me up early for this, you filthy pig, miserable pervert, worthless, futureless, murderous scum. Okay, I get it. He interrupted, laughing. I need a little favor. You wish. Oh, you'll like this. Don't lie, I know you love cute things. And today's cuteness is food, Rika. He flashed a smug grin at Rika, who blushed slightly. On the other end, the girl's voice dripped with sarcasm. What are you up to now, you L0L0N? Ryan ignored the jab, keeping his tone serious for the first time. I want you to lend me one of your childhood outfits. I bet you still have some stashed away. She seemed to ponder. So? Will you do this for me? He asked, smirking. She sighed, irritated but relenting. Fine. Send me a photo of where you are. I'll bring something for her. But there's one condition. What is it, Pinky? I'm sleeping in past 10. That's it. Ryan burst out laughing. That's it? Am I stealing your sleep? Not even close. She clicked her tongue audibly, which he heard loud and clear. Send the damn photo before I regret this. He laughed sarcastically. All right, Pinky. I'm sending it. No sooner had he hung up than Yuno appeared beside him, holding some clothes. Here. Don't tear them. My mom loves these pieces. Ryan shrugged. Wow, Yuno, not even a hello for me? Without bothering to respond, Yuno vanished. He sighed, chuckling quietly. Damn it, she loves doing that. He quickly turned to Rika, handing her the clothes. Here you go, Minnie Miku. Now you have something new to wear to the festival. Rika looked at the outfit thoughtfully. I guess it's good to change things up after so many years. I just hope they fit me. After a brief silence, she looked up and stared at him. What? Don't like Yuno's choice? He asked teasingly. Rika tilted her head, expecting him to understand. When he didn't react, she sighed. I need you to leave so I can change my clothes. He raised an eyebrow, flashing a provocative smile. Oh, is that it? Go ahead and change. I don't mind. To his surprise, Rika began calmly pulling her dress up. Hey, wait. I was kidding, damn it. He shouted, leaping out of the window. I'll be right here below. Go ahead, Minnie Miku. A few minutes later, the door opened. Ryan turned around and froze for a moment when he saw Rika. Her indigo hair, with solid purple hues, perfectly complemented the adorable outfit, a red shirt with white lace details, a light pink cardigan, a pleated black skirt, and a delicate red bow in her hair. Rika smiled, blushing slightly, and spoke with excitement. What do you think, Masachika? Nipa. Chapter 38, Masachika-kun. Fitu ulu. Oonano dcu. After Ryan caught his breath in Rika's new clothes, the two decided to walk to the festival area. The sun was already painting the sky with orange hues, and the sound of birds mixed with the distant echoes of laughter and conversations. The scent of burning wood and food prepared in the tents began to fill the air, creating a welcoming atmosphere. Between jokes and indirect compliments from Ryan, the path was filled with subtle teasing. So, Minnie Miku, enjoying your debut in the world of modern fashion? He said, sidestepping a rock on the trail. Rika smiled faintly, hiding her slightly blushed face. It seems like this was something you wanted more than I did, Masachika. Ryan smirked smugly, placing his hands in his pockets. Well, I just thought it was a good upgrade. That little dress of yours was begging for retirement. When they reached the Farood Shrine area, the festival setting was beginning to take shape. Colorful tents were arranged in neat rows, adorned with paper lanterns and streamers dancing in the wind. The sound of conversations and preparations filled the lively environment. I bet you're already tired of seeing the same setup over and over, Ryan remarked, observing the area with a critical eye. Rika sighed, adjusting the ribbon in her hair. Yes. Even though some worlds have slight differences, it's not enough to feel new. It's like watching the same movie repeatedly. Before the conversation could deepen, An excited voice interrupted them. Rika-chan. Masachika-kun. They turned to see Mayan waving with a broad smile, accompanied by Rina. The two approached enthusiastically, carrying bags that swung with the rhythm of their steps. "Good morning, girls," Ryan greeted, his expression relaxed as he tilted his head slightly. "You arrived early at the festival. Seems like your excitement is above average today." Mayan was the first to respond, brimming with energy. "Of course. Wada Nagashi is the village's biggest festival, and we always make sure to help with the organization." Rina, ever kind, smiled ear to ear, but something quickly caught her attention. Her eyes sparkled as they landed on Rika. "Rika-chan. You look adorable. I want to take you home," Rina exclaimed, running to hug her. She rubbed her cheeks against Rika's with such intensity that it almost felt like a strength contest. "Do you think I look pretty?" Rika asked in an angelic voice, placing her hands together in front of her face, her innocent smile lighting up her expression. "You look like a little city girl, Rika-chan," Mayan replied, holding Rina by the shoulders to prevent her from actually kidnapping her. Rika, still smiling, casually but pointedly commented, "Nipa. Greater than less than Masachika got these clothes for me." Mayan and Rina's gazes immediately fell on Ryan, their expressions a mix of judgment and curiosity. Sensing the weight of their suspicions, Ryan raised his hands in surrender. "Calm down, girls. I just made the girl happy with a new outfit. Keep those dirty thoughts to yourselves." Rika, clearly enjoying the situation, let out a soft giggle. Soon, everyone was laughing, and the atmosphere lightened. While Mayan and Rina explained the final details of the festival preparations, Ryan let his eyes wander around the shrine. He observed the tents, lanterns, and activity, appreciating the harmony of the scene. "I admit I didn't expect such a small village to pull off something so well organized," Ryan commented, more to himself than to the others. Mayan crossed her arms, raising her chin proudly. "Did you think we country folk would fall below your expectations, Masachika?" Ryan shook his head. "That's not it. I just find the effort impressive." Rina smiled warmly. "Even though we're a small village, Hinamizawa is very close-knit. Right, Mayan? Right?" Mayan nodded vigorously. "Yes. Even the kids help with the organization. It shows how much everyone cares." Ryan raised an eyebrow. "You had school on Saturday and still helped with the decorations? That's what I call dedication. Or child labor." Mayan laughed. "It's not like that. It's more of a tradition." Before they could continue, another energetic voice approached. "Hey. You're up early." It was Keiichi, walking with a wide grin. He greeted Ryan with a firm handshake. "Good morning, my bro Ryan," Keiichi said, almost laughing. "Good morning, my bro Keiichi," Ryan replied in the same tone, the two exchanging a quick fist bump. The girls, watching the interaction, sighed in unison. Men are so simple. "Well, since we arrived early, how about helping set up the stage where Rika will perform?" Mayan suggested, crossing her arms with a confident smile. "Great idea, Mayan. With everyone helping, the stage will be ready in no time," Rina replied, visibly excited. Ryan, however, cast a curious glance at the girl. If he hadn't known beforehand about the Hinamizawa syndrome, he might have thought Rina had some kind of split personality. One moment sweet and angelic, and the next, broken enough to make seem normal, which, in itself, was an impressive feat. "Masachika-kun, could you lend us a hand? It'd be great to have a strong boy help," Mayan asked, her voice tinged with teasing. Keiichi sighed, slumping his shoulders in mock indignation. "You talk as if Masachika is the only man here." Ryan raised his arms theatrically, his voice dripping with mockery. "Wow, unfortunately, it seems there's no man around here to help me. Masachika-kun. I thought you were my friend," Keiichi retorted, punching the air as if imagining Ryan's face right in front of him. But then, as if something had just occurred to him, Keiichi paused for a moment. A faint blush spread across his cheeks, and he addressed Ryan in a slightly embarrassed tone, changing the subject. "Where's Yuno-san? Isn't she coming to the festival?" Ryan turned slowly, a sly smile forming on his face. He raised his hands dramatically as he turned his back to the group. His voice was casual but full of innuendo. "Let's just say the surprise I gave her last night left her sleepless." The group fell into absolute silence for a few seconds, their eyes wide as they tried to process what he had just said. "That is." Mayan attempted to respond, but her mind seemed to be spinning in circles. Her eyes wandered aimlessly, searching for some logic in his statement. Rika, with a slightly awkward smile, let out a short and sharp meh. Keiichi, on the other hand, was completely frozen, his cheeks redder than a tomato. He stammered, trying to form words that simply wouldn't come. It was Rina, still processing the situation, who voiced the question on everyone's mind. By the way, Masachika-kun, what's your relationship with her? Are you really just friends? Ryan smirked sarcastically as he turned back to the group. Interpret it however you like. Keiichi felt his heart race. He was visibly flustered, but before he could articulate a response, Ryan continued, the ironic smile still plastered on his face. Pinky got all shy when we started sweating in the middle of the action, but honestly, it's her fault for being so full of provocations. The effect was immediate. Mayan, Rina, and Keiichi all turned as red as peppers. Mayan was the first to react, stammering as she hid her face with her hand, pervert. Ryan waved his hand dismissively, laughing as he brushed off the misunderstanding. Ah, come on, guys. Relax. I'm just joking. Look at you all. Keiichi let out a deep sigh, scratching his head in frustration. That's not something to joke about, Masachika. What if this kind of misunderstanding spreads? Without missing a beat, Ryan slung an arm around Keiichi's neck, pulling him into a brotherly embrace. The way you're talking, it almost sounds like you're relieved it's not true. The blush on Keiichi's face returned, even more intense. He stumbled over his words, trying to explain, and not at all. Ah. Masachika, how about we start working on the stage already, huh? Meanwhile, Mayan observed the interaction between Keiichi and Ryan closely. It was hard not to notice how flustered Keiichi got whenever the topic involved Juno. She smiled to herself, thinking about how simple and transparent men could be sometimes. In an effort to lighten the mood, Mayan quickly rallied the group toward the next task. Let's get moving. We still have work to do. Ahead of them, the scene was far from encouraging. Several wooden planks were scattered across the ground, alongside disassembled frames and large, rustic torches that looked like they belonged in a medieval festival. Ryan raised an eyebrow as he took in the chaos before him, letting out a tired sigh. So, this is all that's left for the stage? Before anyone could respond, Rika seized the moment to tease him. With a playful smile, she raised her arm in a cheerleader-like gesture. I know you can do it, Masachika-kun. Fitu ulu. Nano desu Ryan, with no way to dodge the implied challenge, rolled his eyes and began rolling up his sleeves. Damn it, and here I thought I'd have a chill day. He bent down and grabbed one of the larger planks. Wait, we'll help you carry that, Mayan started to say, but her sentence trailed off. Ryan had already lifted a massive wooden plank with unsettling ease. It must have weighed around 110 kilograms, yet he carried it as if it were part of a casual workout. Turning to the group with his usual nonchalant demeanor, he sighed theatrically before speaking. Look, I at least hope Rika's dance is worth the effort. He stopped as he noticed the group's wide-eyed stares. Mayan, Rina, and Keiichi were all gaping at him, utterly incredulous. Even Rina, usually sweet and optimistic, seemed at a loss for words. Fuck. I messed up, Ryan thought, realizing he might have gone too far. Rika, as always, was a step ahead. She let out a soft giggle, clearly amused by the situation, which almost made Ryan laugh as well. He decided to improvise, turning the moment into a theatrical act. Suddenly, he began to fake his legs trembling violently, as if he were on the verge of collapse. Guys, my show's over. Mind helping me out here? The performance was so obviously bad that anyone with common sense would have seen through the lie. But in that absurd context, the group went along with it, perhaps because the alternative, believing he had lifted that plank so easily, was even harder to accept. You're terrible at this, Rika muttered quietly, still smiling. And yet, it worked, Ryan whispered back, winking at her before placing the plank in its designated spot. Keiichi finally regained his composure, crossing his arms and huffing. All right. Enough showing off, Masachika. Let's get this done before the festival starts, or we'll still be here lugging wood. Mayan shook her head, still perplexed, but chose to drop the subject. Keiichi's right. Everyone, let's get to work. Let's finish this quickly. Despite the oddity, the group quickly returned to their work, but the memory of Ryan's performance lingered in each of their minds. Rika, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy the situation even more, keeping a mischievous smile on her lips as she helped organize the stage. Suddenly, a deep, drawn-out voice cut through the relaxed atmosphere. Oi, how fortunate to find you all so easily. That saves me some effort. Everyone turned to see Oishi, the old detective, walking toward them. His expression was serious, though not hostile. He stopped in front of Rina and fixed his gaze on her. Rina, could you come with me for a moment? I promise it won't take long. The light-hearted mood evaporated instantly. Rina's face turned serious, her usual brightness fading away. How can I help you, Oishi? Her voice was cold, almost devoid of emotion. The detective hesitated for a moment before suggesting, we can talk right here, if you don't mind. Rina cut him off immediately. No. Let's go somewhere more private. Without waiting for a response, she began walking toward the back of the Farood shrine, leaving her friends behind. Ryan watched the entire exchange with a calm yet observant expression. When Rika glanced at him, seeking answers, he simply winked, reassuring her. Trust me, she seemed to infer from his demeanor, even though he hadn't spoken a word. At the back of the shrine, Ecchi finally spoke, his voice laced with frustration and weariness. Rina-chan. Rina interrupted him curtly, her tone icy. Be direct. Ecchi took a deep breath before continuing. About the case of the missing woman who was dating your father. We've received confirmation at the station. It was ruled a suicide. Rina felt a cold shiver grip her chest. Her mind began to spin with doubt as she whispered, but how? Chapter 39, I can fix her. Ryan watched from a distance as Rina spoke with Ecchi. The girl's posture was worrying, she appeared distressed, frightened, and confused, as if she were on the verge of a breakdown. Before his thoughts could delve deeper, he felt a slight tug on his shirt. He looked down and found Rika gazing at him with a concerned expression. Masachika, are you sure this will work? Her voice was low, but the tension in her words was undeniable. Ryan took a deep breath, responding in the same hushed tone, as if plotting something he didn't want anyone else to overhear. Well, the police aren't a problem anymore. Now we just need to figure out how to deal with this syndrome. Rika clenched her fists, her brow furrowing. That's exactly what worries me. The air between them grew heavy, but the moment was interrupted by a familiar presence. Satoko was approaching, her expression distant, as though lost in her own thoughts. Rika quickly adjusted her demeanor, replacing the serious look with a radiant smile. She ran toward her friend, waving delicately, giving her the appearance of a princess straight out of a fairy tale. Oi Aio, Satoko. Satoko stared at her for a moment, assessing her from head to toe. Slowly, a smile spread across her face. Oh. Rika, you look like a city girl in those clothes. Rika, pretending to strike a cat-like pose, lifted one leg elegantly and replied playfully, Masachika-kun got them for me. Do you think I look cute? Nipah. Greater than less than. Satoko raised a thumbs up, covering part of her face with her other hand. You're literally the embodiment of sin, Rika. Rika grinned, tilting her head with exaggerated sweetness, but soon returned to a more casual tone. You seemed lost, Satoko. Did something happen? As Ryan approached, his hands in his pockets and his steps lazy, Satoko began to explain hesitantly, I'm not sure what happened. My uncle opened the door for some men. They took him to talk in a black van. After a while, he came back acting strange. He was shaking a lot and said he needed to take care of some things. I don't know if he'll come back. Her words carried a mix of emotions, mirrored in her uncertain gaze. Ryan let out a carefree laugh and gave her a light pat on the shoulder. Today's a day for fun, you little rascal. Let's forget about that, okay? He winked at her, trying to lighten the mood. Satoko nodded, though she still seemed uneasy. Moments later, Ryan felt a chill run down his spine, a distinct warning he couldn't ignore. L0L. Khan, you filthy scoundrel. He froze. He didn't need to look to know whose voice that was. Taking a deep breath, he replied slowly and cautiously, as if treading on thin ice. You know. Good morning, princess. Don't you think it's a bit early for this? Bracing himself for the worst, Ryan turned around, expecting to find the girl holding something menacing, perhaps a Barrett rifle aimed at his masculine pride. But the sight before him left him completely disarmed. Yuno was immaculate. She wore sunglasses perched atop her head, her pink hair gleaming as if fresh from a shampoo commercial, styled in her signature look. A touch of lipstick highlighted her lips, while her black dress, fitted to her body, left little to the imagination. The shiny fabric gave her an elegant yet provocative air, complemented by a pink bow at her neck that added an unexpected touch of delicacy. The short, flared skirt revealed black thigh-high stockings, leaving a strategic gap of skin visible. The suspenders holding up the stockings added a bold charm to the ensemble. Ryan felt the words slip out of his mouth almost powerlessly. I can fix her. Yuno clicked her tongue, crossing her arms impatiently. What did you just say? And don't ever call me princess again. Ryan let out a nervous laugh. I meant that you look different, that's all. Yuno raised an eyebrow, her expression wavering between irritation and amusement. But she stood her ground, making it clear she wouldn't tolerate more teasing that day. Before Ryan could dwell further on Yuno's stunning appearance, his attention shifted as he noticed Rina returning from her conversation with Ecchi. Her expression was calmer now, though a faint shadow of uncertainty still lingered. The weight she carried seemed to have lessened. Is everything okay, Rina? What was it about? Is there anything we can do to help? Mayan asked gently, careful not to press too much. It's nothing, Rina replied with a soft smile, tilting her head delicately. He just wanted one last conversation about a case he was investigating. But don't worry, from what he said, it's all resolved now. Rika, who had been watching closely, let out a discreet sigh of relief before glancing at Ryan. With a faint smile, she whispered, "Thank you, Masachika. Sorry for doubting you earlier. I think we've temporarily solved the Hinamizawa syndrome issue. Now, we just need to figure out who exactly is killing me each time. And why?" Ryan nodded solemnly. "Yeah. We'll stay alert, but since we still have a bit of time until then." He glanced at the group, observing everyone present. His thoughts began to wander, and a certain unease surfaced in his mind. His grandfather, or rather, that old bastard, would undoubtedly demand repayment for the favor he'd granted, with interest. Yuki, as an ordinary human, had no clue about the true nature of the Sao family. But Ryan, with his broader vision and understanding of the supernatural, knew there was far more happening behind the scenes. He might not be a god in the omnipotent sense he once imagined, but he was a being beyond mortal comprehension. That gave him a clear understanding that his family was far from ordinary. He vaguely recalled stories about curses, sorcerers, and forbidden techniques. Although he didn't fully grasp what it all meant, he was certain that whatever favor his grandfather requested would be anything but mundane. Ryan crossed his arms, gazing at the horizon as his thoughts deepened. All the surrounding sounds seemed to fade away. "Damn," he muttered to himself. "Now that I think about it, that old man has too many plans and ambitions. After all, he didn't even hesitate to agree to help me." He shrugged, trying to push his worries aside. When he turned his attention back to the group, he saw Rika, Satoko, and the others chatting, smiles breaking out amidst the lightness of the moment. A brief flicker of peace crossed his mind. Maybe I should focus on the now. Almost like a jolt, something struck him. He blinked, glancing around before grumbling to himself, "Damn, where is Aona? Well, anyway, since we're all here, why don't we enjoy the festival together?" Chapter 40, Ryan. "She's not just your friend, is she?" With laughter and excitement, the group began exploring the festival stalls, all beautifully decorated and enticing. In a sudden moment, Mayan raised her hand with enough energy to startle Ryan. "It's time for the club activity," she exclaimed, jumping slightly and raising her fist as if leading an army. Before Ryan could react, Rika, Keiichi, Satoko, and Rina mimicked Mayan's gesture, shouting in unison with enthusiasm. Ryan took a step back, frowning. "What the hell is this? When did you guys turn into a cult?" Satoko, with a theatrical expression and an anime villain-worthy laugh, covered her face with one hand. Oh. As expected of a mere outsider. "Listen well, Masachika, and you shall be our challengers from the big city." Keiichi, now fully caught up in the excitement, clenched his fists. "That's perfect, Satoko. Let's form teams and compete in the stall games." Ryan crossed his arms, letting out a deep sigh. "Hold up. I never said I was joining." While he continued to protest, Rika approached with an innocent look and an adorable smile. "I'll be on Masachika-kun's team." Ryan hung his head, defeated. "Fine, I'm in." Standing beside him, watched the scene with pure disdain. "Disgusting." Ryan immediately snapped back, his voice as sharp as ever. "Shut up, Pinky." Mayan clapped her hands, energized. "All right. The first challenge will be goldfish." She pointed toward a stall as if presenting the festival's grand prize. Ryan tilted his head, confusion written all over his face, and asked in a slightly timid yet incredulous tone, "What the hell is goldfish?" Mayan saw her chance to shine. With a mischievous grin, she raised her hand and dramatically drew in a breath, ready to launch into an enthusiastic explanation. But before she could even begin, Rika stepped in, speaking in a calm and informative tone. "The goldfish game is a traditional Japanese activity called Kimio Sukui, or goldfish rescue. Participants use a small paper net, called a poi, to try and catch the goldfish from a basin before the net tears. The goal is to catch as many fish as possible without breaking the net. It's a fun and challenging game that requires skill and patience." Rika finished her explanation with a small, satisfied smile, while Mayan crossed her arms, frustrated at losing her moment to shine. Ryan, looking surprised, stared at Rika. "Damn, Rika, since when did you turn into ChatGPT?" Before anyone could question further, Mayan grabbed Yuno's and Rina's hands, dragging them toward the stall. "And the first round will be Yuno Gasai, the city outsider, versus Ryagu Rina, the mighty cuteness hunter of Hinamizawa." Rina placed her hands on her cheeks, almost melting with joy. These goldfish are so cute. I'm taking all of them home." Yuna rolled her eyes, clicking her tongue. "I'm not participating in this nonsense." Ryan, noticing that the lively atmosphere might be ruined, decided to use humanity's oldest and most effective technique. With a sarcastic tone, he placed a hand on Yuno's shoulder. "What's wrong, Yuno? Can't even catch a simple goldfish." His taunt sliced through the air like a sharp blade. Even the sound of cicadas seemed to pause. Yuno turned to him, her gaze filled with murderous fury. "Give me that damn thing." She snatched the small paper net from the attendant's hand and prepared to scoop a fish. But she failed. Miserably. "This thing is rigged," she shouted, throwing the net to the ground like a tantrum-throwing child. Ryan stifled a laugh, murmuring, "Rigged or just a lack of skill?" Fuming, Yuno grabbed him by the arm and dragged him forward. "Mayan, this round doesn't count. I want to see Mr. Big Shot here catch the fish." The group couldn't hold back their laughter as Ryan was practically shoved toward the tank. All right. No need to dunk me in the aquarium," he grumbled, picking up a net and trying, with all the patience in the world, to catch a fish. Of course, he failed too. Damn. Rigged. He averted his gaze, clearly frustrated. Yuno crossed her arms, smirking smugly. "Oh? Really? Thought it was just a lack of skill." Ryan shrugged, unfazed. "That's why I play gacha games. There's always a guarantee. Here, not even a loot box shows up." Yuno glared at him with pure disgust, as if he'd confessed to a heinous crime. "Shit, looking at me like that, it almost feels like I'm a criminal." "Well, never mind, that's not the case," Ryan murmured, looking away as the group laughed at the scene. After Rina's crushing victory, or rather, the mighty cuteness hunter of Hinamizawa's triumph, they moved on to the next challenge, Ecchi, a shooting game where participants use toy rifles, usually spring or air-powered, to knock down prizes. This time, the contestants will be Masachika, the great L0L hunter, and me, Mayan, the club games master. Be warned, Masachika-kun, I won't go easy on you. Hee hee. She pointed at him with a smug smile, clearly building anticipation. Ryan stood still for a moment, furrowing his brows indignantly before speaking. "Hey. Who the hell is L0L? Hunter?" Wasting no time, Mayan grabbed the air rifle from the counter. "I'll go first." Mayan demonstrated excellent aim. Despite the rifle's intentionally weak power, designed to make it harder for players to gauge the trajectory accurately, she still managed to hit 5 out of 10 shots. "Haha. Let's see you do better," Mayan boasted, resting the rifle on her shoulder and scratching her nose with pride. Ryan sighed, walking up to the counter. He glanced at the prizes and, with a mocking expression, pointed to 2 stuffed bunnies. "Hey, sir, how many shots do I need to win these 2? The man smiled, gesturing with his hand and replying in a mocking tone, "Hold on, kid. Those 2 plushies are the grand prize." Ryan placed his hand on his hip, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh? Sir, I asked how many shots I need, not what kind of prize they are." The vendor couldn't hold back a chuckle and, with a smug expression, handed Ryan a rifle while replying, "Since you seem so confident, let's make this a special challenge for you." He walked to the shelf and placed a sticker on each bunny's ear. "You'll have 20 shots, but you can only miss once. If you hit all the other shots precisely on the stickers, the 2 bunny will be here." The man grinned mischievously. "But for every shot you miss beyond the first, of course you'll owe me the cost of 2 tokens." Ryan took the air rifle with a sly grin and fired without saying a word. The shot came close but missed. Yuno, like a snake, leaned in close to his ear, her warm breath audible. Her voice dripped with sarcasm and disdain as she taunted him, trying to break his focus. "Wow, I expected so much more from a sniper. Can't even win a bunny for a lovely lady?" Ryan controlled his breathing and, in a provocative gesture, spun the rifle in his hand, holding it with just one. "Thanks for the test shot, old man," he said, his voice laced with pride. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan began firing consecutively at the target, hitting the exact same point with each shot. His precision was so flawless that by the 16th shot, one of the bunnies fell off the shelf. Undeterred, he hit it midair with the remaining 3 shots. "What the hell was that?" Everyone shouted in unison as Ryan spun the rifle in his hand again, pretending to be a sheriff who had just taken down his target. After Ryan ghosting is also known as Masachika to the uninitiated impressive display, his ego was soaring. He handed one of the plush bunnies to Rina, who squealed excitedly about taking it home, and the other to Satoko, hoping to cheer her up. However, the seemingly innocent gesture visibly irked Yuno. Not that it was jealousy, at least, not as one might imagine, but rather the growing impression that Ryan was living up to the less than honorable title of L0L Hunter. Keiichi, noticing Yuno's serious expression, misinterpreted everything. With his chest puffed up in determination, he declared, "Hey, mister. I want a token too." Everyone turned to him as Satoko laughed provocatively. "Oh. Keiichi-kun is going to try and copy Masachika, but he'll just embarrass himself. Oh. Keiichi's eyebrows twitched as he retorted irritably, "Brat. Of course, I'm not trying to copy." He averted his gaze, muttering under his breath, "I just need to do the basics." Determined to prove himself, Keiichi started firing. He hit enough targets to win a ragdoll, and to him, the accomplishment was as monumental as surpassing Ryan. "Keiichi, this doll is so cute too," Rina exclaimed, already pinching the doll's cheeks. "Really?" Keiichi responded, admiring the prize with pride, as Mayan approached with an amused smile. "I think you're a great shooter too," Mayan commented, though her smile faded when she saw Keiichi, cheeks slightly flushed, handing the doll to Yuno. "Here, Yuno. You can have it," he said. Yuno, initially serious, sighed. Her voice came out deliberately gentle, almost rehearsed, as she accepted the doll. "Thank you, Keiichi. That's very thoughtful of you." From a distance, Ryan, observing the scene beside Rika, muttered sarcastically under his breath, "Fake as hell." But, as if she heard the jab, Yuno shot him a side-eye glare that made Ryan swallow hard. Keiichi, still trying to maintain a conversation with Yuno, stumbled over his words. Meanwhile, Mayan watched the scene, her confusion slowly giving way to a melancholic expression. "I'll be right back, Keiichi." Yuno cut the conversation short with a curt remark and began walking toward Ryan. Keiichi stood frozen in place, dumbfounded, as Yuno reached Ryan. She attempted to slap him, but he dodged reflexively. Undeterred, she grabbed his hand firmly and started dragging him away from the group. Keiichi, witnessing the scene, murmured with barely concealed disappointment, "Ryan. She's not just her friend, is she?" Mayan tried to grab Keiichi's attention, her voice cheerful but forced. "Hey, Keiichi-kun, what do you think about heading to the next club activity?" Keiichi responded evasively, waving quickly as he began to walk away. "I'll be back soon, Mayan. I just need to buy something." Mayan watched as he dashed off, the enthusiasm on her face fading into a look of sadness. "Oh. Okay." Rina and Satoko, noticing their friend's discomfort, called her to continue exploring the stalls. After a brief pause, Mayan forced a smile and joined them, trying to hide her disappointment. On the other side of the festival, Yuno was dragging Ryan and Rika into a more secluded spot, clearly irritated. "All I'm seeing is a regular little festival here, Rika. Where's the danger you mentioned? Your friends seem perfectly normal to me." Ryan, his voice dripping with sarcasm, couldn't resist taking a jab. "Except for Keiichi. That guy's crazy enough to hit on you with those eyes of yours like you'd rip his balls off at the last second." Yuno clenched her teeth in fury. Without hesitation, she attempted to hit him, simultaneously pulling a small knife she had hidden in her sock. But Ryan's sharp reflexes kicked in. He grabbed her wrist, spun her around with practiced ease, and pinned her in a restraining hold from behind. "This again? Seriously?" he muttered with a mocking grin. Before their classic bickering could escalate further, Rika's voice broke through with an unusual seriousness that silenced them both. "Not until after my dance." They turned toward her. Rika's gaze was lowered, her expression unusually somber. "Not until after my dance. Today is a happy day." Her melancholy tone left both Ryan and Yuno visibly unsettled. They exchanged glances, silently agreeing, "Truce for now." The tension dissipated, and the trio remained in uneasy silence as they awaited the evening's main event. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of gold and purple, Rika excused herself to prepare. She returned a short while later, dressed in the traditional attire for the Watanagashi ritual, a white yukata with red accents. Her hair was elegantly tied up, adorned with delicate ornaments that glimmered under the flickering torchlight. The festival-goers began gathering around the central stage, their chatter subsiding as the sacred moment approached. Rika stepped onto the stage with measured, graceful steps, the deep thrum of drums signaling the beginning of the ritual. She began to dance with fluid, serene movements, every gesture a blend of tranquility and solemnity. Her arms swayed as though mimicking the wind, holding a golden sickle that she used to open a cotton-filled cushion with careful precision. Her movements were light, like a butterfly gliding on air. To Ryan, however, it looked less like she was opening a cushion and more like she was disemboweling someone with that thing. The drum beats were accompanied by the soft whisper of the wind, and the crowd watched in absolute silence, as though time itself had paused. Rika's dance was hypnotic, her motions weaving an almost otherworldly spell over the gathering. She spun gracefully, ending the performance with a deep, reverent bow. The torches around the stage flickered faintly, as if acknowledging her energy. There was an ethereal quality to the performance, a combination of serenity and an ineffable melancholy that seemed to touch everyone differently. Ryan stood with his arms crossed, observing in contemplative silence. Yuno, for all her usual composure, seemed unusually absorbed in the scene, her piercing eyes fixed on every detail. When the dance concluded, the crowd erupted into applause. Yet, Rika stood motionless for a moment, her gaze distant, as if fixated on something unseen. Finally, she descended from the stage, a small but enigmatic smile gracing her lips as the murmurs of celebration swirled around her. Chapter 41, The Curse of Oyashiro-sama. After Rika's dance, the group gathered around a large bonfire. The atmosphere was cozy, with the warmth of the flames dancing against the cool night breeze. Sparks lazily rose into the starry sky, while the distant sounds of the festival created a harmonious backdrop. Gentle laughter echoed among them, filling the air with a sense of camaraderie. "Rika-chan, you were amazing during the performance. You were so graceful, like a goddess," Mayan exclaimed, excitedly. Rika blushed slightly, looking away with a shy smile. Ryan approached at that moment, his hands and pockets overflowing with sweets. He held one out as an offering. "Anyone up for some candy? I might have gone a little overboard." Before he could finish, Rika had already helped herself, grabbing a handful directly from his pocket. Within seconds, the two were stuffing themselves with treats, one after the other, without exchanging a single word. Yuno, arms crossed and an eyebrow raised, watched the scene with a mix of irony and mild disdain. "Ryan, seriously. Rika's cuteness is forgivable. But you, eating candy like a desperate child? Honestly, it's dreadful." She tried to maintain a stern expression, but the faint smile at the corner of her lips betrayed that she wasn't truly angry. Ryan shrugged, his mouth still full of a dango. Before he could respond, Rika chimed in, holding a cotton candy bigger than her hands. "Nipa. Greater than less than it's strategic training, san. We need energy to beat you in the next club game." Her declaration brought laughter from everyone except who simply sighed, shaking her head in resignation. But suddenly, her expression changed. She murmured something, almost inaudible, but loud enough for Ryan, standing close to her, to catch. "Erona. I hope you're not lying to me." Though the words were ambiguous, the sharp look she gave Ryan spoke far more than her cryptic statement. He stared at her for a moment but quickly looked away, resuming his chewing as if nothing had happened. Time passed, and the festival stalls began to close. Some people said their goodbyes as the festivities slowed down. Ryan, completely engrossed in the Japanese sweets, didn't notice the figure approaching him from behind. He was calmly sipping his drink when his instincts flared like an alarm. Without thinking, he raised his arm to defend himself. The impact was strong, stronger than he anticipated. The blow sent him rolling to the ground before he regained his balance. When his eyes focused on the attacker, he saw Keiichi holding a baseball bat, his gaze dark and filled with something sinister. Ryan tilted his head, both confused and irritated. "What the hell is this? Hey, Keiichi, have you lost your mind?" Keiichi didn't respond. He simply smiled a hollow, unsettling smile as he slowly spun the bat in his hands. The rest of the group froze in fear. Satoko was the first to break the silence, her voice trembling. "Keiichi, what are you doing? This isn't funny at all." Keiichi remained silent, scratching his neck in an unsettling manner. When Satoko raised her voice again, now firmer and angrier, he finally replied, "Shut up, you annoying brat." His voice was hoarse, dripping with hatred. The sudden aggression made Satoko step back, while Mayan and Rina instinctively moved in front of the group, trying to shield them. Keiichi began to speak, his voice oscillating between rage and despair, as if each word was being forcibly torn from him. You all hide things. Always hiding. Saying one thing, then another, always changing, always lying. Always the same. Always the same." His eyes were distant, as if he was hallucinating, trapped in a place no one else could reach. He raised the bat, stepping closer to the girls with clear intent to attack. Ryan looked at Rika, seeking answers, but she was paralyzed, her eyes wide with shock, unsure of what to do. "You're not good friends. Friends don't hide things," Keiichi shouted, raising the bat. Just as he was about to swing, Ryan moved. In a blink, he was beside Keiichi, gripping the bat firmly. With a swift motion, he landed a solid punch to the boy's ribs, sending him to the ground, gasping for air. "Time to cool off, buddy," Ryan muttered, his tone laced with sarcasm, though his eyes were cold. He glanced at nodding toward Keiichi on the ground. "Seriously, is this guy losing it because of a pussy? He only met you yesterday." However, didn't smile. Her expression was serious. She raised a finger and pointed to the ground beside Ryan. Confused, Ryan tilted his head. Before he could react, he felt a sharp impact on his legs. He was swept off his feet but managed to brace himself, landing with his hands on the ground. When he looked up, he saw Keiichi already standing again, the hollow smile still on his face. What the hell? How did this guy get up after a punch like that? Ryan thought, his predatory gaze fixed on the boy as the rest of the group screamed, begging Keiichi to stop. Ryan quickly stood, gripping the baseball bat he had taken from Keiichi. He gave the boy a firm shove, keeping him at a distance. His tone was icy, completely devoid of his usual sarcasm. Looks like talking to you is useless. So I'll administer a proper dose of sedative. Keiichi, still compulsively scratching his neck, mumbled incomprehensible words. His eyes, glazed and devoid of reason, were like those of a cornered wild animal. Without warning, he charged at Ryan, letting out a primal scream. Ryan prepared himself, planting his feet firmly and raising the bat. The plan was clear, knock the boy out before he could hurt anyone else. But before he could act, a loud, dry sound tore through the air, breaking the tense silence like unexpected thunder. Bang! Everyone froze. Ryan felt his nerves ignite like a short circuit, his reflexes screaming at him to react, but his body refused to move. He could only watch. His eyes followed the trajectory of the projectile with brutal clarity. The bullet pierced Keiichi's shoulder, ripping through flesh and bone before exiting on the other side. The boy barely had time to react before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Fortunately, the shot lost momentum after passing through Keiichi, sparing Ryan, who was right behind him. When his senses finally returned, it felt as though time had resumed its normal flow. Keiichi lay motionless on the ground, while the rest of the group seemed paralyzed by shock. The muffled sound of their racing hearts filled the silence, except for Ryan. He was on high alert, his eyes locked in the direction from which the shot had come. He wasn't the only one who noticed. Yuno, in the background, was also staring, her expression unusually serious. From the temple stairs emerged a figure, accompanied by the murmurs of a startled crowd still processing the sound of the gunshot. A coarse laugh echoed, breaking the tense silence. It was Detective Oishi. His grim smile clashed with the chaotic scene around him as he walked slowly toward the group, as if he had all the time in the world. Ryan didn't miss the opportunity to provoke, his voice dripping with biting sarcasm. So, this is how the local professionals handle drunk teenagers? Very impressive. Oishi immediately stopped laughing, his expression twisting into something much darker. His voice, heavy and almost a growl, was filled with resentment. You damn girl. Did you really think you could buy my silence? Those words sent a chill down Ryan's spine. He understood immediately what Oishi was implying. His eyes shifted to Rina, and the scene he saw only heightened his alertness. She was petrified, her arms hanging limply at her sides. Her expression was one of sheer terror, her eyes wide as if she'd just been exposed to a deadly secret. What the hell? This is moving way too fast. Ryan muttered through clenched teeth, his frustration evident. The tension in the air was palpable. Oishi didn't seem inclined to stop, and Ryan knew that whatever was happening was escalating at an alarming rate. Oishi pointed the gun directly at Rina, his smile twisted with hatred and madness. Ryan slowly raised his hands, drawing the detective's attention. Oishi. What the hell are you doing, you lunatic? Ryan's expression was serious, beads of sweat trailing down his face as his mind raced, searching for a way to defuse the situation. The detective only laughed a coarse, unsettling sound before responding sarcastically, now aiming the gun at Ryan. Oh? Shouldn't I be asking you that, kid? Aren't you afraid of taking a bullet for some random criminal? Ryan sighed and, despite the tension, allowed a sarcastic smile to curl his lips. Taking a bullet was never part of my plan, you know. But I don't think you're going to shoot. He lowered his hands, fixing his gaze on Oishi. The detective narrowed his eyes, tilting his head. His voice rose in pitch, a mix of indignation and insanity. Oh? You really don't get it, do you, kid? I'm the authority here. I'm about to solve the case of my life. He began pacing back and forth, the gun still aimed at Ryan, while he scratched his neck frantically with his free hand. Every movement he made seemed more erratic, more unhinged. What makes you think I can't blow your head off right here and now, huh, city boy? The gun was now inches from Ryan's face, Oishi's finger firm on the trigger. Ryan shrugged, his sarcastic tone returning as he donned a smug smile. Well, for starters, you're old as hell and probably close to retirement. I doubt you'd throw your life away like that. And also because. He tilted his head slightly, his smile turning taunting. Pinky won't let you. Before Oishi could react, Yuno appeared like a shadow at his side, her hand swift and precise as she grabbed the gun. Even so, Oishi, trained and experienced, managed to pull the trigger. The gunshot echoed again, and Ryan felt a chill run through him as the bullet grazed past him. Damn it, Yuno. Could you disarm the guy without almost killing me? Ryan complained, placing a hand on his cheek, clearly irritated. Yuno held Oishi firmly, twisting his arm behind him as she spoke with disdain. I should have let him blow your brains out. It would have been, at the very least, A pleasant sight. Ryan clicked his tongue, rolling his eyes. Lucky for you, I don't take anything you say seriously, you walking temper tantrum. Yuno kept her stern expression, but then something inexplicable happened. Ecchi, in an abrupt movement with abnormal strength, managed to twist his body and lift Yuno as if she weighed nothing. In one motion, he threw her toward Ryan. What the hell, Pinky? Losing your strength? Ryan shouted as he leapt to catch her, preventing her from hitting the ground. Yuno, however, didn't let it slide. She drove an elbow into his stomach, forcing him to let go as she snapped irritably, "Let go of me, you pervert. And I don't know what's happening, something feels wrong." Ecchi cracked his shoulders, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. He began walking toward them, his voice laced with disdain. "You, girl, have a pretty face. But you're just another criminal. All of you. Everyone in this cursed village is part of this damned cult." Ryan raised an eyebrow, muttering dryly. Great, the old man's officially lost whatever sanity he had left. Ecchi tried to grab Yuno as if he intended to restrain her. But before his hands could touch her, Yuno vanished. She disappeared right in front of everyone's eyes, leaving Ecchi in a state of utter confusion. "I knew it!" he screamed, his voice torn with hysteria. "You're all witches. You all need to burn." Ryan ran a hand down his face, exasperated. "Damn it, Yuno, could you at least teleport me along? That'd actually be useful for once." Ecchi turned toward Ryan, his eyes consumed by overwhelming madness. He scratched his neck so violently it seemed as though he might tear the skin, his voice devolving into near incoherence. "Hinamizawa. Oyashiro-sama's curse. It's all the fault of the great families. I'll uncover the truth tonight. Tonight, it all fits together." Ryan took a few steps back, his eyes analyzing the deranged detective. He knew he'd have to take him down before he caused more harm, but something about Ecchi's abnormal strength unsettled him. Keiichi. Ecchi. Ryan thought, his gaze sharp. This doesn't make sense. That strength. That resilience. It's not normal. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Before Ryan could react, Ecchi's head was brutally torn from his body. The sound of flesh ripping echoed, and a head rolled grotesquely across the ground. Ecchi collapsed like an empty sack, blood spilling in thin streams. Ryan froze, his eyes wide, until he finally saw who stood behind the mutilated body. Rina. She was there, holding a bloodied cleaver, her gaze hollow and animalistic. Her eyes gleamed like a cat's but were utterly devoid of humanity. "What the hell?" Ryan whispered, his voice barely audible as his heart raced wildly. Chapter 42, "You bitch, get your hands off him." Ryogo Rina. A sweet, polite girl with a slightly goofy demeanor. But make no mistake, she is intelligent, strategic, and always knows what she's doing. Now, that same Rina stood before them, transformed. Standing next to a decapitated body, she held a blood-stained cleaver dripping onto the floor. Her white dress, adorned with a purple sash, was now sullied with grime and dark red blood, a stark contrast to the horror emanating from her. The pristine cap and black thigh-high socks, complemented by brown boots, seemed utterly out of place in the gruesome scene. The silence hanging over the shrine was broken by Rika's icy voice. "Rina. You, of all people, are the one to throw me toward my cruelest fate." Rina scratched her neck, keeping her gaze down. When she finally looked up, her once bright blue eyes now gleamed with a feline, predatory glint. The warmth and innocence they once held were completely gone. Sensing the rising tension, Ryan tried to divert her attention. "Hey, cleaver girl!" he shouted, stepping forward. Rina turned to face Ryan, her narrowed gaze delivering a clear warning that she wasn't in the mood for games. "What is it, Masachika? Spare me your useless words." Her voice, once sweet, was now cold and sharp. Ryan smirked confidently as he stepped closer. The motion made Rina raise the cleaver, ready to strike, but she didn't realize it was a distraction. In the next instant, Yuno appeared at her side, delivering a violent kick to her ribs. The force of the blow sent Rina flying several meters away. "Damn, Pinky. Did you really have to hit her that hard?" Ryan said, his usual playful tone intact. Yuno narrowed her eyes, irritated. "Did you expect me to be gentle with her? Don't be an idiot. If you die, you'll just slow me down." Meanwhile, Ryan scanned the area for Rika. He found her curled up beside a stall, watching the scene with a vacant and disturbed expression. He and Yuno approached her, and Ryan, surveying the chaos around them, couldn't resist a jab. "Wow, Rika. Looks like your dance brought a bloodbath to a festival, huh?" Rika clenched her fists, her voice filled with anxiety and frustration. "How could this happen, Masachika? Why did Keiichi advance to the final stage of the nothing syndrome?" Her eyes trembled, and her breathing was rapid. Ryan scratched his head, exhaling. Ah. Good question. I thought you were the expert here. Has nothing like this happened in any of your loops? Rika shook her head. Not like this. And I've never seen Ecchi affected by the syndrome this way. Ryan rolled his eyes. Great. Rena's already sent 2 to the afterlife. The deaths might be covered up, but... her mind. He looked up at the sky, tired, before something clicked. Shit. Keiichi. We need to stop his bleeding before it's too late. He turned, searching for Keiichi, but froze mid-step, his eyes wide. The scene before him took him completely off guard. Rina was standing again. Despite Yuno's brutal kick, the girl had not only gotten back up but was now beside Keiichi. The cleaver was dangerously close to the boy's neck, who was already losing a significant amount of blood. Rina, her expression cold, spoke, "You're strange, Yuno. Disappearing and reappearing out of nowhere. Not to mention your absurd strength. I think you broke a lot of things inside me with that kick." Despite her words, Rina appeared eerily unharmed, save for the intense scratching at her neck. Rika tried to appeal to her friend's emotions, her childlike voice laden with despair. "Rina. Please stop this. We need to help Kai. Don't give me the crap, Rika," Rina interrupted with disdain. "I'm past the point of no return. Keiichi saw too much. So his death wouldn't be a problem." Ryan stepped forward cautiously, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Look. I don't know exactly what Keiichi saw, but silencing him won't change anything, will it? Especially since you just chopped off a detective's head." Rina responded coldly, "You could all be silenced as well." Noticing Yuno's watchful gaze, Rina pressed the cleaver closer to Keiichi's neck, threatening, "If you try that trick of disappearing, I'll sever his head." Rina pressed the blade against Keiichi's throat, who was already teetering on the edge of death. Yuno smirked darkly, provoking, "All right, little girl. Let's see who's faster." In a flash, Yuno teleported above Rina, delivering a kick that echoed through the shrine. But to her surprise, Rina wasn't thrown back this time. The girl swung the cleaver, narrowly missing Yuno before she hit the ground. Yuno managed to evade, spinning her body with agility. Despite her lightness and speed, something was wrong. This resistance. Does the syndrome enhance the infected? Yuno muttered, already pulling a hidden knife from her sock. Ryan, watching the scene unfold, turned to Rika, seeking an explanation. Rika seemed just as bewildered. "I don't know. The syndrome messes with the mind and makes a person ignore pain due to madness, but... that kick. That's not normal." Ryan chuckled nervously. "Normal? That kick would have taken anyone's head off. I'm sure of it." Yuno positioned herself closer to Keiichi, her eyes fixed on the boy as she assessed the gravity of his condition. Blood continued to flow, pooling beneath him. But before she could act, Rina lunged forward, her cleaver gleaming red in her hand. The girl charged, aiming an upward strike, but Yuno stayed composed. Her gaze was as cold as Rina's, almost inhuman. With calculated precision, she raised her knife, meeting the cleaver's edge. The blade deflected, sliding with a metallic screech that shattered the deadly silence. Taking advantage of the opening, Yuno stepped forward and, with a sharp move, delivered an elbow strike straight to Rina's face. The impact was brutal, breaking the girl's nose. Without giving her time to recover, Yuno skillfully brought her down, pinning her chest with her knee and gripping Rina's neck with relentless force. Meanwhile, Ryan wasted no time. Rushing to Keiichi's side, he knelt by the boy, examining his dire condition. "Damn, he's already lost too much blood," he muttered, frustration thick in his voice. Yuno, however, continued to choke Rina, her eyes brimming with icy determination. It was as if she had decided to end it all right there. Ryan, sensing the danger, raised his voice. "Yuno. Just knock her out. We don't need to kill her now." Ignoring Ryan's desperate tone, Yuno responded with her usual coldness, "She won't just fall asleep, you idiot." Ryan clicked his tongue in irritation and pressed on, "Look, listen, we need her alive to get more information. We can use it when we go back in time, understand what made the syndrome advance so quickly. Maybe Rina and Keiichi are the keys to that." Yuno cast a reluctant sideways glance at him but ultimately relented. With a firm punch, she knocked Rina unconscious. The girl slumped to the ground, her body limp. Ryan raised an eyebrow and sarcastically quipped, "Poor thing, with such a sweet little face, and you go and do that. Such cruelty, Pinky." Yuno rolled her eyes and stood up, clearly out of patience. As she knelt to stop Keiichi's bleeding, she used the ribbon from her outfit as an improvised tourniquet. Ryan, of course, couldn't resist another jab. "Wow, in that little black dress, you're quite the temptation. You didn't even have to bend down so much to win me over, you know." Yuno froze for a second, her eyes narrowing. She lifted her gaze to Ryan, and the piercing glare she shot at him was enough to make even him hesitate for a moment. But, without losing his tone, Ryan simply raised his hands in surrender. Just saying, Pinky. Before the argument could escalate, a voice full of hatred echoed, cutting through the moment. You bitch, get your hands off him. The sharp crack of a gunshot followed, splitting the air. Yuna reacted swiftly, teleporting out of the bullet's path, but not before it grazed her chest, leaving a shallow cut and a streak of blood. Reappearing a few meters ahead, her expression had grown more serious. Turning toward the direction of the shot, Yuna spotted Mayan. The girl's gaze was consumed by the same disturbing emptiness that had overtaken Keiichi, Oishi, and Rina. Recognizing it, Yuna let out a bitter, genuine remark, bitch. Chapter 43, Relax, not everything is lost. Chaos spread like a venom. Yuna stared directly at Mayan, her lifeless eyes fixed on hers. The grotesque and insane smile on the girl's face made the scene even more disturbing. Every gesture of Mayan seemed automatic, almost animalistic, as she scratched her neck compulsively. Yuna, already out of patience, let out a voice laden with irritation, I don't have time to deal with this. And who do you think you are to call me a bitch? Mayan clenched her teeth in rage, her voice erupting into a furious scream, you stole Keiichi from me. He was mine. Yuna made such an exaggerated grimace of disgust that it seemed theatrical, sticking out her tongue as if she despised the idea. Take Keiichi away from you? Please, girl, spare me. I couldn't care less about what happens to that animal. And better yet, I was actually glad to see he's almost dying. After he gave me that doll, I was disgusted seriously, I had to hold back from throwing up. I only didn't kill him right there because I couldn't. I already have my Yoki, you bitch. Mayan raised the gun again, pointing it at Yuna with a look of pure derangement. That doesn't change the fact that you took him from me. Before she could fire, Ryan seized the moment of distraction and threw a rock, hitting Mayan's hand squarely. The shot went wild, and the gun fell to the ground. Ryan didn't miss the chance to mock her, I swear, I thought that gun was a toy, Mayan. Using the time bot, Yuna teleported behind Mayan, delivering a swift blow that sent her to the ground, knocking her out before she could cause more trouble. Ryan, frowning, turned to Rika, who watched the entire scene with an apathetic expression. Is this really how this syndrome is supposed to act? He asked, frustration evident in his tone. Rika hesitated before replying, confusion visible on her face. No. Usually, the infected act strangely, violently even. But I don't remember them being this strong, to the point of resisting Yuno's strikes. Ryan clicked his tongue, adjusting his shirt as he muttered, damn, if that's the case, I think I know who can help. Before he could finish the thought, Yuno's shout grabbed his attention, Ryan, pay attention. Instinctively, he ducked, leaning back as he heard the sound of a blade slicing through the air above him. Shit. He thought, turning to see Rina standing again, her neck bloody from incessant scratching, her gaze as empty as before. That girl is a demon. Ryan exclaimed incredulously, kicking Rina in the abdomen to push her back. He glanced nervously at Keiichi's body and muttered, all we need now is for this bastard to get up too. Keiichi's pale complexion sent a chill down his spine. Without wasting another second, he ran to Rika, who was still gazing at the sky as if lost in another world. He grabbed her hand, trying to lift her spirits. Relax, not everything is lost. Rika smiled, but her hollow tone was unsettling. Yes. It's not lost. Maybe in the next world. Ryan cupped her cheeks with both hands, forcing her to look at him. Next world, my ass. I can go back in time without messing with the timeline, remember that? Rika tilted her head, confused. Timeline? Ryan sighed, irritated. Ugh, I don't know. Timeline, world. It doesn't matter. Yuno's scream cut through their exchange. You're getting up again, you bastard? Ryan and Rika turned simultaneously. Mayan, who should have been unconscious, was back on her feet, locked in a test of strength with Yuno, their hands pressing against each other. Ryan raised an eyebrow and let out a smug laugh. What are you doing, woman? Put her to sleep already. Then he noticed something that froze him in place. Yuno was genuinely struggling, the veins in her hands bulging as she fought to contain Mayan. How the hell is this happening? Before he could think of an answer, he heard the sound of something being dragged on the ground. Rina, with a broken arm, staggered toward them, dragging her cleaver. This feels like a zombie apocalypse. Ryan exclaimed, picking Rika up in his arms. Startled, Rika asked in a trembling voice, what are you doing? Strategic retreat. He replied, beginning to run. He shouted back at Yuno without looking behind him, teleport to the old house, Pinky. From there, we'll head to my house in the city. Yuno destabilized Mayan with a quick headbutt but remained in place, breathing heavily. Ryan frowned, confused. Come on, let's wrap this up. Her response came with a voice full of frustration. I can't. A chill ran down Ryan's spine. Something was wrong, and he knew he had to act quickly. Without a second thought, he rushed toward and launched himself at Mayan with a flying kick. As he landed, he looked at Rika in his arms with a proud smile. So? Enjoying the ride? Rika adjusted her hair and sighed. Well, at least it's something new. Ryan laughed but soon glanced at So, do you want me to carry you too? Yuna rolled her eyes, revealing a knife hidden in her sock. I didn't ask for your help. Ryan sighed as he began running again. Okay, I'll take that as a thank you. Both disappeared into a nearby forest, trying to make sense of what was happening. The actions of the infected were going beyond any known patterns. Suddenly, Ryan stopped as an idea struck him. Damn, I forgot. Shot him an annoyed look. I hope it's not something stupid. Ryan took a deep breath and shouted, Eona. Instantly, he felt a weight on his back, followed by a sweet and familiar voice. Yes, sensei. He turned his head back, groaning. Why the hell does carry no one, and you show up right on my back? Rika smiled provocatively. Are you saying I'm heavy? No, it's just not practical to carry two people. He snapped. Now answer me, Eona, what the hell is going on here? Why are the infected so strong? Ryan asked, his irritation and frustration evident. Eona, still calm, pressed his shoulders, making him stop running. It's simple, the Hinamizawa syndrome is being modified by the presence of both of you. It's like a super syndrome activated by mood changes. Narrowed her eyes, irritated. And you're only telling us now? Eona shrugged as if it were obvious. You only called me now. Ryan sighed, exhausted. She's got a point. Sliding off Ryan's back with a light movement, Eona adopted a serious expression as she said, I expected adverse reactions. But like this? She placed her hand on her chin, deep in thought, until Ryan interrupted with his usual impatience, and how the hell does that work? Eona wagged her index finger in the air, as if preparing to explain something to a stubborn child, and began, well, speaking in a dumb way, just how you like it, Sensei Ryan. Ryan immediately raised an eyebrow, ready to retort, but she continued, ignoring him, the infected are being affected by divine fortune. This is amplifying the syndrome's symptoms and randomly distributing physical or mental enhancements. Ryan adjusted Rika in his arms and replied with a sarcastic tone, oh, I get it. So it's like a Russian roulette of superpowers. And what did you mean by dumb like I like it? Eona opened her mouth to respond, but before she could continue her teasing, the sound of hurried footsteps cut through the tension of the moment. Everyone stiffened, their postures rigid, ready to face whatever approached. The bushes ahead rustled, and suddenly, a girl emerged running, accompanied by a younger one who was crying hysterically. The sight was enough to bewilder Ryan. The newcomer was identical to Mayan, but her outfit was entirely different. She wore a sleeveless white blouse with a high collar and vertical pleat details, paired with a high-waisted black skirt adorned with gold buttons that gave her an elegant look. She seemed both sophisticated and desperate. Trailing behind her was Satoko, sobbing, her face drenched in tears. Ryan was the first to break the silence, his voice full of suspicion. Mayan? The girl waved her hands frantically in the air, nearly breathless from running, and quickly replied, no. I'm not Mayan. Chapter 44, You talk as if you wouldn't do all this. Remained silent, observing the girl with suspicion. Ryan, on the other hand, let out a mocking laugh as he raised an eyebrow. Oh, pardon me, twin sister from the city, he said with a smug grin. Before he could continue, Rika, still in his arms, responded in a serious tone, but that's exactly right, Masachika. Ryan sighed, surprised. He carefully placed Rika on the ground and turned his gaze to the supposed twin of Mayan, who quickly began to explain, I'm Sanazaki-shin. As you said, I'm Mayan's twin sister. Meanwhile, Satoko, standing beside her, wiped her eyes, trying to catch her breath between sobs. Rika approached the small girl, her sweet and comforting voice cutting through the heavy atmosphere. Satoko, you don't need to cry anymore. You're safe now. She finished with a gentle smile, adding her signature, Nippa. Greater than less than the gesture temporarily lightened the tense mood, but Satoko's sobs continued to choke her voice as she stammered, I don't understand what happened, Rika. Suddenly, everyone started going. Going? She seemed on the verge of breaking down again, but Rika gently held her hand, trying to console her. From a distance, Ryan watched the scene with a satisfied smile, but the moment was interrupted by Yuno's cold voice, Shin, right? What were you running from? Shin fixed her gaze on Yuno, thoughtful, before glancing at the ground. Her voice sounded melancholic as she replied, it all happened so fast. As Satoko said, people started going crazy one after another. She pulled a taser from her pocket, showing it to the group. Even my bodyguard lost control. I only managed to escape because of this. Ryan smirked, asking, bodyguard? Your family doesn't seem like just anyone, huh? Shin clenched her fists, her voice tinged with sadness as her eyes welled up. Kasai Tatsuyashi. He was always by my side, but even so, he snapped all of a sudden. Ryan narrowed his eyes, surprised. Wait a minute. Are you saying more people from the village are losing it? Shin nodded. My plan was to take Satoko to the Sonozaki mansion and shelter there. I thought we'd be safe. Ryan exchanged a glance with Yuno, clearly searching for an idea. She noticed and responded with disdain, no, Ryan, I still can't teleport. Before his usual sarcasm could emerge, Aona touched Yuno's back, her aura glowing peculiarly. Shin and Satoko recoiled slightly, startled by the sudden illumination. Ah. So that's it, Yuno-sensei. Aona said, her voice filled with sweetness. Yuno tilted her head, suspicious. What are you talking about now? You haven't been sleeping well, have you? Aona responded with a mischievous smile. Ryan immediately adopted a sarcastic grin and teased, was I the one keeping you up at night? Yuno rolled her eyes, flipping her hair with her hand as she replied disdainfully, yes, you were. I had to take several showers just to decontaminate my skin from your disgusting touch. Shin, Satoko, and Rika watched the interaction, clearly confused by the light-hearted tone amidst such a grave situation. Trying to refocus, Shin clasped her hands together, her tone slightly apprehensive. It's still a long way to the mansion. But since you're with Rika, before she could finish, Ryan and Yuno answered simultaneously, in completely opposite tones, we'll go with you, said Ryan calmly. Go alone, said Yuno indifferently. The two stared at each other for a moment, tension lingering in the air, until Ryan spoke again, this time with seriousness, we're going with them, Yuno. He stared at her, hoping she would understand the importance of mapping the town and checking on the other residents of Hinamizawa. Yuno sighed, rolling her eyes once more, before gesturing dismissively as if to say, whatever. Ryan looked at Rika and asked gently, is that okay with you? She responded briefly, nodding. He extended his hand for her to climb onto his back. Then, he turned to Yuno with a teasing smile. So, Pinky, how about doing the same for Satoko? Yuno glanced at him with a bored expression, but Shin intervened before she could reply, don't worry, I'll take Satoko with me. Ryan gestured as if trying to argue. Look, despite Pinky being a little devilish. Well, she is, but that's precisely why she's reliable. Shin shook her head firmly. I've taken care of Satoko so far. I'll keep protecting her. As they discussed, Aona smiled awkwardly, placing her hands behind her back. Well, I really don't need a ride, she said, winking at the group before disappearing, leaving a faint glow in the air. Shin stepped back, startled by the sudden disappearance, but Ryan simply laughed. Save the surprises for later. Now, let's move. They followed the path led by Shin, heading toward the houses of Hinamizawa. As they approached, however, the sight became terrifying. Burning houses illuminated the darkness while residents fought and killed each other in the streets. The sound of gunfire echoed in the distance. Ryan took a deep breath, frustrated. Damn it. Hey, Mayan Remix, don't tell me the path goes through that mess. Shin swallowed hard. We can take a detour. But it'll take much longer. Yuno stepped forward, confident. I'll clear the path. She drew her knife, walking calmly toward the crowd. Ryan called out to her, sarcastic, hold on, Pinky. Remember what Aona said? She interrupted him, curtly, you talk as if you wouldn't redo all this. Ryan sighed, resigned, and signaled to the others. Let's keep moving. As Yuno advanced, the infected began to surround her. Their necks were red and wounded, scratched to the raw flesh. Ryan decided to continue the path with Shin, though she seemed worried for Yuno's safety as she stayed behind. Finally, they arrived at the gate of the Sonozaki mansion. Ryan inspected it while Shin tried to open it, to no avail. No one's here? Ryan asked, irritated. I was sure someone would be. Shin responded, her voice filled with despair. Ryan, however, noticed movement among the bushes. Hold tight, Rika, he said, preparing to leap. With him in response, Rika tightened her arms around his neck as he jumped over the wall. After leaving her safely inside, Ryan returned to retrieve Shin and Satoko, repeating the process. How do you jump so high? While carrying someone? Ryan opened a smile, but his eyes focused on something beyond her. I never skip leg day at the gym, he said in a mocking tone, though there was a hidden tension in his expression. He knew there was something in the bushes. After a brief moment of silence, he spoke seriously, so, Shin, what's the safest place in this mansion? Shin hesitated for a moment, weighing her options. Her response came firmly, though tinged with uncertainty. There's a place. It's in the basement, but before she could finish, Ryan interrupted her urgently, gently pushing her and the girls along. All right. Let's go. Now. Satoko stumbled, complaining, hey, take it easy. You don't need to push. As they ran, Rika looked at him with curious and worried eyes. Ryan. Something's happening, isn't it? He gave her a quick glance, filled with concern. Yes, but first, I need to get you out of here. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and everything seemed to slow down for a moment. Ryan reacted instinctively, pulling Rika close and shielding her with his body while scanning the surroundings. Shun's scream echoed, followed by Satoko, who reached out toward them. Rika. Without wasting time, Shun grabbed Satoko's arm, trying to pull her away from the line of fire. Ryan, meanwhile, locked his gaze on the direction of the shot. At the top of a hill, shadows moved quickly, armed with rifles. Damn. Are these the people Rika mentioned? Why? Why would they do this to her? He murmured, his voice filled with rage and disbelief. When he tried to move, something else caught his attention. He looked down, feeling the warm wetness of blood running over his hands and arms. His heart pounded. No. No. The shot had passed through his body and struck Rika in the throat. She trembled in his arms, her eyes rapidly losing their light. Damn it. Ryan's scream echoed through the empty mansion. For a moment, he was torn between chasing the fleeing attackers and staying. But as he looked at Rika, fading away in his arms, he knew his choice. He pressed hard against her neck, his mind screaming in desperation as her life drained away. Her eyes grew dim, leaving her with only seconds, her lungs already filled with blood and devoid of air. You're not losing to fate, Rika. You won't. Gripping her small hand tightly, his ability activated. Time began to rewind. Everything around him dissolved and reformed before his eyes, moments, actions, every detail unraveling with terrifying speed. The further back time went, the harder it became to keep up. He struggled to stop before going too far, but when everything finally settled, he realized where he was, back at the house Mayan had arranged for him. Reality hit him like a punch when his eyes met Yuno's. She stared at him with her characteristic smirk, dripping with disdain. Oh, Ryan. Looks like you messed up. Chapter 45, Yuno is right about one thing. Yuno let out a dark laugh, dripping with sarcasm and disdain. Her footsteps echoed through the room as she walked slowly toward a wall, clapping her hands theatrically. Congratulations, Ryan Gosting. She declared, leaning against the wall with an acidic smile, gesturing dramatically with her hands. Are you happy now? We did everything exactly the way your kind guy Masachika side wanted. And me? I just stayed quiet, watching how pathetic you can be. Her eyes examined Ryan like a predator as he stood silent, his head bowed, staring at the floor. Why so quiet, Ryan? Won't you defend yourself? You're a monster. And you know it. Her voice had a venomous sweetness, broken only by a cold laugh. All your choices led to little Rika's death, didn't they? Ever thought about what would happen if you couldn't undo that mistake? She tilted her head, as if expecting an answer, but his silence spoke volumes. Stepping closer, Yuno crouched slightly to meet his gaze, a malicious smirk curling at the corner of her lips. But don't dwell on it too much. Stay exactly as you are. This is your true self, Ryan. She took a few more steps forward, stopping directly in front of him. Hey, wait. She feigned excitement, pulling something from inside her shirt with a theatrical gesture. I've got a brilliant idea. Yuno extended her hand, revealing a weapon. Her voice took on a tone of cruel provocation. Go on, take it. Do whatever you want. Just like you did with Mayu. Can you shut up for a second, Yuno? Ryan's voice cut through the air like a blade, cold and sharp. Yuno smiled, stepping back slightly but maintaining her provocative tone. Oh, Ryan. Don't overthink it. He finally raised his eyes to meet hers. Yuno stood there, arms behind her back, that psychotic smile etched on her face. Go ahead, Ryan, she continued, almost whispering, each word dripping with venom. Just go crazy and do whatever you want. You've got nothing to lose. The corner of Ryan's lips curled into a disdainful smile as Yuno laughed with almost calculated precision, as if pulling the strings of a puppet. Why hold back, Ryan? Her voice was melodic but laced with insanity. Go on. Show me who you really are. Ryan stayed silent, watching Yuno with a calm, provocative expression as she slowly approached, radiating an air of superiority. If you've already decided to help, she snapped, her eyes locked on his, then at least kill your enemies. Ryan sighed, his lips twisting into a sarcastic smile. Without warning, in a swift and unexpected move, he grabbed her by the waist and kissed her. The gesture was so sudden that Yuno didn't even have time to react. As the kiss ended, he released her and began walking toward the door, leaving a mocking comment behind, "Consider that payment for annoying me." Yuno stood frozen, completely stunned, for a few seconds. The shock quickly gave way to rage. She charged at Ryan, her eyes blazing with fury, clearly intent on tearing his head off right then and there. However, as she tried to attack him with murderous intent, her body was thrown to the ground as if something invisible was holding her back. The force of the pact she had made with him now bound her like invisible chains. "I'll rip your tongue out," Yuno screamed in fury as Ryan walked through the door. He glanced over his shoulder and replied with a defiant smile, as if he had won a game on his own terms. After leaving the room, Ryan walked steadily toward Rika's house, but his thoughts betrayed him, dragging him back to the confrontation with Yuno. "You're a monster. And you know it." Her words echoed in his mind like a distant but heavy refrain. Something about them had sparked an unsettling reflection. From the moment he awoke in this new life, Ryan knew there was something different inside him. In his previous life, the environment he grew up in was suffocated by violence, lies, betrayals, and death. From a young age, he was exposed to the darkest side of people, learning to survive amid the rot. Trusting no one was his golden rule. He had never allowed himself to reflect on this in the past. Regret was a luxury he couldn't afford. When things went wrong, his solution was simple: start over somewhere else. But now, living as Masachika Kuze, everything seemed more weighted. The consequences of his choices reached him in ways he hadn't considered before. He knew he didn't want to lose what he had built in this new life. The school's tranquility, the bonds he had forged, and even the occasional monotony held a value he hadn't recognized before. TCH. He clicked his tongue, irritated at his own vulnerability. Thinking too much is the beginning of the end, Ryan. You know that. Even so, he forced himself to analyze the people around him. Ella, Yuki. Even the stubborn little Rika. There was something about them that went beyond the cold pragmatism Ryan despised so much. People like Rika, who could very well abandon Hinamizawa, escape this hell, and live without carrying the weight of 100 years of suffering. But she didn't. She stayed, even knowing the easier paths were within her reach. Rika's decision was guided by love and perhaps a small act of defiance against destiny, a living epigraph to human stubbornness. Ryan didn't know whether to admire it or call it stupidity. "Don't tell me I'm starting to think it's worth saving people like her," he murmured, chuckling softly to himself. His eyes lifted to the path ahead as he let out a sigh. "Yuno's right about one thing," he finally said, as if responding to a silent accusation she had made. "I'm a monster. But even monsters can choose what they want to crush." A smile laced with sarcasm and self-loathing spread across his lips. The night felt colder as he moved forward, the faint lights of Rika's house visible in the distance. "And for now, my target isn't these little creatures who still believe in goodness. Maybe I just enjoy watching the world burn, but who knows, maybe this time, I'll decide to burn the right bastards." Chapter 46, The Ryan Way. Rika was outside her house, sitting under the faint light of the moon, watching Ryan approach with steady steps. His figure cast a long shadow, and his deep voice broke the silence of the night. "Do you remember?" He stopped, standing in front of the small girl, his eyes fixed on her as if searching for hidden answers. Rika remained silent for a few moments before placing her hand on her neck. Her voice came out hesitant, almost a whisper. I can still remember the taste of blood." Ryan knelt, keeping his gaze level with hers. He extended his hand and gently touched the spot where the bullet had passed through. His voice carried a cold yet firm weight. "That's good. Now you know what it's like to feel death." Rika's eyes trembled, filled with tears about to fall. Her voice faltered as she asked, "And how is that a good thing?" Ryan maintained his seriousness as he replied, "It's a way to weigh my next choices." Rika blinked, confused, as she tried to decipher the meaning of his words. "Weigh your choices?" Ryan stood up slowly, his gaze already drifting toward the horizon. He pulled a phone from his pocket and brought it to his ear. "Good evening, Grandpa." Hours later, Rika's house was steeped in tense silence. Ryan leaned against the window, observing the outside with a serious expression. Yuna remained in a corner of the room, silent, but her aura was suffocating, filled with barely disguised hatred. Rika, sitting on her futon, hugged her knees, her hoarse voice breaking the oppressive atmosphere. "I remember Aona mentioning changes in the syndrome. This changes everything." Ryan, without taking his eyes off the horizon, replied in a tone that was indifferent, almost irritating. "Yeah, it's going to be a pain dealing with that. Maybe it won't even be possible to avoid all the deaths. For a perfect round, with no losses, I'd have to keep going back in time all the time. And, frankly, that tires me." He crossed his arms and turned his gaze to Rika, his voice now more direct. "The group you mentioned. The one studying the syndrome. They have ties to the Japanese government." Rika tilted her head, surprised, and replied hesitantly, to the government? How do you know that? Did your grandfather tell you? Ryan shook his head slightly, a faint smirk appearing before he responded, how a Type 64? Rika frowned, tilting her head further, even more confused. That's... what? Ryan sighed, his tone turning instructional but impatient. Japanese battle rifle. I recognized it by the sound of the shot and the damage it did to your neck, even after passing through my chest. Rika raised an eyebrow, surprised and perhaps a bit skeptical. You can identify a weapon by its sound? Ryan took a deep breath, shifting his gaze to Yuno. She seemed on the verge of exploding, her expression overflowing with controlled fury. He decided to address her, his voice calm but firm. I need your powers to resolve this once and for all. Yuno remained silent, her eyes narrowed and fixed on him. Ryan blinked slowly, realizing he had to be more direct to persuade her. I need you to use your teleportation. Take everyone affected by the syndrome we've seen and bring them to the Sonozaki mansion. I want them in the location Shin mentioned. Rika interrupted with a voice full of surprise, but... Ryan raised a hand, cutting her off before she could continue. You said they've been studying the syndrome for a while. I want to know how far they've come with those studies. He took a few steps toward Yuno, stopping at a calculated distance. As he continued, if they have equipment of that caliber, it's because there's money involved. And money means progress. I want to understand what the hell is going on here. His gaze hardened as he spoke, then he turned back to Yuno, more incisive. Remember when you said the Masachika way of doing things wasn't working? Fine, then we'll do it the Ryan way. Efficient and direct. Yuno continued to stare at him with deadly eyes, her thumb brushing against her lips as she tried to contain her anger. Her eyes almost sparkled with rage, but it was Rika's voice that broke the tension. The Ryan way? She stood up slowly, her hair swaying in the wind coming through the window. Ryan turned to her, his expression laden with brutal sincerity. I've already died, Rika. But my fate was different. When I woke up, I had a normal life, with school, friends, and a calm routine. But Masachika Kuze. He's just a facade. Just a layer. He paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. Beneath that, there's Ryan Gosting. A mafioso. A killer. Someone who survived in a world where you crush or get crushed. He shrugged, a crooked smile forming, and if it's to save your village, your friends, or whatever it is, then you better understand that the Ryan way of doing things isn't pretty, but it works. Because, in the end, that's all that matters. Rika frowned, her eyes fixed on the ground as she clenched her fists tightly. Her voice came out low but full of weight. I don't want people to die because of me. Ryan raised a hand, wagging his finger in negation as if scolding a stubborn child. Rika, remember one thing, unlike you, I don't jump to different worlds. I simply redo things so that it's as if they never happened. Rika kept her gaze down, her breathing growing heavier. Ryan approached, kneeling before her and placing a firm yet comforting hand on her shoulder. His voice softened, though it still carried a serious tone. No one will remember the erased time. Only we will carry these memories. For a moment, silence took over the room until Rika let out an almost reluctant whisper. She raised her eyes to meet Ryan's, her tone now more mature and determined. Then I will trust you. Ryan. A faint smile appeared on his face, an expression oscillating between teasing and approval. Oh, that's what you want to call me from now on? Rika nodded, creating a brief moment of lightness between them. But the calm was soon interrupted by Yuno's sharp, irritated voice. What exactly are you planning? Why take everyone to this Sonozaki mansion? Ryan turned to her, replying in a dry tone, for now, it would be good to leave the questions for later. Yuno narrowed her eyes, her voice becoming heavy and threatening. You're not in a position to tell me to leave something for later, idiot. Ryan let out a long sigh, speaking slowly as if tired of arguing. Arona. Can I ask you something? At that moment, Arona appeared beside Yuno, with her usual aura of contagious cuteness. Anything you want, sensei. Ryan stood up, turning to her with a more serious expression. You said you're like a system, right? Arona nodded enthusiastically, a smug smile on her face. Yes, yes. So, judging by the novels and fanfics I've read and the fact that you were created from my memories and Yuno's, I've concluded that you can analyze the syndrome for us. Am I right? Arona placed her hands on her hips and raised her chin as if showing off. Exactly. Finally, you're realizing how useful I am. Yuno, impatient, placed her hand on Aona's shoulder, squeezing it lightly as she spoke with a tone laden with frustration. Why don't you just say these things outright, brat? Aona's voice trembled slightly, but she tried to justify herself. Well, you guys didn't ask, geez. Ryan cut the conversation short, his tone turning serious and practical. We're not waiting for the festival. We're acting now. Yuno glared at him, crossing her arms. Her expression was hard, almost defiant. I haven't even been to the mansion yet, idiot. Ryan gestured dismissively with his hand, as if brushing off her excuse. Go now. Then, you'll teleport the people there. And don't start with the I'm tired excuse. I'm sure you're fully charged after our kiss. His words created a crushing silence in the room. Yuno froze, her expression caught between shock and fury, while Aona covered her mouth with her hand, holding back a laugh. It was Rika who broke the tension, her curiosity manifesting in a hesitant tone. Kiss. Before anyone could react, Yuno disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Rika stunned. She. Ryan raised an eyebrow, the smug smile returning to his face as he crossed his arms. She's already starting to do what I asked. Still confused, Rika tilted her head, questioning, how can you be so sure of that? Ryan cracked his neck and began walking toward the exit. His low, sarcastic laugh escaped as he stopped for a moment, his head turning slightly back. His half-closed eyes glinted with a teasing air, and a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he replied, because she wants to kill me as quickly as possible. Chapter 47, The Ryan Way. So. I think my grandfather will have even more cards up his sleeve against me this time. I asked for more than I should have, knowing the bill would be high. Speaking of that old man, I need to ease Yuki's burden. He's putting too much pressure on the girl, as always. Ryan murmured to himself, lost in thought, when the cutting voice of an elderly woman snapped him back to reality. You brat. Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle with the Sonozaki family? You have no idea what kind of trouble you're getting yourself into. He turned slowly, his gaze cold and distant, scratching his chin. Ah, right. Yuno's so pissed off that she's already dragged everyone into this mess, he commented in a monotone voice, scanning the tied-up hostages in the old Sonozaki mansion bunker. Keiichi, Mayan, Satoko. Even the extras from school got caught up in this. Very efficient, you know. She, busy tightening knots in the ropes, replied without looking at him, it was the only way to stop myself from blowing your brains out. Ryan chuckled mockingly, narrowing his eyes. I appreciate the restraint. Rika descended the stairs with a curious look. Was this really necessary, Ryan? Before he could answer, the elderly woman Sonozaki Oru, the family matriarch, let out a grim laugh, full of arrogance. The last survivor of the Furud bloodline. I never imagined you'd pull a stunt like this to seize power, girl. Especially at such a young age. Rika shook her head in denial. That's not it, Mrs. Oru. Oh? Then how do you explain this monumental stupidity? Oru snapped, clicking her tongue. Ryan let out a deep sigh, kneeling before the old woman with an expression devoid of emotion. Let's make this easier, Grandma, for both you and me. The old woman's eyes narrowed, making it clear that getting anything out of her wouldn't be easy. Without hesitation, Ryan ran his hand along Yuno's thigh, pulling out a hidden knife. The gesture made Yuno clench her fists, clearly at the end of her patience, but he ignored the tension, spinning the blade in his fingers as he spoke. Furud Rika. The last of her family, huh? That must mean something to the village, right? You think you can make me talk just because you have a little knife? Oru scoffed disdainfully. Ryan gave a sarcastic smile. I know, you come from a time when knives were more popular. The room, an old basement filled with torture tools, created a suffocating, sinister atmosphere. Ryan pointed the knife at Mayan, throwing it with millimeter precision. The blade lodged itself in the wall, just inches from her face. Mayan was unconscious, which spared her from trauma, while Oru gritted her teeth. You bastard. Is this your strategy? The old woman asked, her voice brimming with anger. So, Grandma? Does it work, or should I aim better next time? Ryan replied, a provocative smile on his face. After a few tense seconds, Oru relented, her tone full of rage. What do you want? Ryan clapped his hands, his voice dripping with false kindness. Look, you know there are some very bad people after little Rika, don't you? Big guns and all that. Oru narrowed her eyes, mockery in every word. And that's why you tied everyone up? What kind of logic is that? Straightforward, Grandma, Ryan cut in dryly. The old woman huffed and began to speak. There are some researchers in the village. Studying a disease. They came with armed guards. We accepted them because we need the Iuri clinic, the only medical center in the region. That's all I know. I think the rest is either known to you or you'll have better luck going to the clinic. Ryan stared at her for a few more seconds, then stood up. Take me to the clinic. Before he could finish the sentence, Yuno teleported him to the room where he had collapsed after arriving in Hinamizawa. He let out a short laugh. You're really efficient today, Pinky. I just want this over with, she replied harshly, heading for the door. Wait, Yuno. Ryan called out, his voice lower. She stopped, looking over her shoulder with disdain. He continued, "Stay with Rika. Leave the rest to me. Keep an eye on your phone, I'll call if I need you." Yuno glared at him with contempt but pulled a phone from her pocket. "Look at that, you've got an updated model," Ryan teased. Ignoring the comment, Yuno dialed his number. When Ryan's phone started ringing, he frowned. "Okay, what's that supposed to mean?" "I'm going to monitor what you do," Yuno answered, her voice full of scorn. Ryan smiled as he slid his finger across the phone to answer the call. "Okay. Mama Yuno." His voice carried a teasing tone. She simply narrowed her eyes and disappeared, leaving Ryan alone in the room. He pocketed the phone with the call active and left, murmuring to himself, "Ah. Holiday, huh?" Ryan walked down the corridors in silence, his footsteps echoing softly against the sterile floor. Reaching a pair of solid wooden double doors, he paused briefly, his hand hovering over the handle. He took a deep breath and pushed the doors open, revealing a narrow hallway lit by a cold neon light. At the end of it, a burly guard stared at him in surprise, his hand instinctively reaching for the holster at his waist. "What are you doing here, kid?" The guard growled, his firm voice cutting through the air like a blade. "Turn back immediately." Ryan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, advancing with slow steps. An almost innocent smile played on his lips as he replied, his voice dripping with disguised disdain. "Oops. Sorry, I think I got lost. I was looking for someone to help with a stomachache, you know how it is. Ate something that didn't sit well, right on festival day." He advanced, his movements calculated and full of feigned casualness, until he stopped in the middle of the hallway. The guard, now more alert, narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on his holster. "You won't find help here. Turn back now, or I'll use force." His voice had an aggressive tone, but a hint of hesitation revealed he wasn't used to dealing with unpredictable situations. Ryan lowered his hand slowly, a cold smile spreading across his face. "Understood. My apologies, sir." His words were polite, but the gleam in his eyes betrayed another intent. "Go on, leave now before I." The guard didn't finish the sentence. In the blink of an eye, Ryan moved like a predator, closing the 4-meter gap with speed that defied reason. His feet barely touched the ground, and before the guard could draw his weapon, Ryan struck directly at his throat with his left hand. The impact was precise, crushing the man's trachea enough to stop a scream but not kill him. Ryan's right hand grabbed the guard's wrist, preventing him from pulling the pistol from its holster. The force of the punch made the man stagger, but in a last act of desperation, he pulled the trigger while the weapon was still holstered, the shot echoing through the hallway and ricocheting off the tiled floor. "Damn it," Ryan muttered through clenched teeth. The sound of the gunshot had ruined his attempt at stealth. Wasting no time, he spun behind the guard, locking him in a brutal hold. A quick, precise elbow smashed the man's nose, blood spurting as he groaned in pain. Ryan used him as a human shield, his hand already pulling the pistol from the guard's holster. The sound of hurried footsteps and shouting approached. The doors at the other end of the hallway burst open, revealing 2 guards armed with rifles. Their weapons quickly rose, aiming at Ryan. "Let him go now," one of them shouted, but Ryan was already on the move. With almost instinctive precision, he held the guard's weapon in his arms and aimed at the 2 intruders. The gunshots echoed in rapid succession, each bullet finding its mark with lethal coldness. The guards' heads snapped backward before their bodies fell heavily to the ground, blood staining the walls and floor. Ryan dropped the injured guard, who now slid to the ground, gasping and unable to react. Ryan's breathing remained steady, as if adrenaline kept him in complete control. For a brief moment, he stared at the bodies in the corridor, a vacant expression overtaking his face. The alarm blared, a sharp sound filling the space with urgency. He sighed, holstering the guard's weapon as he muttered to himself, "Damn it." He looked toward the doors ahead, fully aware that the calm was over. The real chaos was just beginning. Chapter 48, The Ryan Way. Pulling a trigger is easy. Any idiot with a working finger can do it. Hitting the target? A bit more challenging, but still manageable. Now, keeping your mind intact while everything around you screams for your surrender? That, my friend, is what separates predators from sheep. Ryan stood in the middle of the corridor, his eyes cold and calculating as he removed the magazine from the pistol he had taken from one of the guards. He counted the bullets, 5 in the magazine, 1 in the chamber. 6 chances. The sharp sound of the alarm continued to echo through the halls, accompanied by the rapid approach of footsteps and shouted orders. Taking a deep breath, he slid the magazine back into place, chambering around with a fluid, precise motion. He held the pistol like a seasoned soldier, his voice calm and almost apathetic as he spoke toward the door from which the last 2 guards had emerged. "The mission will be completed." Without hesitation, Ryan shoved the door open with his shoulder, pistol already raised and aimed. On the other side, a soldier ran toward him, eyes wide with surprise. Ryan's finger pressed the trigger with the precision of a watchmaker. The gunshot was sharp and direct, and the soldier crumpled like a rag doll, a red hole marking the center of his forehead. Ryan wasted no time admiring his handiwork. Moving swiftly, he crouched by the nearest door frame, using it as cover. It wasn't long before a flashlight mounted on a rifle illuminated the corridor. A firm, authoritative voice followed, "Come out now with your hands where I can see them." "You're completely." The warning was cut off by another gunshot. Ryan raised the pistol above the frame and fired blindly, the bullet piercing the skull of the man who had spoken. The body toppled backward, dragging the rifle it held to the ground. Before the echo of the shot could fade, another soldier beside the fallen man opened fire on the doorframe. Bullets ricocheted off walls and floors, shattering bits of concrete and sending a fine dust into the air. Ryan had anticipated this. He dove sideways, sliding across the floor with an almost inhuman agility. His pistol fired once mid-slide, the bullet striking the second soldier squarely in the forehead. The man fell backward, his fingers still squeezing the trigger, the sound of sporadic gunfire filling the corridor as his hat flew off from the impact. Before silence could settle, a voice crackled from the cell phone in Ryan's pocket, dripping with sarcasm and boredom. "Now would be that moment when you just won't shut the fuck up and start philosophizing, but it seems like you're busy shooting. I hope you don't die, because I hate repeating things." Ryan didn't respond immediately. He stepped over the body sprawled on the floor, blood pooling and staining the pristine white tiles with deep crimson streaks. Passing the laboratories, his sharp eyes scanned the scattered notes on desks and whiteboards, each movement deliberate, like a predator stalking prey. The quiet was broken by a raspy voice coming from the radio attached to one of the fallen men's vests. "Soldier, report from the platoon." Ryan approached, nudging the body with his foot to search its pockets. He found the soldier's ID, Tomio Sato. Smirking faintly, he picked up the radio, pressing the transmit button as he replied in a dry tone, "Tomio Sato here. The target is within the hospital perimeter." A pause followed, then a response tinged with suspicion, "The Queen has already been evacuated. A patrol is being sent to locate Dr. Ryuri." Ryan pressed the button again, his eyes narrowing as his smirk darkened. "What's the extraction area?" The radio went silent for a few seconds before the voice returned, now sharper and more distrustful. "Soldier, identify yourself." Ryan's smirk widened into a mocking grin. "Unidentified operative soldier." Before they could respond, he crushed the radio in his hands, letting the fragments fall to the ground as he continued down the main corridor. His icy gaze swept over each door and passageway, ready for any surprises. He eventually reached a room with a large reinforced glass window. Behind it, a man in a white lab coat stood frozen, clearly shaken. His blonde hair was disheveled, and his green eyes locked onto Ryan with a mix of fear and determination. Beside him, a gurney held an unconscious blonde youth, while an oversized teddy bear rested on a nearby shelf. Ryan tapped lightly on the glass, like someone trying to get a distracted friend's attention. His smirk grew more sardonic as he murmured, "That must be Dr. Ryuri." The doctor raised a hand to his communicator, speaking into it while covering his mouth to prevent Ryan from reading his lips. Ryan tilted his head, his grin widening as he muttered to himself, "Important, huh? Or maybe not as important as this queen." He raised the pistol and fired at the glass. The impact was loud, but the bulletproof window held firm. Unbothered, Ryan fired twice more, the sound reverberating in the room. Yuno's voice came through the phone again, impatient this time. "Want me to come over? I'm running out of patience with your stalling." "Stay still, Yuno." "I don't need you right now," Ryan replied dryly, tossing aside the now empty pistol. He walked to one of the fallen bodies and retrieved a Type 89 rifle. Inspecting it briefly, he grinned with satisfaction. "How a Type 89? Cute. This'll do." With his new weapon, he aimed at the glass and unleashed a focused burst. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface until it finally gave way. Dropping the rifle, Ryan strode through the shattered remains with a smile on his face. The doctor backed against the wall, pale and terrified, speaking frantically into his communicator, "He's in." He made it in. Ryan grabbed the man's hands, immobilizing him. His eyes gleamed with dark malice as he whispered, "Hello, doctor. I had an appointment. You must be the famous Dr. Ryuri, right?" Chapter 49, Hello, Ryan. It's been a while. Ryan stared at Ryuri with cold, relentless eyes, his hands gripping the doctor's wrists so tightly that the man felt as though his bones might snap. Desperation was evident on Ryuri's face as he tried, in vain, to free himself from the almost crushing hold. "Who are you? A mercenary hired to steal our research?" Ryuri asked, his voice laden with pain and frustration. Ryan smirked, briefly closing his eyes before responding with sarcasm, "No, you can forget that idea, doctor. The reason for my visit is much more interesting." "Is it?" Iuri retorted, a growl of anger in his voice. Because all I see is a damn killer massacring my men. Just finish me off and take what you want already. Ryan released Iuri's wrists and took a few steps back, his boots echoing in the room. He tilted his head, surveying every corner like a predator studying its territory. Let's be direct, then. It saves time, and I'm not a fan of beating around the bush. I have 3 questions. And you will answer them in the order I say. Taking a deep breath, Ryan calmly listed, his voice as cold as steel. First, who is the Queen? Second, what is the true objective of this organization? And third, who is the boy on the stretcher? Cold sweat ran down Iuri's forehead as he tried to process the words. After a few seconds of silence, he finally muttered, trying to sound convincing, Queen? I don't know what you're talking about. Ryan stayed silent, his eyes briefly fixing on the hallway, as if expecting reinforcements at any moment. Seizing an opportunity, Iuri slid to the side, opening a drawer in an attempt to grab the hidden gun. But before he could reach the weapon, an object sliced through the air. Crack. A syringe embedded brutally in his hand, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Iuri fell to his knees, clutching his pierced hand as blood streamed between his fingers. Ryan walked toward him with an unsettling calm, crouching down to whisper near the doctor's face. First question. Who is the Queen? With every word, Ryan pressed more on the psychological terror. Iuri could barely breathe, his whole body trembled. I already told you. I don't know anything about that. Ryan merely tilted his head, disapproving of the response. He yanked the syringe from Iuri's hand with a sharp motion, eliciting another scream of pain, then pointed the needle directly at the doctor's eye. You're messing with the wrong patients, doctor. Now. Let's try again. Desperate, Iuri started speaking, words tumbling over each other. We're here to study the Hinamizawa syndrome. That's all. The organization brought medicines and medical care to the village. Ah, I see. Ryan interrupted, with a cold smile. Studying a dangerous disease, but with a private army at your disposal. Fascinating. Iuri continued, trying to justify himself. The armed forces are for containment. People infected lose control. Oh, of course. Ryan cut him off again, now with disdain. Blaming the syndrome for the bodies piling up, huh? Iuri's eyes shifted to the stretcher where the young blonde boy lay, sedated. He pointed with a trembling finger, over there. That boy. He's in the advanced stage of the disease. That's why we're doing this, you understand? It's to help. Ryan observed the boy on the stretcher, his expression unchanged. Who was he? Ecchi Satoshi. Iuri stammered. The older brother of a girl from the village. Ryan narrowed his eyes, his mind starting to connect the dots. He slowly turned to face the doctor again. And why is he sedated? That dangerous? Iuri answered in a low tone, as if each word were being wrenched from him. If he wakes up, he'll tear his own throat out. That's how the advanced stage works. The silence in the room was deafening. Ryan stayed quiet for a few seconds before speaking again, this time with a chilling coldness. One last time, doctor. Who is the Queen? I don't know. Iuri shouted, tears welling up in his eyes. I have no idea. Ryan sighed deeply, the tip of the needle still hovering over the doctor's eye. And your superiors? Who are the big shots behind this operation? They're from the research sector in Japan. I don't know more than that. Name the key people. Ryan ordered. Tomatake Jiru. Takano Mayo. Ryan interrupted, leaning forward slightly with a curious smile. Takano Mayo. The only woman among you, huh? Iuri hesitated before nodding. Yes. She's one of the lead scientists. Ryan chuckled softly, but the sound was anything but friendly. And yet, you still insist on telling me you don't know who the Queen is? Damn, Iuri, you're so fucking stupid. Without waiting for a response, Ryan began to back away, hearing the footsteps of reinforcements echoing in the hallway. He pulled out his phone, switching to a video call. It's your time. On the other end, appeared on the screen with a mocking smile. Looks like you had fun. Should I teleport you now, or are you enjoying the show? Ryan laughed, grabbing a rifle from one of the bodies and firing toward the door to delay the soldiers. Stop stalling, Pinky. Work your magic. Appeared next to Ryan and surveyed the scene around her. She noticed Iuri curled up against the wall but quickly turned her gaze to the hallway as Ryan fired a few more shots at the door. She saw the dead guards on the floor, each with a single bullet to the head. Ryan noticed Yuno's delay and, with a sarcastic voice, began speaking. What's the holdup, Pinky? Are you just going to stare or are you going to teleport us out of here? Yuno smiled with the corners of her lips as she spoke. Hello, Ryan. It's been a while. Actually, I was hanging out with an idiot who looked like you, His name was Kuze Masachika. And the only thing he had in common with you was the annoying attitude. Ryan stopped firing for a moment, looking at Yuno with a mocking expression. Oh? Wait a second, Yuno. Are you saying you like it when I act cold? Ryan finished with a smug smile while looking at Yuno. She merely narrowed her eyes and spoke in an irritated tone. I prefer it when you're useful, and honestly, I'd rather hear you shooting than talking. With a tap on his shoulder, Yuno teleported Ryan directly in front of Rika, who watched him with an innocent, confused gaze, tilting her head. Me? Ryan had the gun pointed at the little girl as he spoke sarcastically. I think you guys got the idea, right? He lowered the gun as Rika curiously asked, what exactly did you find out? Ryan looked at Yuno as if expecting the girl to be having the same thought as him. Yuno clicked her tongue while crossing her arms, speaking in a tired tone, we've got a target to take down. Rika clasped her hands together and spoke with a hopeful voice, you found out who's behind my deaths? Ryan shrugged as he responded, we've got a target to take down. Minimiku? Rika asked anxiously, sighing, so, who was this person? Checking how many bullets were left in the rifle, Ryan answered with an ironic tone, a very cute little blonde named Takano Mayo. Chapter 50, we are going to end up fucking in this way. Rika remained silent, but her face carried an expression of surprise when she finally broke the silence. Takano Mayo. The nurse. Ryan let out a sarcastic laugh, his eyes gleaming with a mix of amusement and disdain. Unbelievable, the one I least suspected. As they say, the devil hides in the details. Yuno crossed her arms, irritation clear in her tone. Alright, it's likely she's the target. But what if she's not? What's our genius plan then? Ryan raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth curving into a mocking smile. Well, if she's not the mastermind behind this whole thing, I'll use her as a shortcut to reach the real bosses. Simple. Rika tilted her head, curiosity evident in her voice. And how are you going to do that, Ryan? He snapped his fingers, pointing directly at Rika with an almost theatrical gesture. That's where the fun part comes in. Yuno narrowed her eyes, her expression hardening as she responded with irritation. Why do I have a feeling that your fun involves putting me in the middle of this mess? Because you know me so well, Pinky. You and my mini Miku, you'll take good care of her, right? Ryan replied casually as he loaded his rifle and walked toward a panel filled with surveillance monitors. His eyes scanned the screens, and he shook his head upon noticing something. Shit. Now that I think about it, the Sonozaki family has a top-notch bunker down here. Yuna rolled her eyes, sarcasm dripping from her voice as she pointed to the side. This looks more like a torture chamber, to be honest. Look at these cells and that pile of torture equipment. Oh, not to mention the pit in one of them. Guess what? I bet it's for disposing of bodies. Ryan turned to Rika, his face wearing an exaggerated expression of surprise. Shit, is that right, Mini Miku? You guys take recycling to a whole new level here. Rika averted her gaze, clearly uncomfortable, and tried to shift the focus of the conversation, her voice carrying a hint of nervousness. I think we should discuss what we're going to do about Takano Mayo. She glanced at the people Yuno had kidnapped, her eyes narrowing with concern. By now, the police must be looking for the missing people. And for me too, considering I'm the priestess of the temple. Rika spoke with a worried tone. Ryan rubbed his chin, thoughtful, before snapping his fingers again. Perfect? That's exactly what I'll use as an advantage. Rika tilted her head slightly, intrigued, as he continued. I'll lure Takano here and interrogate her. Find out everything she knows about this damn Hinamizawa syndrome. Because, from what the little doctor said, there's no cure for the final stage. Rika lowered her head, a gesture of understanding as Ryan spoke with a confidence that nearly overflowed. Leaning against a wall, he casually gestured toward Yuno. You'll use Mini Miku here as bait to draw Takano out of her den. Meanwhile, I'll take out her army little by little. Eventually, she'll have to show up. Or. Yuno narrowed her eyes, clearly suspicious. Or what, Ryan? He let out a low laugh, waving his hand in a nonchalant gesture. Or we'll just repeat it. Yuno sighed, pointing at him with her finger raised. You better get it right the first time, genius. I'm not in the mood to keep reliving this crap. Ryan shrugged, as if the situation were under control. I just need to get to this so-called queen, ask a few questions, and then rewind the clock to when we were at Rika's house. From there, I can deal directly with Takano or any other asshole behind this mess. Rika took a few steps forward, stopping near Ryan, her expression serious. Her voice came out firm, but there was something dark in her tone. Ryan. When you will be face to face with Takano. He grinned, a morbid gleam in his eyes. Let me guess. You want to personally shoot her in the face? Rika shook her head in denial, but her eyes didn't falter as she responded. I want to hear what she has to say. I want to know why I had to endure 100 long years of suffering. Ryan shifted his gaze to Yuno, who was watching everything with her usual apathetic expression. Then, he turned his attention back to Rika, examining her. She seemed more determined than ever, as if each word carried the weight of all her loops. "You're too calm, you know," Ryan commented, sarcasm dripping from his voice like poison. Rika raised an eyebrow, tilting her head slightly. "Calm?" Ryan laughed lightly, gesturing with his hand as he spoke. "Honestly, after everything you've been through. And you still don't just want to blow that bitch's head off? It's impressive, almost inspiring." Rika closed her eyes and lowered her head for a moment, as if organizing her thoughts. When she spoke again, her voice was cold and controlled. "Don't get me wrong. If she's really the one behind all of this, it's obvious I'll feel hatred. A lot of hatred. But after over 100 loops, hatred becomes something distant. It's still there, but it doesn't consume me like it did before." Ryan watched her for a moment, as if trying to decipher her. Then, he let out a low laugh and shrugged again. "I don't know. I still think you're too calm." Before Rika could respond, Yuno stepped forward, clearly impatient. Her tone was direct and rushed. "Alright, let's get this shit started." She pointed to one of the monitors, which showed a police officer at the entrance of the Sonozaki mansion, seemingly calling for someone. Ryan sighed, placing his hands on his hips as he looked at the screen. "Yeah. Looks like we don't have much time for long explanations. Great, I love improvisation." Turning to face Yuno and Rika, his expression became serious for a brief moment. "Listen, Yuno. You're going to attract as many forces from this fucked-up organization as you can. If you find Takano, teleport her straight into one of these cells. Then bring me to, because I'm going to need to do a little interview." Yuno nodded, but the disdain in her voice was clear as she pointed to the rifle Ryan was holding. "Let me see if I got this right. You plan to take down an entire army until the queen comes out of her den? With that?" Ryan tilted his head, looking at the weapon with a mocking smile. "It only has 9 bullets." Yuno raised an eyebrow, her tone still full of sarcasm. "And how exactly is that not a problem?" Ryan laughed, casually tossing the gun from side to side. "Because I never miss." Yuno sighed as she pulled something out from her bra while speaking with a reproving voice. "You're doing it wrong, Ryan." She handed him the weapon she was carrying as she said, "Please, take this seriously." Her voice had an acidic tone as she looked into his eyes. "This time, no trying to be the good guy, stop lying to yourself." Yuno spoke with a dry tone as she waited for Ryan to take the weapon from her hand. Ryan sighed deeply as he responded with his usual sarcasm. "You're obsessed with this, aren't you, Yuno? What's wrong? Is it so hard to believe that I genuinely want to put myself on the line to help Rika?" He tilted his head, leaning close to Yuno and staring her in the eyes. Yuno laughed darkly as she waved the weapon. "Ryan, you almost seem like you're good." She stopped laughing, gradually adopting a somber expression as she spoke. "So please, don't forget this." She placed the weapon on his chest as if forcing him to accept it while speaking with an angry tone. "Just don't drag it out and fix this shit already." Rika slowly approached, positioning herself beside both of them. Her voice was calm, but there was an implied curiosity. "You two have a long history together, don't you?" Ryan, without shifting his gaze from Yuno, casually took the weapon she was holding. He seemed uninterested as he replied. "Yeah. But there's nothing interesting about it." With the gun in hand, he examined the model and raised an eyebrow. "A Glock G19? Come on, Pinky, how the hell did you get one of these?" Yuno gave a rare half-smile, flipping her long pink hair to the side with a calculated movement. "I took it from my mom." Ryan stood still for a moment, clearly processing the information. When he finally spoke, sarcasm was evident in his voice. "Seriously? Still pretty weird. Why would your mom have a Glock?" Before the conversation could go any further, Rika interrupted them, her voice carrying an urgent tone. "Look, the police are coming in." Both immediately turned toward the monitors. The scene was clear, the police were at the front door, ready to break it down. There was no doubt they were there because of the disappearance of the entire Sonozaki family. Ryan exchanged a glance with Yuno, a silent understanding passing between them. He broke the silence with a low voice, but full of determination. "We hate each other, but we get it. So I think you already know what to do." Yuno closed her eyes for a moment, letting out a heavy sigh before responding with disdain. "Unfortunately, I'm starting to understand how your twisted mind works." They both turned to Rika at the same time, speaking in unison. "Let's fix this damn loop." The synchronized moment caught Yuno off guard, and she immediately shot an irritated glance at Ryan. "Never do that again." Ryan laughed, a mischievous smile forming as he teased her. "Oh, but it was so cute to speak at the same time. It almost sounded rehearsed." Yuno glared at him for a few seconds, her eyes half closed with a mix of irritation and exhaustion. Then she began walking toward Rika, lightly touching her shoulder while casting a final glance over her own. "I swear I'll kill you." Before Ryan could respond, Yuno disappeared into the air, leaving him alone in the room. He let out a sigh and shook his head, speaking to himself in a tone of resigned irony. "We are going to end up fucking in this way." Chapter 51. Are you willing to go that far for her? Yuno appeared on the roof of the Sonozaki mansion with a snap, gripping Rika firmly by the neck as if ready to crush her. Yet the priestess quickly realized that the grip lacked strength. A faint, ironic smile crossed her lips as she thought, so, even Yuno has a soft side. Who would have guessed? As Rika's thoughts wandered, Yuno burst into uncontrollable laughter, her voice echoing through the courtyard and drawing the attention of the police officers storming the mansion. "Ha ha 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 ha. Look at you. Mere lambs marching cheerfully to the slaughter." Her voice dripped with scorn as her free hand rose slowly to scratch her neck, the motion full of contempt. The officers glanced up at the roof, greeted by a nearly celestial sight. Under the blazing sunlight stood a young woman with long, pink hair tied in elegant ponytails, holding the priestess Rika, whose indigo hair billowed violently in the wind. The image was so surreal that the men hesitated, trapped between the beauty and horror of the scene. From a distance, Ryan watched the show. He leaped over the mansion's wall, moving through the shadows as he muttered to himself, "Shit. Yuno's an incurable psycho. Her sanity's gotta be as twisted as my aim. That's the only way to explain how she's so damn hot, I mean, so good at putting on an act." Landing on the other side of the wall, Ryan found himself in a small clearing. He scanned the area and chuckled briefly as he began to walk. But honestly, with this little performance of hers, Takeno's going to have to act. I didn't even need to ask her to pretend to be contaminated. That woman reads my mind, or I don't know, maybe we're getting too synced up. He laughed softly, but the sound was cut off by a low, peculiar noise that echoed through the trees. "Ah-ah-you." Ryan frowned and stopped abruptly, his ears tingling as he scanned the forest with his eyes. "Where's that mutt coming from, huh?" Suddenly, the voice echoed again, clearer this time. "Oh, I'm not a mutt. Ah-ah-you." He spotted a faint purple blur moving ahead. It was less hazy than the visions he had before. Now he could discern more clearly, a young girl, eerily similar to Rika. Ryan turned briefly to glance at Yuno, who continued her dramatic act, threatening to throw Rika off the roof. Rolling his eyes, he shifted his focus back to the figure in front of him. "If you're not Rika's soul, then you must be Hania, right?" His voice was calm but carried a smug undertone. The blur approached, revealing a girl with small horns and a timid expression. "Why, yes. I'm so glad you can hear me now." "Oh," Hania replied, her feet nervously tapping the ground. Ryan tilted his head, resting his rifle on his shoulder as he studied her with curiosity. "Interesting. But what are you doing here? I thought you stuck to Rika like glue." Hania shuffled closer with short, hurried steps. "I do. But I'm so worried. Rika is taking so many risks with that, you know." "Oh." Ryan waved a hand dismissively, as if it were irrelevant. "Relax. Yuno might be crazy, but she's not stupid. I mean, most of the time. I want to believe that, but..." Hania paused, wringing her hands nervously. Ryan sighed, growing impatient. "Look, if you've got something important to say, make it quick. I've got an army to face today, and, honestly, I've never done this before, so... Yeah, I'm a little nervous." Hania's eyes widened, her concern evident. "Are you really? You don't know what you're doing?" Ryan gave her a tired look, cutting her off. It was a joke. Hania blinked a few times, realizing she couldn't take Ryan too seriously. Taking a deep breath, she tried to compose herself before asking directly, "Ryan, do you promise? Do you really promise to help Rika?" Ryan's expression shifted. For the first time, he looked more serious. "Of course I will." Hania clenched her fists, as if gathering her courage. "Are you willing to go that far for her?" Ryan began walking again, not looking back. "Yeah. But I'll charge for it later." Hania jumped slightly, visibly surprised and a bit flustered. "See, charge?" Ryan said nothing, continuing his ascent up the hill, each step deliberate as his eyes locked onto the highest point. There, he would have the perfect vantage of the mansion and the chaos unfolding below. From the top, he watched a van approach rapidly. The officers managing the situation backed away, allowing it through after an older man stepped out and exchanged a few words with them. Within seconds, men in beige jumpsuits emerged, armed and moving with tactical precision. Ryan sighed, adjusting his rifle over his shoulder. "Shit. Hania slowed me down with that pointless chat," he muttered, irritation laced with indifference. Without a scope, he relied on the standard bolt action and his instinctive accuracy. Taking a deep breath, He let the world around him fall silent. He calculated the wind and, in seconds, aligned his sights with the head of the soldier leading the formation. Bang, he murmured before pulling the trigger. The shot shattered the silence, echoing through the forest. Birds scattered in a frenzy, startled by the blast, as the soldier's body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. Blood began to stain the dirt. The officers and the rest of the squad reacted instinctively, diving to the ground or seeking cover. The tension was palpable. Ryan, however, continued descending the hill casually, as if on a leisurely stroll. "Just 8 more bullets," he muttered, as though counting sips of a dull drink. His eyes caught movement by the van. The older man was being shielded by 2 soldiers as he hurried back to the vehicle. Ryan smirked, his eyes narrowing with malice. "I've always been good at guessing," he murmured, crouching to steady his aim. "And I guess this old guy is, at the very least, the commander of this circus." With nearly cruel precision, he aimed at the van's fuel tank. The first shot pierced the metal. The scent of gasoline filled the air. Ryan quickly adjusted his aim and fired again. The resulting explosion was deafening. The van became a fireball, and the driver inside had no time to scream. The heat from the blast forced the nearby soldiers to throw themselves to the ground, trying to escape the shockwave. Ryan stood, taking a few steps to adjust his angle as he aimed again. This time, his focus was on the 2 men covering the old man. "Hope you guys didn't make any plans for tonight," he quipped with a wicked grin, squeezing the trigger and landing a precise shot on the first soldier's head. The second hesitated, his terrified gaze searching for the shooter. Ryan, still calm, didn't give him a chance. Another shot, another life extinguished. The old man, now completely exposed, crawled on the ground in panic, his face covered in soot and sweat. Ryan watched him for a moment, like a predator toying with its prey before the final strike. "So, old man," he murmured to himself as he adjusted his aim once more. "I hope you're worth the bullet." Chapter 52, As the world caves in. Ryan descended the hill with calm steps, as if he were on a casual stroll. The Glock in his hand swung slightly as he set his rifle aside, humming carelessly, his melodious voice contrasting with the destruction around him. "And here it is. Our final night alive." The melody sounded surreal amidst the chaos, muffled screams of wounded officers mingling with the crackling of flames consuming the destroyed van. Ryan, however, seemed oblivious to the hellish scene, pulling the trigger leisurely, eliminating the survivors with precise shots while continuing the song. And as the earth burns to the ground, his footsteps echoed as he stopped beside the old man crawling on the ground like a wounded animal, fists clenched in defiance. In a swift move, the man drew a pistol, but Ryan was quicker, firing a shot that pierced the old man's hand before he could even raise the weapon. A scream of pain cut through the air, but Ryan didn't react. He simply watched as the man tried to grab the gun with his other hand. With a brutal kick to the ribs, Ryan sent him flying a few meters away, distancing him from the weapon and the searing heat of the flames. "Oh, girl, it's you. That I lie with." His voice remained flawless, as if he were rehearsing for an invisible audience. Ryan walked slowly toward the old man, his serene expression in stark contrast to the sadistic intent in each step. As he finished the final note, he knelt on the man's back, pressing the Glock against his thigh with a smile. "As the atom bomb locks in." Ryan sighed as if genuinely moved. "This song. It's just perfect, isn't it?" His voice was almost gentle but laced with cold, cutting sarcasm. The old man, groaning in pain, responded with animalistic hatred. "Go to hell." Ryan let out a venomous laugh, leaning in slightly. "People have told me that before. But for some reason, they didn't want to let me in." He pressed the Glock slightly harder against the man's leg, his smile widening. "Now, sir. Something tells me you know the queen I'm looking for. Will you help me, or would you rather test her endurance?" The man kept struggling, his hair darkened with soot and his face twisted in pain. "You can kill me. But I'll never say a thing to a bastard like you." Ryan rolled his eyes, almost annoyed, and shot the old man in the leg. The agonized scream that followed was music to his ears. "You know, I admire your determination," Ryan remarked casually, "but you're starting to irritate me." Without waiting, he fired again, this time at the right hand, blowing off the index finger in a burst of blood. The old man screamed, his eyes nearly rolling back into his head. But to Ryan's surprise, the man remained silent, refusing to yield. Ryan tilted his head, like a teacher assessing a difficult student. "Look at that. You're a real soldier." He smirked, and before the old man could react, another shot hit his abdomen, avoiding vital organs but ensuring unbearable pain. "So, let me ask again." Ryan pressed the gun against the man's other leg and fired once more. "Where is the queen?" Breathing heavily, the old man mustered what little strength he had left and, with a raspy voice, replied, "You can kill me. Ryan's smile disappeared. His face became a mask of absolute coldness. Without saying a word, he lowered his hand, plunging his fingers into the open wound on the man's leg and pressing down, digging into the exposed flesh. The man screamed like an animal, writhing in agony as Ryan spoke calmly, almost paternally. "Is this woman really worth all this pain? Do you think she'll reward you for this? Because honestly, all I see is an idiot bleeding for nothing." He increased the pressure, twisting his fingers inside the wound. "Last chance. Where is the queen?" The man was on the brink of unconsciousness, his face pale and his eyes half closed. The pain seemed to drain what little life he had left. Ryan watched with a mix of fascination and impatience. He sighed, standing as he wiped the blood off his fingers on his pants. His voice, low and grim, sounded like a final verdict. "You're good, I have to admit. Truly worthy of a veteran. Congratulations." He cast a brief glance at the horizon, his eyes fixing on the rooftop of the Sonozaki mansion. A detail caught his attention: Rika and Yuno were no longer there. Taking a deep breath, Ryan turned his gaze back to the man in front of him, now weaker than ever. His expression lost any trace of patience. "I don't have time for this anymore." In a quick move, he grabbed the man's bloody hand, tearing off the thumb in a brutal, surgical gesture. The sound of bone breaking was muffled by the man's weak screams, who, even on the brink of death, still reacted to the pain. "Will you tell me where she is now, or do you want to keep playing this game?" Ryan asked, his voice apathetic and distant, as if discussing something trivial. The man, his eyes glazed from blood loss, blinked a few times. The pain seemed to pull him back to reality, but his resistance was clearly at its limit. Ryan tilted his head, almost curious. "You know you'll bleed to death, right? Maybe 5 minutes, if you're lucky. But I can guarantee those 5 minutes will feel like an eternity if I keep you awake. Now, tell me, would you rather spend that time with me, or take that woman to hell with you?" Ryan's voice was sharp, each word cutting like a knife. The man's eyes widened, a flicker of fear breaking through his hardened expression. He tried to speak, but his voice came out weak and broken. An extraction point," he said with difficulty, gasping for air. "Near the hospital." Ryan let out a faint smile, lifting his chin slightly in a gesture almost condescending. "Good boy. That's better." Calmly, Ryan began patting the man's pockets, pulling out a blood-stained ID. He read it aloud, as if savoring the moment. "Tetsuro Akanagi." He turned his gaze back to the man, who still stared at him with a mix of hatred and despair. Ryan raised an eyebrow, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "And your queen is Takano Mayo, isn't it?" Akanagi gritted his teeth, his breathing irregular and labored. He didn't answer, but the tension in his expression said it all. "Thanks for your cooperation," Ryan murmured coldly, raising the Glock. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The sound of the gunshot reverberated through the air, Akanagi's body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Blood pooled thickly around his head, mixing with the dirt. Ryan stared at the corpse for a moment, tossing the ID to the ground as if it were trash. Rest in peace. Or not. Whatever. He turned away, his steps echoing as he began to sing again. The sweet melody of his voice clashed with the brutal scene he had just created. "Oh, it's you I watch TV with." With the Glock spinning between his fingers like a toy, Ryan walked to one of the still intact police cars. He forced the door open with ease, his brute strength snapping the rusty lock. As the world caves in. Sliding into the driver's seat, still humming, he began fiddling with the wires on the dashboard to start the car. His face was calm, but his eyes remained lifeless, a reflection of someone who no longer cared about the consequences of their actions. The engine finally roared to life. Ryan let out a satisfied sigh, adjusting the rearview mirror. Now then. On to the next act. With that, he sped off, leaving behind the flames, the bodies, and the chaos he had orchestrated. Chapter 53, Showtime. Ryan drove through the uneven dirt roads of Hinamizawa, the car's headlights illuminating the pothole-ridden path as the wind tousled his hair. His expression remained indifferent, but his eyes were fixed on the road. The monotonous sound of the police radio filled the car's silence, occasionally interrupted by urgent calls from the central dispatch searching for the missing team. The repetitive noise began to irritate him, and he punched the dashboard with a grunt. "Those bastards are dead and still manage to annoy me," he muttered, fiddling with the car's sound system. After a few attempts, he switched to a station playing a familiar tune. "Who is she?" by Monster started playing. He smirked slightly, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel to the haunting, entrancing melody. "Fits the moment. Quite appropriate." As he accelerated with the music reaching its instrumental peak, Ryan was interrupted by his phone vibrating on the dashboard. He glanced at it briefly. It was Yuno. Rolling his eyes, he swiped to answer and brought the device to his ear, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "How can I help you, Ms. Juno?" On the other end, her voice was irritated. "What's with that loud noise? Are you trying to blow out my ears?" Ryan shrugged, his tone nonchalant. "Is that all? Did you call just to complain about the volume?" Juno was silent for a moment before responding in her typically dry tone. "I left Rika in a safe place. Send me a photo of your location so I can help you." "Safe place? Are you sure about that?" Ryan asked suspiciously, raising an eyebrow. "She's in Turkey, Ryan," Juno replied, dragging out her words as if the justification was obvious. Ryan let out a derisive laugh. "Turkey? Damn. Far enough to give her a vacation?" "Just send the damn photo," Juno shot back, clearly out of patience. "Not now, Pinky. Take a little walk with Rika, and I'll call you when I need you." "Relax." "Huh? I hope you're not wasting my time, Ryan." Her voice carried a tone of disdain, but before hanging up, she added, "Oh, and I left 2 ammo clips in your left pocket." Ryan frowned, reaching into his pocket. "Damn, I didn't even notice. What else can those light fingers of yours do, huh, Pinky?" he teased with a mischievous tone. Juno, unfazed, replied coldly, "Hurry up. I want to get back to Tokyo." Before he could retort, she ended the call. Ryan pocketed his phone with a crooked grin on his lips. "Relax, Pinky. I've always been great at my missions." The hospital was now in sight, standing out as a gray silhouette against the orange sky. As he approached, he saw figures moving around. Several armed men were stationed in strategic positions, their weapons aimed directly at the car. "Showtime," Ryan murmured, flooring the accelerator. The gunfire started even before he reached full speed. The sound of bullets tearing through the air and hitting the car was deafening, but Ryan maintained control. When he was close enough, he opened the door and jumped out, rolling onto the ground as the vehicle sped on, still playing the music's chorus, straight into 2 military jeeps and a group of soldiers. The collision was brutal. The car crashed with force, exploding one of the vehicles and sending debris and bodies flying through the air. Chaos erupted in the field. Wasting no time, Ryan got to his feet and began shooting. His movements were precise and swift, each shot finding a soldier's head, each life taken without hesitation. He ran toward the wreckage, using the debris as cover as the gunfire continued. Bullets ricocheted around him, but he stayed focused, waiting for pauses in the bursts. As soon as the firing stopped for a moment, he emerged from his position and fired with deadly accuracy. One by one, the men fell. Screams of agony and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Ryan, still with a cold smile on his face, murmured to himself as he reloaded. "Well, looks like this shift got busy." More men appeared every second, a relentless tide closing in on Ryan from all sides. Despite efficiently taking down the soldiers, he knew he was up against well-trained professionals. The ammo in his weapon was nearly depleted. As he loaded the final clip, he gave a sly grin, murmuring to himself, "Time to test something." Without hesitation, Ryan stepped out from cover, moving like a lethal predator. 3 shooters came into view, but before they could react, he eliminated them with precise shots. His speed and aim were so absurd that the soldiers didn't even realize what hit them. He then dropped to the ground, spinning and aiming to the right, where 2 more men were positioned. His sharp eyes quickly caught the metallic glint of a grenade in one soldier's hand. 2 birds with 1 stone, he muttered, firing straight at the explosive. The detonation was instantaneous, sending the soldiers' bodies flying in pieces. But the danger wasn't over. While focusing on the right, his left flank was exposed. Before he could react, he felt the impact of multiple bullets hitting his back. The world around him began to spin, Ryan's vision blurred, but he still held a cold smile on his lips. "Once more," he thought as everything faded to black. Suddenly, time began to rewind. The bullets that had penetrated his body seemed to return to their origin, and the chaos around him unraveled like a rewound tape. Ryan forced time to stop precisely at the moment he was loading his weapon, still under cover. He made a slight expression of surprise as he locked the clip into the gun. His exhausting plan worked. Taking a deep breath, his eyes shone with determination. "I'm going to give these motherfuckers a hard time." Without wasting a second, Ryan emerged from cover again, repeating the moves he had already tested. He took down the guards in front with ease and detonated the grenade to the right, killing the 2 soldiers as before. But this time, he quickly turned to the left flank, anticipating the attack. His shots found the men about to shoot him, dropping them before they could pull the trigger. Even so, the situation remained critical. Ryan was exposed in an open field and needed a new position. Sprinting towards some crates he spotted, he barely had time to react when he felt the treacherous click under his feet. The unmistakable sound of a landmine. Before he could even curse his luck, The world exploded in light and heat. Ryan felt his body being torn apart as everything rewound again. Again? He thought, exasperated, forcing time to stop once more. This time, he stopped just after eliminating the guards on the right and before running into the open field. Taking a deep breath, Ryan understood the trap. Okay. It's not going to be that easy, huh? He quickly turned to the left flank, taking down the soldiers as before. But this time, instead of running directly toward the cover position, he aimed at the ground nearby. He fired at the exact spot where the mine was located. The explosion shook the ground, raising a cloud of dust and debris. Ryan, already accustomed to chaos, made a sarcastic expression and commented loudly, "Damn, resorting to landmines? You're kidding me." With the area cleared, he noticed a group of men hurrying out of the hospital. Their silhouettes stood out against the interior lights, all heavily armed. "Ah, you guys are lively today, huh?" said Ryan, running toward new cover as bullets whizzed past him. "I'll give you a hard time. But you bastards are going to be a pain too." He positioned himself behind the wreckage, gripping his weapon as he mentally mapped out his next move. His sadistic smile never left his face, even as the sound of gunfire intensified around him. Chapter 54, Today is my day. Damn, you know. She was right. The sun painted the horizon red as it set over Hinamizawa, the sky reflecting the carnage Ryan left in his wake. His breathing was labored, his chest rising and falling with effort as drops of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "I really love this side of me," he murmured, a crooked smile forming on his lips as he leaned against a wall near the hospital entrance. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Ryan closed his eyes and forced his mind to rewind the events. Slowly, the world around him began to unravel, like a film being rewound. The reversed chaos was grotesque. Exploded heads reassembled with a wet, disturbing sound. Bloodstains flowed back into bodies. The scattered cartridges on the floor returned to the chambers of the guns. At the center of it all, Ryan saw his own body reversing every wound, including the bullet that had pierced his shoulder, his face briefly contorted in pain. "Damn. It's getting harder to hold this," he thought, sweat dripping down his forehead. When the timeline reached the point he wanted, Ryan let the flow stabilize, regaining control. Back in action, he didn't hesitate. He grabbed the nearest soldier and used him as a human shield against incoming gunfire. With almost monstrous strength, he yanked the shotgun from the man's hands and launched his offensive. The soldiers fell one by one, unable to counter Ryan's lethal precision as he stormed through the hospital like an unstoppable force. They retreated, seeking refuge behind doors and furniture, but their hiding spots only made them easier targets. In the corridor, Ryan held the bullet-riddled body of the soldier he had used as a shield. He let it drop to the floor with a dry, morbid thud, his face bearing a sadistic grin as he surveyed the trail of destruction around him. "Wow, you guys lost your nerve pretty quickly, huh?" His voice echoed down the hallway, dripping with mockery. Ryan's blood-soaked footsteps reverberated through the space. He kicked a few scattered cartridges as he walked, adjusting the shotgun in his hands. "Look, folks, I just want to have a chat with a very hot blonde named Takano Mayo. You know, maybe invite her to a candlelit dinner or something?" He laughed, his voice laden with irony as he scanned the corridor for targets. One soldier acted quickly, throwing a flash grenade. But Ryan, with superhuman reflexes, shot the man's hand before he could complete the motion. The blinding flash and deafening sound filled the corridor, but Ryan remained unfazed. He reloaded the shotgun with swift, precise movements and sneered, "Unless you guys have some brilliant plan up your sleeves, you're screwed. I destroyed all the vehicles out front. No escape, my friends." He laughed, the dry, mocking sound echoing like a slap in the face. "Come on, people. You're an army. How do you manage to lose to some random kid? This is getting embarrassing." The remaining soldiers were visibly terrified. Every shot from Ryan was pinpoint accurate, as if he knew exactly where and when they would appear. They whispered among themselves, trying to devise a strategy, but their desperation was evident. Bored with the lack of action, Ryan rolled his eyes and pulled a grenade from his pocket, looted from one of the bodies along the way. He examined the explosive in his hand with a cruel smile and said, "You guys really need to be more careful with what you leave lying around." With a deliberate motion, he pulled the pin and held the grenade for a few seconds, letting the tension build in the air. "Countdown, everyone." At the perfect moment, Ryan threw the grenade with surgical precision. The explosion's roar filled the corridor, followed by the screams of agony from the soldiers struck by shrapnel. He watched it all with an almost amused expression, muttering to himself as he advanced, "You're trying. I'll give you that. But unfortunately, today's my day." Ryan strode toward a door at the end of the corridor, his footsteps echoing amidst the destruction he had left behind. A smug smile curled his lips as he noticed the bodies strewn near the entrance. Tilting his head, he He observed the scene as if admiring a work of art. "Something tells me this is where my dear queen is hiding," he remarked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Without caution, Ryan grabbed the doorknob and swung the door open carelessly, almost as if daring fate. But to his surprise, Takano was waiting on the other side, armed and ready. The room erupted in sound as she fired a volley of shots. Several struck him, causing Ryan to stumble backward. "Bitch," he muttered with a forced smile as blood oozed from the holes in his clothing. Without wasting time, Ryan forced time to rewind, watching the events play out in reverse until he was once again standing before the door. When the flow stopped, he faced the entrance again, this time with a look of malice and the corner of his mouth twisted into a sadistic grin. "Bitch," he muttered, raising the shotgun with precision. Not taking any chances, he fired repeatedly at the door, the shots sounding like thunderclaps that shook the corridor. The wood splintered into shards, and he heard Takano's muffled scream as she dove to the floor for cover. Ryan entered the room, kicking aside chairs and tables in his path, his steps heavy with brutal determination. He approached the woman slowly, who lay sprawled on the floor, her eyes wide but struggling to maintain an air of defiance. Blood trickled from small cuts on her face, likely caused by the door's splinters. Ryan tilted his head, observing her as if she were an intriguing curiosity. "Ah. Sorry for messing up such a pretty face," he commented, his voice laced with malice that made the room feel smaller and more oppressive. Takano, despite her fear, tried to fight back, pulling her weapon to shoot him. But Ryan was faster. Moving with superhuman speed, he lunged at her before she could even aim. With a swift and brutal motion, he pinned her down, gripping her wrists with crushing force against the floor while his knee pressed into her abdomen, making it hard for her to breathe. Ryan's eyes gleamed under the fluorescent lights, reflecting a mix of madness and determination. He smiled a smile that churned the stomach and spoke in a voice carrying an almost playful threat. "Time for a little chat with the arc's villain, dear Takano. Let's see what that brilliant mind of yours can do now besides entertain me." As his eyes fell on Takano's hand, Ryan noticed the weapon she was holding. His expression shifted instantly from genuine surprise to a wide, almost childlike grin. "Oh my god. Look at this little treasure hiding out here in the middle of nowhere," he exclaimed, easily snatching the gun from Takano's hand. Standing up, Ryan examined the pistol with reverence, spinning it in his hands as if it were a sacred relic. A M1911. And just look at its condition. Immaculate. His voice carried an almost exaggerated admiration, like a child receiving their favorite gift. As Ryan marveled at the weapon, speaking to himself about his new treasure, Iuri appeared behind him. Silent but visibly tense with every movement, he held a syringe, advancing slowly with the clear intent of taking advantage of Ryan's distraction. 1890s design. Ryan continued, running his fingers over the pistol. "Man, how the hell did they create something this beautiful? The design, the weight. It's pure art." Iuri was mere inches away from reaching him, the syringe poised to pierce Ryan's skin. But before he could complete the motion, Ryan, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, suddenly turned. A gunshot rang out, slicing through the silence. The bullet hit Iuri's shoulder, eliciting a cry of pain as he collapsed to the floor, the syringe rolling away from his trembling fingers. "What a wonderful sound!" Ryan exclaimed, his voice overflowing with genuine enthusiasm as he watched the smoke rise from the barrel of the M1911. "Even the gunshot's sound is beautiful. This weapon is simply perfect." He spun the pistol one last time, as if performing in a private show, before lowering his gaze to Iuri, who groaned in pain on the floor. Ryan took a step toward him, the same devilish smile plastered across his face. "Now, come on, sweetie," he said, pointing the gun at Iuri, his voice dripping with menace. "Try any other little tricks, and I'll show you exactly what this beauty can do, shot by shot. How about that?" Chapter 55, You Still Believe in Happy Endings? Ryan observed Takano Mayo sprawled on the ground, her face contorted in a mixture of pain and hatred. She looked different from the last time he had seen her. Before, she had worn a simple nurse's uniform, but now she was clad in an elegant dark gray outfit that fit her perfectly, accentuating her dignified posture. The minimalist dress was complemented by striking details. A high collar and long sleeves lent it a formal, almost aristocratic air. Over it, a black cape draped her shoulders, giving her a dramatic, almost theatrical presence. Black stockings and boots reinforced the ensemble's somber tone, while a classic hat added a touch of timeless charm. Ryan shifted his gaze to Iuri, writhing on the ground as he tried to staunch the blood flowing from his wounded shoulder. In a casual, provocative tone, Ryan remarked, "Better tighten that up, Doc, and don't even think about pulling any more stunts." Spinning the M1911 in his fingers like a gunslinger, Ryan strolled leisurely toward Takano. On the way, he pulled his phone from his pocket, unhurried, while Takano glared at him with fiery eyes. What are you going to do now? You've already ruined everything. What the hell do you want? Her voice was hoarse and laced with irritation. Ryan didn't bother to reply. The only sound she heard was the dry click of a photo being taken. His nonchalant attitude made her even angrier. Is that it? You just want to humiliate me? Why? Takano's fury was evident, but Ryan noticed something more. Beneath the mask of hatred, there was a flicker of sadness. He wasn't sure if it was due to the failure of her plans, or something more personal. Ryan sent the photo to Yuno, along with a few details about the scene. Minutes later, Yuno suddenly appeared behind Takano, bringing Rika with her. Hello. Nurse Takano, Rika said in a low but firm tone. Takano turned abruptly, surprised to see them. They hadn't been there a second ago. Meanwhile, Ryan pulled up a nearby chair, flopped into it, and casually pointed the gun at Iuri. With a bored sigh, he murmured mockingly, Here you go, Mini Miku. Ask her whatever you want. Just don't take too long, okay? I still need to decide what to do with this little lady. He shook his head slightly, as if thinking aloud. Maybe I'll need a creative solution. Takano frantically looked between Ryan, Rika, and Yuno. Frustration and helplessness filled her expression. But her thoughts were interrupted by Rika's voice, cutting through the air like a cold blade. Takano Mayo, answer me, why must I pay with my life for your research? The Hinamizawa syndrome is complex, difficult to understand. But you promised to study it and help the villagers. Her voice trembled slightly but retained a firm tone. And today, after my presentation. Perhaps tonight, or sometime later. You plan to kill me. Why? Why must I suffer so much, Takano? Takano clutched a folder of documents tightly, closing her eyes as if summoning the strength not to break down. Her voice emerged laden with irritation and pain. How? How did you know all this? And how did you manage to hire a mercenary of this caliber? She cast a bitter look at Ryan, her eyes almost brimming with tears. I thought I could do it. I was going to prove to them that the syndrome is real. That Hinamizawa is everything my grandfather. Her voice faltered. She took a deep breath, running her hand over the folder as if it were her last hope. Leaning against a nearby shelf, Yuno rolled her eyes dramatically, interrupting the moment with a sarcastic tone. Oh, great. Now that she's cornered, she's playing the victim. Takano shot an irritated glare at Yuno, her voice heavy with seriousness and tension. You have no idea. You don't know what's behind all this. Yuno, leaning against a shelf, crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes, responding coldly, and I couldn't care less. The sharp reply added to the tension in the room, but Rika intervened, her voice a strange mix of curiosity and sadness. Yuno. Please. I want to hear what Takano has to say. Slowly, Rika approached Takano until she was standing in front of her. Kneeling, she maintained a calm demeanor and gently pointed to the folder Takano clutched so desperately. This thing you're holding. It seems very important. Takano instinctively placed her other hand over the folder, as if protecting a treasure. Her voice wavered, now more concerned and defensive. It's all I have. My life. And my grandfather's. Ryan, watching the scene with a sarcastic smile, cut in with a sharp provocation, gesturing dramatically with his hands. Great, then I'll just set it on fire. His words landed like a blade, cutting through Takano's defenses. She scrambled into a corner of the room, clutching the folder even tighter, and screamed desperately, No. Don't touch it. I beg you. Tears streamed down her face, completely dismantling her previously lofty demeanor. Now, she looked like a lost child, dressed as a lady. Ryan rose slowly, his gaze icy. His voice, though low, carried the weight of judgment. Then start talking, Takano. Convince me. Make me believe you have a good reason for putting an innocent child in the crosshairs of an entire organization. Or better yet, for placing so many lives in the hands of unscrupulous politicians. Before Takano could respond, Rika tugged lightly on Ryan's shirt. Her voice, soft and angelic, broke the silence. Ryan. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, unmoving, and Rika continued with a melancholy expression. In this moment, I want you to act like Masachika. Her words struck Ryan unexpectedly. He stood frozen for a moment, his eyes lost in thought. He cast a quick glance at Yuno, who remained apathetic, her expression as closed off as the mystery she represented. With a deep sigh, Ryan turned his attention back to Takano. There, in the corner of the room, was a broken woman clutching a folder that seemed to hold all her hopes and pains. When he spoke, his voice retained its hardness but carried a hint of something more. Perhaps compassion, or just exhaustion. It's all up to you, Takano. Speak. Convince us that there's still something here worth saving. Takano took a deep breath, wiping her tear-streaked face. Her voice emerged trembling and hoarse but carried the weight of an inevitable confession. "Ah, Rika. You know, fate is cruel, isn't it? But also ironic. To understand why I did what I did, you need to hear my story. After all, no one wakes up one day and decides to be a monster." She slowly lifted her head, her serious eyes locking onto Rika's. "Well, maybe I'm the exception." Takano straightened her posture, as if trying to organize her thoughts before diving into her confession. "It all began with my grandfather, Takano Hifumi. He wasn't an ordinary man. He dreamed big, bigger than any other scientist of his time. He wanted to understand the mysteries of the human soul and believed that science could unravel the secrets of the spiritual world." She let out a brief, bitter laugh before continuing. "Ridiculous, isn't it? That's what everyone said. They mocked him, called him crazy, ridiculed his theories about the Hinamizawa syndrome." Her fingers ran over the folder she still hugged, her gestures almost reverent as she pressed on. "A disease he believed was the key to understanding faith, human behavior, and even death." Takano paused for a moment, swallowing hard. Her breathing was heavy, laden with old emotions that now spilled over. But his fall was inevitable. "My grandfather died alone, discredited, and I was just a little girl who idolized him. He used to tell me that science was the only thing capable of transcending the gods." She lowered her gaze, her voice faltering briefly. "On the day of his funeral, I made a promise. I swore I would restore his honor. That I would prove he was right. That the whole world would see the glory of his work." Takano's fists clenched tightly, as if trying to suppress an unbearable pain that could no longer be contained. But before that, there was hell. Ryan remained silent, arms crossed, his gaze fixed on her like a judge awaiting the final defense. Takano took a deep breath, as if summoning the courage to continue. "I grew up hardened. I studied medicine, psychiatry. Anything that could bring me closer to his work. Then, I was recruited by the Defense Force. There, I finally saw a chance to realize my dream, to revive my grandfather's work. The Hinamizawa syndrome was real, and I was determined to prove it to the world. But proving it wasn't enough." She raised her eyes to Rika, her tone darkening, almost cruel. "I needed something grand. Something undeniable. I needed a spectacle. And you, Rika. You were the centerpiece." Rika averted her gaze, her shoulders tense, but Ryan placed a hand on her shoulder, a silent gesture of support. Takano continued, her voice colder now, as if reciting a script she had memorized by heart. "You are the oracle of Hinamizawa village. The reincarnation of the goddess Oyashiro-sama. The queen." Rika clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms as she glared at Takano. "It was perfect, almost poetic. I manipulated everything from the shadows, working with the Iuri Clinic and the Defense Force to turn this village into the stage for a tragedy. A massive outbreak of the syndrome, a massacre, would force the government to recognize the disease. They would have no choice. The world would see that my grandfather was right." Rika's breathing quickened, her eyes wide, but Takano seemed oblivious to the impact of her words. "But that was only the beginning. I needed data. From you, Rika. You were the perfect control. The epicenter of it all." Takano paused, her eyes distant now, as if staring at the ghosts of her own choices. "And frankly, I felt nothing. Everything I did was for a greater purpose. For my grandfather. For my dream. For the legacy the world dared to trample on." She stood, straightening her posture as if trying to reclaim lost dignity. "Oh, but don't think it was easy. I'm human, after all. There were moments I hesitated. Moments I questioned if I was wrong. But you know what I realized? History doesn't remember the weak, Rika. It only remembers the victors." Now standing, Takano held the folder tightly against her chest as if it were her very heart. Her voice was steady but marked by evident exhaustion. "So, here we are. You, fighting to escape the destiny I created for you. I admit, you're stubborn. But that only makes it more interesting. Because, deep down, we're alike, aren't we? Both of us bear burdens far too heavy for our shoulders. The difference is, I chose to carry mine." She looked at Rika intently, as if daring her to argue. "So, Rika, be honest. Don't you think my dream was worth the sacrifice? Don't you think that, deep down, there's justice in what I did? Or do you still believe in happy endings?" Takano pressed the folder against her chest as if it could shield her from the answers she feared to hear. "Oh, Rika. Science has no room for fairy tales." Chapter 56, Chance at Redemption. Ryan stared at Takano with an empty, almost disdainful look as he processed everything she had said. Rika remained silent, absorbing every word, until her voice finally broke the air, cold as winter. "Very interesting story. You sought approval in a system that never cared about you." Before Takano could respond, Ryan let out a dry laugh and interjected, but you're not the only one in the world who goes through this, you know. His voice carried a tone of cruel indifference as he continued, now, I want you to clarify a few things for me. Ryan tilted his head slightly, a gesture that mixed curiosity with a veiled threat. Earlier, when I went to look for Iuri, I found a boy on a stretcher. He mentioned his name. Huja Satoshi. The impact of the name was immediate. Rika's eyes widened, and she looked down at the ground in disbelief, murmuring almost to herself, so that's where he was. Her voice was low, but laden with surprise and sorrow. Ryan ignored her reaction, keeping his focus on Takano. I recognize the surname. He's Satoko's brother, isn't he? Rika's silence was answer enough, but Ryan pressed on relentlessly. Iuri told me he's in this state because there is no cure for the syndrome. Takano narrowed her eyes, her voice tense as she responded, we are still analyzing the stages. Ryan maintained his cold expression, insisting firmly, but is there any possibility of a cure? Takano averted her gaze, hesitant, before responding with a cold tone, there might be. Meanwhile, Iuri, who had remained silent until now, murmured in a weak, almost imperceptible voice, I need help. Ryan completely ignored him, staying focused on Takano like a predator refusing to release its prey. What have you discovered about the disease so far? Takano took a deep breath, her irritation evident, and retorted acidly, why should I give you those details? Without hesitation, Ryan pointed his weapon directly at the folder Takano held so tightly. His voice became even colder, dripping with menace, because if you don't tell me, I'll read everything in there myself and then send your treasure straight to hell. Takano felt her chest tighten, cold sweat dripping down her neck. She hesitated, but the look on Ryan's face made it clear he wasn't bluffing. With no alternatives, she began to speak, her voice dragged and bitter, some progress has been made. We know how the disease starts. It's not directly contagious, but nearly all the inhabitants of Hinamizawa can develop it. The trigger can be extreme stress or, in the case of those who leave the village, there seems to be a greater susceptibility to the disease. Ryan closed his eyes for a moment, processing the information. The tension in the room was almost tangible, and the silence that followed seemed to weigh heavily on everyone present. He opened his eyes again but said nothing, his expression serious as he reflected on everything Takano had just revealed. Ryan continued probing Takano, analyzing every word that left her mouth. He sought to understand how useful she could be, but his patience was quickly wearing thin. Yuno, who had remained silent until now, lost her composure. In a hurried tone, she interrupted, isn't that enough, Ryan? This woman has nothing more to offer. It's clear she's not going to help beyond this. Ryan sighed deeply, adjusting his hair with a casual gesture. His voice carried disdain, yeah. You're right, Yuno. I think we've heard enough from this blonde. Morbidly, he raised his hand, pointing the confiscated M1911 directly at Takano's head. The cold metal of the barrel and Ryan's merciless expression sent a shiver down Takano's spine. Her eyes began to fill with tears, and her mind was flooded with thoughts of defeat. Forgive me, Grandpa. I won't make it. But before the deafening sound of the gunshot could echo, Rika's voice broke the silence with unexpected calm, Ryan. I don't want it to end like this. Takano looked up in surprise. Rika was holding Ryan's arm gently but firmly enough to prevent any movement. Ryan kept the gun raised but looked at Rika coldly. Do you have any idea what you're saying, Rika? He asked, his voice direct, almost impatient, but still aiming at Takano. Rika gently tugged on his arm, her voice gaining rare firmness while maintaining her cute, innocent tone. I've been thinking. Ever since you told me who is behind all this. She turned her melancholic eyes to Takano, who looked confused and fragile. I finally see a happy ending for me. For all my suffering. But remember when I said that hatred fades with time? And that I wouldn't know how I'd feel until I saw this person in front of me? Ryan slowly looked at Rika as she continued, I still feel hatred for Takano. But I also feel pity. Yuna rolled her eyes, impatient with what she was hearing, but Rika went on, ignoring her reaction, I want a perfect ending. I'm sorry, Ryan. But even for her. Ryan let out a dark laugh, lowering the gun slowly. Rika. You're over 100 years old, but you still talk like a little girl at times like this. He ran a hand through her hair, a gesture oscillating between affection and exasperation. Killing her now wouldn't change anything. It would only give a momentary reprieve to my hatred. But you know how this works. When everything resets, I'd have to kill her again. Look at her, Rika. This woman would never give up on what she wants. She's driven by it. Takano, trembling, maintained a determined look as Ryan stared at her. His voice was cold but direct, Are you sure you want to save this woman? Rika averted her gaze, hesitating for a moment, when Haniu's soft voice echoed, It's hard to admit, Rika, but Ryan is right. Taking a deep breath, Rika gathered her courage and raised her eyes to Ryan. Her voice was filled with emotion as she asked, "What would the kind Ryan I once knew do?" The question hung in the air, heavy as an anchor. Ryan remained silent, the phrase reverberating in his mind. He wrestled internally, trying to answer the question now haunting him, Ryan. Or Masachika? Who defines who I am now? He looked away, staring at the ceiling for a moment. The sound of Iuri's low groans on the floor and the distant ticking of a clock seemed to synchronize his thoughts. Finally, he broke the silence with a grave and serious voice, "Takano Mayo. Can you still continue your research?" Takano, hesitant, only nodded, confused and distrustful. Ryan continued, impassive, "I'm going to give you one chance. And you will thank Rika for the rest of your life." Takano's eyes narrowed in surprise. "What?" she managed to murmur. Ryan approached, his firm steps echoing in the room. He pointed at the folder Takano held so tightly, causing her to breathe heavily, fear etched on her face. Even as she tried to pull back, clutching the dossier, he touched it deliberately. "I'll have someone finance your research. But it will be to save Satoshi. And truly help people." Ryan's nearly lifeless eyes met Takano's. His voice was sharp as a blade, "But you will be a good little dog. And you will commit no more atrocities." The silence that followed seemed to suffocate the room as Takano absorbed the decision that, even coming from an enemy, was her only chance at redemption. Chapter 57, I think I already know how I'm going to unleash my anger. Takano stood frozen for a few seconds, absorbing Ryan's words. The idea of continuing her studies, even after everything that had happened, seemed too surreal to believe. Clenching her fists, she finally broke the silence, her voice filled with disbelief and irritation. "Don't try to fool me. How can you talk about helping me after everything you've done? You just killed several men from the defense force. How do you think the Tokyo government will handle this?" She stepped forward, gesturing fiercely, her eyes locked on Ryan. "We'll all be erased and swept under the rug as if we never existed." Ryan remained unfazed, raising a single finger as if he were about to lecture a disobedient student. His carefree expression made Takano's words seem irrelevant. "I'll help you with your research, but obviously with some conditions. First, you're going to leave Rika alone. Other rules will come later, but they're not important right now." He paused for a moment, letting a slight smirk cross his face as he closed his eyes briefly, savoring the tension in the air. Then, with an almost theatrical motion, he turned. "Aona, may I ask you something?" he said casually, directing his attention to Aona, who appeared seated at one of the nearby tables. Her crossed legs and angelic smile created a bizarre contrast with the chaos around them. "Anything, sensei." Aona replied enthusiastically, her voice so sweet it could melt ice. Ryan took a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure despite the cuteness overload she emanated. "Is there a way to ensure that Takano remembers everything when I go back in time?" Hearing this, Takano's eyes widened, her expression shifting between shock and disbelief. Her voice wavered as she tried to process what she had just heard. Going back in time? What are you talking about?" Ryan deliberately ignored her question, keeping his attention on Aona, who raised a dainty finger as if about to make a grand revelation. "Well, there is a way," she began, with the enthusiasm of someone explaining a magical recipe. "But for that, sensei, she'd need to have an energy link with you or with Yuno." Ryan exchanged a brief glance with Yuno, who returned it with a mildly irritated expression. After a moment, he turned back to Aona and asked curiously, "What do you mean, Aona-chan?" Aona placed a hand over her mouth, hiding a mischievous smile before continuing, "It's simple, sensei. Yuno remembers everything because you two are soulmates." Yuno turned red instantly, the blush spreading to her ears. She cut Aona off with a voice filled with irritation. "Don't ever say something like that again. That's an order." Aona, undeterred by the reprimand, continued in the same cheerful tone, "Rika remembers because she's connected to the divine fortuity." Then, she cast a smug glance at Takano, who was still stunned, and concluded, "But Takano, she has nothing connecting her to you." Ryan adopted a thoughtful expression as Aona's words echoed. Takano, on the other hand, grew increasingly confused and irritated, unable to keep up with what was happening. "Are you messing with me? Is this some kind of joke about my studies?" Ryan turned to her, his gaze cold as a blade. "No. I'm trying to find a way to help you. And you should thank Rika for that. So do us a favor, stay quiet, and just accept what we decide here." Turning back to Aona, he asked, "So, how do I create this link?" Aona blushed slightly, covering her mouth with her hand as her expression took on a teasing air. "Well," she began, dragging out the word with an almost mischievous tone. Ryan narrowed his eyes, immediately suspicious of where this was going. "Well, Arona continued, savoring the tension. You could kiss her. That way, she'll have enough of your DNA in her mouth, and that should be enough to create the link when you return. The room fell into a deafening silence. Ryan blinked a few times, processing the comment. Takano took a step back, her face shifting between indignation and utter confusion. Why, you've got to be kidding. She exploded, pointing at Arona. Ryan, on the other hand, let out a deep sigh, rubbing his face with his hands as if trying to erase the moment from memory. Arona-chan. He began, his voice heavy with resignation. Why does everything with you have to be so problematic? Arona simply laughed, satisfied with herself. Rika and Yuno turned as red as tomatoes at the absurdity of Arona's suggestion. Ryan, however, took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, before replying with a skeptical tone. So, the issue is this so-called DNA connection? Fine, but why don't my relatives remember the returns? Arona burst into laughter, waving her hand in the air as she tried to catch her breath. No, sensei. I was just joking. She replied, still laughing, her eyes shining with satisfaction as she took in everyone's frozen expressions. Yuno, however, was not amused. Her fingers gripped the edges of the table so tightly it seemed she might break it in half. Arona, this is no time for your jokes. She scolded, her tone sharp enough to cut through the air. Ryan, now with a stern expression, seemed equally unwilling to tolerate further provocations. Arona, sensing the seriousness in the air, scratched the back of her head, slightly embarrassed. Sorry, senses. She said, softening her smile before straightening her posture. Okay, now seriously. She looked directly at Ryan, her expression taking on an unexpected gravity. It's not going to be that simple, sensei. For Takano to remember everything, you'll need to touch her and transfer some of your energy. That will create a sufficient connection to tie her to your return. Takano, who had been adrift in the sea of confusing explanations, felt her anxiety grow. What on earth was happening? Ryan turned to her, a sarcastic smile forming as he walked toward her. Well, now that we know we can make you remember. Let's talk about our deal. Takano averted her gaze, frustrated, muttering, Deal? I never said. Ryan interrupted, grabbing her hand firmly. His voice was direct, cutting like a blade. Save us some time, Takano. You're smart enough to understand that this is your only chance to achieve that ridiculous dream of yours. Her eyes widened, her heart racing as something strange and pulsating coursed through her body. But how can you guarantee my research will be funded? She asked, filled with doubt and distrust. Ryan kept his tone calm but firm. That'll be the easiest part. Trust me, my family has more than enough influence. He paused, his eyes fixed on hers as he added, Now, the part that matters to me, you will fully commit to curing the Hinamizawa syndrome. No involving Rika in your twisted plans. Your goal of proving yourself to the world will happen, but it will be on my terms. Got it? Takano remained silent, her mind a whirlwind, but the weight of the decision felt overwhelming. With no other choice, she nodded slowly, but what about the politicians involved in all this? Ryan shrugged, his voice steady and resolute. Leave that to me. As he said this, Takano's hand, still held by Ryan, glowed faintly with a golden hue, like a mystical seal being etched onto her. That's enough, sensei. Arona exclaimed, her cheerful voice breaking the moment. Ryan, ignoring the interruption, pulled Takano by the waist into an unexpected and bold embrace, leaning in to speak close to her ear. And remember this, Takano Mayo. I haven't forgiven you yet. So, you'd better start acting like an obedient little puppy from now on. He released her immediately after, leaving her flustered and blushing. Takano, however, furrowed her brows and retorted in an irritated tone, cut it out with the puppy talk. Ryan simply ignored her remark, turning toward Rika, his expression now clouded with a shadow of unease. I don't know, Rika. I still feel frustrated. Rika tilted her head slightly, curiosity evident in her eyes. And what do you think is causing that frustration? Ryan scratched his chin thoughtfully before giving a dark smile. I'm not sure. I think I still need to take my anger out on her. Rika frowned. Take your anger out? What do you mean? Are you going to keep ignoring me, Ryan? Takano asked, her irritation growing. Ryan ignored the question, slowly turning toward her, the dark smile widening on his face. I think I know how I'm going to vent my anger. He raised the weapon he had taken from Takano, his voice low and laced with irony. Consider this your punishment for making Mini Miko suffer so much. Oh, and this gun is mine now. Got it? Before Takano could react, Ryan pulled the trigger repeatedly. The gunshots echoed through the room as he emptied the magazine without hesitation. Rika closed her eyes, covering her ears, while Yuno and Aona watched impassively, as if it were an ordinary routine. When the final shot faded into silence, Rika opened her eyes and sighed deeply, Her voice a mix of weariness and reproach. Was all of that really necessary? Ryan shrugged, indifferent. I feel a little better now. Rika took a deep breath, trying to maintain her composure, before softening her tone. I'll forgive you. Because I believe you'll truly manage to give everyone a happy ending. A real happy ending. She smiled, her eyes glistening with tears that threatened to fall. Chapter 58, Watch where you put that hand, idiot. Ryan took a deep breath, kissing the gun before placing it on the table. He walked to a chair, his heavy steps echoing through the room as he watched Iuri lying lifeless on the floor. With a sarcastic smile, he remarked, did anyone notice that no one cared about this guy being dead? He gestured toward Iuri's lifeless body, feigning empathy with a smirk. Yuno impatiently flipped her hair to the side. Nobody cares. He'll come back when you reset time. So just get on with it already. Ryan smiled, though weariness shadowed his face. Aona, noticing his growing paleness, jumped down from the table she had been sitting on and walked over to him, her voice tinged with light mockery. I told you transferring energy to Takano wouldn't be easy, Sensei Ryan. But you had to play the hero. Look where that got you. Yuno raised an eyebrow, already irritated. Can you stop stalling and just explain what's going on? Aona sighed, wrapping her arms around Ryan's head protectively as she explained, now that he's finally relaxed, his body is realizing how much energy he spent. Using the power to rewind time against that army and resetting on a whim? That drains energy like crazy. Especially with this whole sharing energy with Takano's body thing. Honestly, Sensei. Yuno clicked her tongue, crossing her arms. That idiot could have just listened to me and let me help. And now? He can't rewind time anymore? Aona rubbed her chin thoughtfully. It's not impossible. But in his current state, with his energy almost depleted? Pretty unlikely. Rika, calmer than the others, asked. How long will it take for him to recover? Aona looked up, calculating. At this rate? Maybe 30 days. That's if he rests properly. Yuno slammed the table, her eyes blazing with anger. A month? You've got to be kidding me. This guy's useless. Rika, visibly concerned, lightly tugged on Yuno's sleeve. But what if he loses the save point? Wouldn't that be dangerous? Oh, it would be. Very. Aona nodded, a mischievous grin forming on her face. Luckily, there's a way to fix this. Yuno turned her head slowly, frowning. What are you scheming now, Aona? Aona stepped forward, one hand on her hip, declaring theatrically, to solve this. Sensei Yuno, you're going to need to kiss Ryan and transfer energy to him. After all, you two share a special connection. The sound of wood splintering filled the room as Yuno broke a nearby table. You've got to be kidding me, Aona. No, Sensei Yuno. I'm serious this time. Either that, or everything we've done here will be for nothing. Aona's calm demeanor was unshakable. Yuno began pacing back and forth like a caged animal before asking, what if I just transfer energy the way he did with Takano? Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way between you two. Aona shook her head, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Yuno stopped abruptly, raising her head. In that case, everything was for nothing. Rika's heart tightened instantly. She tugged on Yuno's dress, her eyes glistening with tears. Yuno. Please. This is the best chance I've ever had for a good ending. Yuno felt a lump in her throat. Though she wanted to explode, she couldn't ignore Rika's pleading gaze. Taking a deep breath, she walked over to Ryan, who was nearly unconscious in the chair. When we're back, you'll let me punch you as many times as I want, without dodging or complaining. Her voice was full of restrained anger. Ryan, despite his exhaustion, managed a crooked smile. Don't worry. Pinky. You'll get your chance. He murmured weakly. Closing her eyes, Yuno lifted his head, took a deep breath, and reluctantly brought her lips to his. In a matter of seconds, Ryan's color began to return, and the sparkle returned to his eyes. But Yuno, perhaps swept up in the intensity of the moment, deepened the kiss unexpectedly, her tongue intertwining with his in fluid, passionate movements. Feeling revitalized, Ryan placed a hand on Yuno's slim, defined waist, but her annoyed voice echoed in his mind through their connection. Watch where you put that hand, idiot. Relax, Pinky. It's just that your kiss was so recharging. I got carried away, he responded teasingly, tightening his grip slightly, his hand almost slipping down to her butt. Furious, Yuno pushed him away forcefully, wiping her lips with her thumb. There. I bet you're good to go now, right? She turned away, avoiding direct eye contact. Ryan stood up, now fully recovered. Yeah. That should do, Pinky. He replied, his gaze shamelessly appraising her as she walked away. Rika, still a little flushed from the scene, shuffled her feet before timidly asking, and now? Ryan gave a confident smile, snapping his fingers. Now, let's make the good ending happen. Rika beamed, tilting her head as she exclaimed with boundless hope, Nippa. Greater than less than in an instant, time began unraveling before their eyes, moving faster and faster. Ryan's battles, their journey, and even the people Yuno had captured were undone, like a video playing in reverse. Only they and now Takano would remember what had transpired in this world that was being rewritten. Feeling his strength nearly spent, Ryan stopped the flow of time at the moment he, Yuno, and Rika were together in Rika's house. Ryan smiled at Rika, seeing Hania standing beside her, and spoke with a cheerful tone, now. It's almost done. Have you decided if you're coming to Tokyo with us? Rika, unable to hold back her tears, smiled. Yes. I'd love to see a world I never could. With you all. Ryan walked over to her, taking her hand as he said, all right, then. Let's check if Takano had the sense to meet us at our rendezvous point. Rika smiled, responding with her signature. Minutes later, they arrived at the shrine, spotting Takano in the distance, gazing at the horizon. Well, you're punctual. Ryan remarked with a playful tone. Takano turned to face him, startled to see him approaching, holding Rika's hand. She placed a hand on her chest, her voice trembling slightly. You shot me. With a smug grin, Ryan replied, yeah, to avoid actually killing you. Funny, right? Takano's heart raced, but before she could respond, Ryan's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Let's start discussing our future plans. Chapter 59, how about starting by taking off that outfit? The cicadas sang, filling the air with their relentless sound, as Ryan and Rika observed Takano. She seemed anxious, almost terrified, her fingers clutching her own arm in a nervous gesture. Unable to contain her unease, she finally asked, did we really go back in time? Ryan smirked, resting a hand on his hip. His relaxed posture contrasted sharply with the tension in the air. Yes, we did. But that's not the most important thing right now. Takano blinked, confused, struggling to maintain her composure. How is that not important? I just found out time travel is real. Ryan raised a hand in dismissal, his voice laced with provocation. Calm down, Blondie. It's not that simple. I can go back in time because, you see, I'm a deity. Got it? His words made Takano shudder from head to toe. Her expression filled with disbelief as she repeated, a deity? Sighing, Ryan shifted his gaze to Rika, who held his hand with a serene smile. He returned the gesture before refocusing on Takano. Yeah, that's right. But that doesn't change what I need from you, cure the Hinamizawa syndrome and help Satoko's brother. Actually, not just him. It seems everyone in this village is a bit unhinged. He shot Rika an ironic smile, adding with a teasing tone, no offense, Mini Miku. Rika chuckled softly, understanding the mocking tone, unfazed. Takano, still full of questions, stepped forward, her curiosity taking over. But how do you plan to control the system? That involves politicians, corporations, and before she could finish, Ryan gently placed a finger over her lips, silencing her. I already said, that's the least of our problems. With that, he pulled his phone from his pocket, took a deep breath, and dialed a number. It was yet another call to his grandfather, who answered with the same surprised and intrigued tone as before. Oh, I didn't expect you to call. The man's voice carried a mix of malice and paternal warmth. Ryan got straight to the point, no detours. He once again asked his grandfather to clear Rina's name, help Satoko with her abusive uncle, and this time, he added one more request. I need you to fund a research project of great interest to me. His voice was firm, marked with seriousness. On the other end of the line, his grandfather let out a low, ironic laugh. A research project that caught your attention? What's so special about it? It's about a syndrome that's been plaguing the village where I am now, Ryan replied, casting a glance at Takano, who remained tense, as if her very life depended on that call. The response came with the usual mocking tone. You're asking for all these things, thinking I'll help just because you're my grandson? Ryan laughed, equally ironic. Oh, I know you'll have to pull some strings. But don't worry. I'll pay with something I know you want very much. There was a long pause on the other end, the silence almost tangible. Then, his grandfather's voice returned, filled with intensity. I see. But the price will be high. And this time, I won't accept you shirking your responsibilities. Ryan didn't hesitate, his voice firm and resolute. I keep my word, Grandpa. The silence was broken only by the sound of the cicadas as Takano and Rika watched Ryan. The strength of his determination was almost palpable amidst the tension hanging over the moment. His grandfather's grave, malicious tone echoed once more through the phone. I'll investigate this syndrome and assess if it's worth the investment. Ryan, with an eccentric smile, replied without hesitation, you know, Impressing me isn't easy, and this research managed it. But I think you're misunderstanding, Grandpa. I'm not asking if you want or can fund it. I'm offering a deal. He paused deliberately, his tone taking on an almost theatrical air. I'm trading these favors for my freedom. I'll take the lead of the Sawa family, which, of course, includes relieving Yuki of the burdens you keep placing on her shoulders. The silence on the other end suggested reflection, exactly what Ryan expected. Then, his grandfather's voice returned, cold and calculating. The Hinamizawa syndrome. A rather unpromising research project currently funded by politicians in Tokyo. Why are you interested in it? Ryan smirked, responding with the calm of someone who held all the cards. Oh, so you already know about it. That makes things much easier. Meanwhile, Takano and Rika watched in silence, their tension evident as they followed the conversation. The government wants to sweep everything under the rug, pushing the researcher beyond her limits. I believe you understand what that means, don't you? The response came in a meticulous, calculated tone. I understand. I'll contact the higher-ups and transfer the research's responsibility onto the Sawa family's name. I believe that will suffice. Ryan, not losing his smug tone, teased, I imagine you've realized this research might not be as useless as it seemed. You're thinking it could be useful in the future, aren't you? His grandfather let out a low chuckle before responding, You've always been perceptive, my grandson. That's exactly why I insist on you as my successor. I'll handle your requests, but I expect to see you at the Sawa residence in 4 days, ready to fulfill your role. Before Ryan could reply, the call ended. He stood still for a few seconds, thoughtful, before turning to Takano with a sarcastic smile. All set, Blondie? Takano tilted her head, skeptical. All set? But Ryan interrupted her, shrugging with even more sarcasm in his voice. Yeah, I said it's done. But, in the end, I'm the one who lost out. Don't know if you noticed, but I just sold my piece because of you. So, I think we'll need to resolve this another way. How about starting by taking off that outfit? You'll have to pay me back somehow. Takano's face turned red as a chili pepper as she stammered, trying to cover herself with her hands. What? Ryan burst into laughter, tilting his head back and clutching his chest. I'm kidding. Though, I'll admit, you have a nice body. He gave an ironic smile. But damn, you're annoying. Rika, watching the scene from behind him, averted her eyes and commented in a drawling tone, So? You like developed bodies? Ryan turned, confused, frowning. What did you say, Mini Miku? Rika simply looked away again, feigning innocence. Nothing. Nippa. Greater than less than Ryan huffed, ignoring the comment, and turned his attention back to Takano, who still seemed flustered. Anyway, this will take a while, so give me your number. Still shaken, Takano reached into her bag, pulling out a card with slightly trembling fingers. And my number? Oh, yes. Here it is. He took the card with a carefree smile and turned to Rika, who eagerly pulled him toward the shrine. Ryan. Takano called, her voice firmer though her face was still flushed. He glanced over his shoulder, raising an eyebrow. What is it, Blondie? She hesitated for a moment before speaking. You're very strange. Ryan chuckled softly, his usual mocking tone. Look who's talking. Rika tugged him into the shrine, but before disappearing entirely, Ryan looked back at Takano once more, with a mischievous grin. I recommend you be satisfied with what you got today, Takano. Because honestly, I don't know if I'd go back in time just to revive you if you died around here. Takano froze, her hesitant smile turning nervous, like that of a child caught in the middle of mischief. Chapter 60, wasn't it supposed to be the end? As they entered the Farood shrine, Ryan took a good look around. At the center of the hall, an imposing statue stood out, surrounded by ancient weapons that had clearly been used for torture. The atmosphere exuded a dark and heavy aura. Yuno and Aono were already there, seated at an old wooden table, likely cleared to make room for them. Ryan, with his typical smug grin, glanced at Rika while keeping one hand in his pocket. Mini Miku, do you folks in Hinamizawa have some weird sexual fetish or something? Because, wow, what a welcoming vibe this shed gives off. Rika, holding Ryan's hand, chuckled softly, her characteristic good humor intact. I admit, the Farood shrine does have a macabre air. These things were used many years ago. Ryan raised an eyebrow as he stared at the weapons on display. The folks in your village definitely aren't the most trustworthy, huh? He then turned to Yuno, who, with her arms crossed, let out a light sigh of irritation before speaking in her slow, drawn-out tone. Can we just get this over with already? Ryan shot her an ironic glance, adopting the same drawn-out tone but with a teasing smoothness. Yuno. There's one little thing I wanted to ask you first. Yuno frowned, already impatient. What now, Ryan? Without preamble, he replied with a disarming calmness, adopt Rika for me? The ensuing silence was so intense it felt like time itself had stopped. Everyone present was left speechless, including Rika herself, who tilted her head in surprise. What are you even talking about, Ryan? Ryan flicked Rika's forehead lightly, eliciting her classic and adorable miss. She covered the spot with a pout. With a grin that hinted at a brilliant plan, he began to explain, look, you live in that little house that looks more like an abandoned shed, with no adult supervision. That's no life for a girl like you. Rika narrowed her eyes, her expression a mix of humor and provocation. It's strange for you to call me a child, knowing my true age. Ryan shrugged, flashing a sarcastic smile. Yeah, try explaining that to the rest of the world, Mini Miku. Sighing, he resumed his tone of a grand strategist. Yuno's family is super welcoming. I'm sure they could cut him off sharply, as if he had said the most absurd thing in the world. Who said my parents would want to adopt Rika, you idiot? Ryan arched an eyebrow, responding with exaggerated weariness. You're a natural killjoy, you know that, Pinky? Yuno closed her eyes for a moment, clearly trying to maintain her patience. Okay, my parents are well off, but do you realize how absurd your request is? I already have a sister, and how am I supposed to explain to my mom that she needs to adopt another child? Rika touched her finger to her cheek, her voice light and thoughtful. Yuno's right, Ryan. Ryan slumped his shoulders, his frustration evident as he huffed. You guys are impossible. I could adopt Mini Miku myself, but I've already asked too much of my grandfather. If I add anything else to the list, he'll demand my ass as payment. Yuno rolled her eyes, crossing her arms as she glared at him. And why are you so obsessed with adopting Rika, huh? You creep. Ryan tilted his head, gesturing with his hands for emphasis. I already told you. She lives alone in this backwater, and besides, I promised to take her to Tokyo. Rika clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with an angelic glow as she stepped closer. Her voice was sweet and full of gratitude. I'm so happy you want to do this for me, Ryan. But I'm already very grateful for everything you've done. Just being able to visit the city makes me happy. What you all did for me. She lowered her head for a moment before looking up with a radiant smile. Was the best thing in the world. Nepa. Greater than less than the sheer explosion of cuteness was so overwhelming that the shrine's dark atmosphere seemed to dissipate. Ryan felt his heart melt at the scene, but before he could respond, Yuno turned away, her cheeks slightly flushed. Her voice, still slow and deliberate, sounded hesitant. I might be able to try. Ryan froze for a moment, blinking repeatedly before finally asking, surprised, what made you change your mind, huh? Yuno huffed, crossing her arms again. Say anything stupid, and I'll drop the idea immediately. Ryan smiled as he turned to Rika. See, Mini Miku? Your cuteness is your greatest weapon. Rika replied with a mischievous grin, striking a cat-like pose with her hands and letting out another sweet mee-eye. The moment was interrupted by Aona's calm voice. Standing beside Yuno, she finally spoke up. Well then. When are we going to start what we came here for? Ryan raised his eyebrows, feigning surprise. Right. I almost forgot you were here, Aona-chan. You're also one of the cutest beings in the universe. He finished with a smile and an exaggerated wink. Aona blushed, covering her face with her hands as she let out a nervous giggle. Sensei, stop that hi-he. I need to focus to help you with the Fortunio assimilation. Yuno stood up, walking over to Ryan and Rika as she spoke firmly. Alright. So, how do we begin, Aona? Aona raised a finger, smiling confidently. Alright. Everyone, hold hands and focus. The three joined hands, closing their eyes in unison. The air carried a symbolic weight, as if their entire journey had led to this moment. The small village of Hinamizawa, so secluded and full of secrets, was about to witness something monumental. A sense of fulfillment already began to bloom in each of their hearts. Now, let's start the energy transfer. Aona announced with her usual enthusiasm. But Rika opened her eyes, a visible concern on her face. Aona. What about Hanio? What will happen to her? Aona offered a reassuring smile, tilting her head slightly. Don't worry, Rika. Hanio will still exist. What we're doing is simply changing the point her energy is connected to, understand? Rika blinked a few times, still confused, but the sincerity in Aona's eyes calmed her. I don't really get it. But if you say it's fine, that's good enough for me. She replied with a gentle smile. Aona raised her arm as if about to start a grand spectacle. Alright then. Let's begin. Now. Her voice was abruptly cut off. The energy around them seemed to vibrate for a moment, and the world changed in the blink of an eye. Ryan and Yuno opened their eyes simultaneously, alert. The environment around them was no longer the same. Instead of the somber shrine, they were now in a vast, almost infinite space enveloped by an ethereal aura. A translucent, solid floor stretched beneath their feet, as if they were floating in the cosmos. The sky around them wrapped them in a deep purple mantle, dotted with floating crystals that pulsed softly with radiant colors. The group remained silent, stunned by the grandeur and beauty of the scene. It felt as if they had stepped into a dream until the silence was broken by a voice laced with elegant sarcasm, cutting through the air like a sharp blade. "Well, this is interesting. Hosting other gods here is indeed a rare event." The voice was clear and filled with a playful malice. "You could have told me beforehand. I might have prepared some candies for the occasion." Chapter 61, Sacrifice. The air was heavy, suffocating. Ryan and Yuno kept their eyes fixed on the imposing figure before them. The woman had perfectly aligned purple hair in a high cut, with a pair of silver horns floating around her head like mystical horseshoes. Her attire resembled that of a shrine maiden, adorned with a green sash covered in metals, yet everything about her exuded a profane authority. Sitting nonchalantly on a luxurious sofa that seemed out of place in this surreal setting, she held a kakara in one hand, her provocative expression dripping with malice. Yuno, ever intense, stepped forward and growled, her voice firm and filled with anger, "Who are you? Where is Aona?" Ryan stayed silent, vigilant. With a calculated move, he pulled Rika behind him, shielding her instinctively. The woman tilted her head and slowly crossed her legs, every movement charged with an unsettling sensuality. Her malicious gaze pierced through them, as if she delighted in their fear. My, are you really this uninformed? What a pity." She sighed theatrically, her lips curling into a venomous smile. "I thought this would be more entertaining." Gracefully, she straightened up on the sofa, resting the kakara against the floor. Her eyes gleamed with palpable malice. "I'll be kind to you, just this once." She extended her hand slowly, as if about to share a deadly secret. "I am something far superior to that flawed goddess you follow." Yuno held her aggressive stance, while Ryan narrowed his eyes, visibly irritated. Before Yuno could respond, he spoke in a direct, provoking tone. "Can you stop with the dramatic lines and get to the point, weirdo? The pinky one here asked for your name." The woman chuckled softly, as if entertained. "My name? How curious. It's irrelevant for now." Then, with a fluid motion, she pointed her staff directly at Hanio, who timidly emerged from behind the group. Ryan and Yuno turned to face her, noticing the small goddess's distressed expression. "Me and this flawed goddess?" The woman smiled venomously, her eyes glowing with contempt. "We are extensions of the same original entity." Hanio recoiled slightly, her hands trembling as the tension in the room grew thicker. Ryan, sensing the danger, stepped forward, his voice calm but laced with sharp sarcasm. "Great. We've got that. You like fancy speeches. But what exactly do you want here?" She stroked the kakara slowly, savoring the moment. "Let's just say I'm taking advantage of an excellent opportunity." Before anyone could react, a burst of light shot from her staff. Ryan felt a chill run down his spine, every sense screaming in alarm. He acted instantly, kicking Yuno out of the blast's path. The beam passed mere millimeters from his body, leaving a trail of energy that made every cell in Ryan's body scream in warning. He barely had time to process what had happened, but one thing was clear, they couldn't face this woman. "Idiot, what do you think you're doing?" Yuno yelled angrily as she got up on the other side of the field. Ryan didn't respond immediately. His eyes were focused on Rika, making sure she was safe. To his relief, she was on the ground but appeared unhurt. The woman watched them with a satisfied smile, like a predator toying with its prey. Ryan, his voice cold and controlled, spoke to Yuno. "Yuno, we're retreating." She raised an eyebrow, her voice full of disbelief and defiance. "Retreat? You think we can't face her?" Ryan looked her in the eyes, his tone as firm as steel. "Right now? No." The seriousness in his voice made Yuno hesitate for a brief second before she scoffed and ran to him. Touching Ryan and Rika, she tried to initiate a teleport. The space around them seemed to distort, but in the end, they didn't move an inch. "But how?" Yuno whispered, her eyes wide with surprise. A low, mocking laugh echoed through the air. "It seems your divine level is pathetically low," the woman taunted, twirling her kakara. "This will be a delightful assimilation for me." She raised her staff again, aiming precisely, but before she could fire, a sweet and resolute voice cut through the air. "Not with my senses." The space around them shattered like breaking glass, distorting into a wave of chaos. Ryan and Yuno felt an intense vibration course through their bodies as they frantically searched for the voice's origin, Aona. They couldn't see Aona, but her presence was palpable, a warm, comforting energy flowing into them like an electric current. Ryan, wasting no time, asked hurriedly, "Aona, who is this woman?" The reply came quickly, tinged with concern. "She's also a goddess, Sensei. I didn't expect to encounter her here. Especially since we already have Hanyo. Yuno interrupted, her sharp tone cutting through the air as Aona's energy intensified around them. And does that matter now? Just tell me how we take her down. Aona's voice enveloped them again, now filled with urgency. Senses, no matter what, you must not die to her. Ryan frowned, tension visible on his face as he questioned with a mix of curiosity and dread, why, Aona? If that happens, doesn't time just rewind? The answer came hesitantly, as though the words were difficult to voice. When a superior deity kills a lesser one. Ryan interrupted, finishing with sarcastic humor to mask his apprehension, it's game over. Aona didn't deny it, but her unsteady voice brought little comfort. More or less. Yuno, realizing time was running out and the situation was increasingly dire, pressed her, so? What's the plan? Because fighting her seems like a terrible idea. Aona's energy surrounded them even more intensely, her voice now filled with fierce determination. We'll draw as much energy as possible and send her to another world. If it works, we'll escape before she can react. Ryan looked at Yuno, who clenched her fists with a fierce grin. Hope your plan works, Aona. Because this one doesn't look like she takes losing lightly. As tension mounted, Aona's aura seemed to prepare for the inevitable confrontation, and everyone knew they were on the brink of something far beyond their control. The space around them grew increasingly unstable, like an uncontrolled nightmare. Crystals floated erratically, ready to become deadly projectiles at any moment. The unknown entity's energy saturated the environment, crushing any attempt by Aona to maintain full control. Aona's voice echoed again, hurried and urgent, you need to help Rika, now. Ryan immediately turned his gaze to the girl. She was motionless, surrounded by a strange aura, as if the very space around her was consuming her. Her body trembled slightly, her expression frozen, her eyes glassy like cracked crystal. What's happening to her? He asked, his voice a mix of concern and fear. Quick, senses. Touch her body before it's too late. Without hesitation, Ryan grabbed Yuno's arm and pulled her, forcing her to place her hand on Rika. A searing heat engulfed the three of them, like an electric current scorching their skin. Ryan's eyes widened as he witnessed the abrupt transformation before him. What the hell? She just went from 11 to 15 years in seconds. His voice betrayed his shock. The crystals. Aona's voice rang out in their minds, laced with urgency. She's manipulating the flow of time, but since Rika is human, the effects are distorting her body. While Ryan struggled to process her words, movement caught his attention. He turned to see the woman poised for another attack, her kaka'ura glowing ominously with threatening energy. Ah, harvesting your divine energy. It's going to be delicious. She laughed, licking her fingers with a malicious grin and predatory gaze fixed on the trio. One of the floating crystals shot toward them, slicing through the air like an arrow. Before it could hit, a translucent barrier shimmered into existence, intercepting the attack. Damn, since when can you do that, Aona? Ryan exclaimed, relief momentarily washing over him. Not is exactly me, sensei, Aona replied. I used your energy to form the barrier, but it won't hold for long. Her voice carried a distinct tension as another crystal slammed against the shield with a reverberating impact. Senses, she continued, urgency thick in her tone, I have a plan to get us out of this, but you need to strengthen the energy connection between you. Yuno growled in frustration. And when you say strengthen the connection, you mean? What exactly? Exactly what you're thinking, Sensei Yuno. And quickly. Another blast struck the barrier, cracks spreading like spiderwebs across its surface. Their opponent watched with a smirk, her voice dripping with mockery. Ah, what could you be planning? It's so adorable to see such immature divinities struggle. You barely have enough energy to stand, let alone fight me. Ryan clenched his teeth and turned to Yuno, determination burning in his eyes. Come on, Yuno. You've kissed me before, what's the problem now? Yuno glared at him, anger radiating. That was situational, you idiot. Don't the situation's worse now, you stubborn fool. He shot back, grabbing her face and leaning in. He kissed her firmly, his tongue invading her mouth as she let out a muffled cry of indignation. Their opponent burst into laughter, thoroughly entertained. How precious. You've decided to bid each other farewell with a passionate kiss. So tragic, so romantic. Ignoring the taunts, Aona's voice resounded in their minds once more. Senses, I'm going to use all the energy left in my physical form. It'll render me inactive for a while, but it'll be enough to send her to another realm and buy us some time. I don't know how long it'll last, but it should give you the chance to grow stronger. As Aona explained, Ryan deepened the kiss, holding Yuno tightly while keeping Rika steady in his other arm. He winced as Yuno's nails dug into his back in irritation, but he pressed on. Wait, are you saying you're sacrificing yourself, Aona? Ryan managed to ask between kisses, his mind racing. Aona's voice, though weary, remained soothing. It's not really a sacrifice. But you miss me for a bit, hee hee. Their adversary began advancing, her kaka'ura pulsating with overwhelming energy as an oppressive aura enveloped the space. Crystals started gathering, forming a deadly spiral around her. Senses, hold on tight. This is our only shot. Aona cried. A brilliant explosion of light began to form around them. Ryan gripped Yuno tighter, ignoring her resistance, as the energy built to an almost unbearable intensity. The connection between them became nearly tangible, as though invisible threads of energy were weaving something greater. Yuno's voice cut through his mind, seething. Idiot, you don't have to move your tongue like that. Ryan couldn't resist teasing. What's wrong? Is it turning you on? Yuno's response was physical. Her nails dug even deeper into his back. Pain flared, but paradoxically, it strengthened the energy flowing between them. The space quaked as Aona's voice rang out again, this time with excitement. Perfect, senses. I'm fully charged. Please, give the order. Across from them, the entity cackled, her presence as suffocating as ever. Crystals bombarded the barrier, which was now on the brink of shattering. Her kaka'ura spun in her hands, glimmering with lethal intent. Ah, such effort. It's almost inspiring, she mocked. But do you truly believe you will escape me alive? Ryan ignored her, focusing on Aona. Do it, Aona. I'm giving the order. Send this psycho straight to hell. And another order. Come back to us as fast as you can. Aona chuckled softly, her usual lightheartedness surprisingly comforting amid the chaos. Hee hee, aren't I the best system? To Ryan's surprise, Yuno chimed in. Despite the heat of the moment, her voice was quiet, almost shy. Yeah, so. Don't take too long. I'll go insane if I'm stuck with this idiot alone. Ryan raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering across his face. He slid his hand from Yuno's neck down to her waist, holding her firmly. See? You can be cute when you try, Pinky. Yuno, likely to retort, but before she could, the barrier shattered with a near-splitting crack. Goodbye for now, senses. Aona shouted as she acted. An explosion of light engulfed everything, blindingly bright. Crystals disintegrated like falling stars as the very fabric of the space unraveled into pure chaos. Ryan felt Yuno's warmth against him, her hair brushing his face, her nails still clawing at his back. Her tongue tangled with his, a mix of defiance and adrenaline flooding his senses. The heat began to fade. The light dimmed, allowing his vision to return. When the blinding glow finally cleared, he found himself back at the sanctuary. For a moment, silence reigned, a collective sigh of relief from the world itself. Ryan, however, was nothing if not consistent. His thoughts led his actions as he slid his hand down Yuno's back, grabbing firmly on her butt. Yeah. I've been wanting to do this for a while. Not gonna lie, he thought, giving a firm squeeze. Yuno's reaction was immediate. She let out a cry of outrage, her nails digging into his back one last time before she shoved him away with all her strength. WHO said you could do that, you moron? Ryan stumbled but caught himself before dropping Rika. He studied the unconscious girl in his arms and looked up to see Yuno retreating, her face blazing red with a mix of anger and embarrassment. He grinned, that signature cocky smile playing on his lips as he quipped, sorry. The voice is one. Yuno stared at him, speechless for a moment, trembling with fury. But she knew she couldn't waste more energy on him. With an exasperated huff, she turned away, trying to regain her composure. Ryan chuckled, adjusting Rika in his arms as he glanced around. All right, Aona. Now it's just you we're waiting on. Hope it was worth it. Chapter 62, I didn't want to see her hurt. The night was calm, and the weather pleasant. A gentle breeze wandered through the streets of Tokyo as Ryan, with a weary expression, walked down the aisles of a supermarket. He held a basket full of snacks and sodas, scrutinizing the candy prices on the shelves. Asking Yuno to teleport me to a supermarket instead of straight home seemed like a good idea. He muttered, irritation lacing his voice as he frowned. But the damn girl left me in the most expensive store in town and disappeared like the devil avoiding a prayer. Sighing, he picked up a Snickers bar, examining its price as though it had punched him. Damn it. I'll have to settle for just one. He let out an ironic chuckle, placed it in the basket, and continued walking through the brightly lit aisles. Ryan let his gaze drift to the fluorescent lights above him, lost in thought. Yuno's probably racking her brain trying to convince her family to take Rika in. He reflected. His voice lowering as his expression turned pensive. But knowing that lunatic, she'll find a way. Especially after the show in the village when Rika announced she was leaving. He chuckled to himself at the memory, stopping to grab a package of dango. For a moment, I thought Rena was going to cry herself into dehydration. The joy of the thought was quickly cut short when he noticed the price of the sweets. What the hell? Why is this so expensive? Even so, he grabbed just one package and shook his head in resignation. Fine. Yuki will have to choose between the Snickers and the Dango. She should be grateful, too, because sharing my snacks is proof enough that I care about her. He narrowed his eyes briefly, but a faint smirk appeared on his lips. Beneath his casual attitude lay a deeper emotional weight. It's strange. I'm shopping for others besides myself. Have I really changed this much because of Masachika's memories? Ryan paused, closing his eyes as he slowly walked down the aisle. No. I know it's not just that. I had decided to live as Masachika, erase Ryan, and leave it all behind. But then the past knocked on my door. Wearing a school uniform and double ponytail. He let out a short, humorless laugh as he continued walking. The memory was so vivid it felt like a shadow constantly lingering nearby. His thoughts drifted to the day everything changed. That day, I realized something had shifted. Even with the option to go back in time, I didn't want Ala to die. His eyes rested on a pot of ice cream as he said this, and for a brief moment, it felt as though she were there. The memory of her smile, her shining eyes, all of it returned with force. I didn't want to see her hurt. The memories played out like a haunting film that wouldn't stop. Each scene grew darker than the last. He saw himself, years younger, walking the grimy streets of London, hands soaked in blood, and the stench of gunpowder clinging to his clothes. Every step in the checkout line echoed with screams and wails he had tried to bury but couldn't escape. As he stared at the items in his basket, the memories persisted, relentless. Yuno has every reason to treat me like scum, he thought, his gaze becoming empty. I'm not the person I pretend to be. As much as I wish otherwise. I'm just a killer, a survivor shaped by pain. The metallic clink of coins in the register pulled him briefly back to reality. He ran a hand over his face, trying to dispel the torrent of images, but the memories were too strong. They carried him back to his childhood. He recalled a dirty photograph of his mother, her tired eyes gazing at her swollen belly. His father, an honest worker, had died before Ryan was born, a stray bullet ending his life in a gang dispute. His mother, crushed by grief and mounting debt, took her own life when Ryan was just 3 years old. The thought made his chest tighten, but the pain was quickly smothered by calculated coldness. Left in the care of an uncle who never wanted him a cartel leader in London, the man initially treated Ryan as a burden, letting him starve amid filthy walls and the echoes of angry voices. It was a cold, dark night when it all began. Ryan was only 7. The piercing wails of sirens and shouts jolted him from sleep. Police were raiding the cartel's hideout where he lived. Men fell like flies under a hail of gunfire, the scent of fresh blood mingling with the damp air. Trembling, he hid under a table as death filled the room. Then he saw the gun. It lay there on the floor, calling to him as if it were part of him. He picked it up with shaking hands, but as he aimed, his vision turned cold, as if his soul had been extinguished. Every shot was precise, every advancing officer fell before they knew what hit them. When it was over, Ryan stood amidst the corpses, his eyes glazed and the gun still warm in his hands. He looked at his uncle, the cartel boss, waiting for any reaction. The man laughed. You're a natural-born monster, kid. Finally, something useful came out of this hell. The checkout line moved slowly, but Ryan's mind was years away. He remembered how his uncle shaped him, teaching him to shoot, negotiate, and most of all, kill without hesitation. The missions came more frequently, and he became the cartel's unflinching executioner. If you weren't useful, you were disposable, he murmured to himself, watching the conveyor belt carry his purchases to the cashier. The memories resurfaced, bringing with them the weight of his most truthless decision. At 13, he found himself pointing a gun at the man who had raised him, the same man who had saved him from abandonment only to mold him into a killer. You're like a father to me, uncle, Ryan had said that night. The man laughed, raising his whiskey glass. And you're the perfect heir. Ryan pulled the trigger before his uncle could take another sip. The resignation and betrayal etched on the man's face were forever imprinted in Ryan's memory. Back in the present, Ryan held the money in trembling hands, staring at his fingers as if they were still stained with blood. The phantom image was as vivid as the fluorescent supermarket lights. What am I now? A hero? A fool trying to save people I barely know? His mind mocked him as he placed the bills on the counter. The life of a mafioso was never glamorous. Theft, death, betrayal. Maybe I got used to seeing blood on my hands. He exhaled heavily, closing his eyes for a moment. But now these hands. These same hands that destroyed so many lives. Are trying to save someone. So fucking ironic. Like the cold gleam of a gun's metal, his eyes seemed lifeless after taking so many lives. Sir? The cashier's voice snapped him back. He looked up to see a young woman with an uncomfortable expression, perhaps unsettled by his vacant stare. Oh, sorry, he said, forcing a smile as he handed her the money. She quickly returned his change, eager to be rid of him, and Ryan took the bags. Exiting the supermarket, he felt the cool night breeze brush his face. The street was deserted, with only a few flickering streetlights to break the darkness. He glanced up at the starless sky as he walked along the empty sidewalks. You know. You've seen me take so many lives while we played together. Even the one you cared about. So why do you seem to be giving me a chance to fix something? He knew it was too late. Despite the weight of his past, something had changed. No matter how much he denied it, no matter how much he tried to isolate himself, he couldn't ignore the fact that this time, he wasn't fighting just for himself. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Ryan left the store with bags full of snacks. On the nearly empty streets of Tokyo, the night air felt fresh, and the silence around him was broken only by his footsteps and the rustling of the bags. Pulling out his phone to check the map, his expression crumbled in pure exhaustion. God damn it, you know. I'm an hour's walk from home? Was it too much to ask to drop me off closer? For a moment, he stopped and remembered the kiss they had shared and, of course, the not-so-innocent touch he couldn't resist. His hand on her butt, the murderous glare that followed. It all clicked. Ah. Now I get it. She's getting her revenge, he said with a resigned, almost amused tone, as he started walking again, accepting his fate. His footsteps echoed on the deserted sidewalk as he laughed to himself. Spent everything I had on sweets. Now I just have to hope I don't run into some idiot on the way. Imagine if I end up shooting them. Chapter 63, Yuki, do you really trust me? After walking for a long time carrying the bags, Ryan finally approached home. The weight in his arms seemed to lessen as he caught sight of the familiar outline of the building he lived in. Only 2 corners separated him from the much-desired reunion with his bed, which he imagined as a haven of comfort after the chaos of his recent trip to Hinamizawa. Quickening his pace, he began mentally planning his next moves. His mind wandered between strategies for dealing with Ella and Yuki, the 2 people who mattered most at the moment. If I message Ella first, Yuki will throw a fit. But if I go to Yuki, Ella will definitely play the martyr. This will be fun, he murmured with a sly smile as he climbed the entry steps. The stairs felt endless, and the fatigue weighing on his eyes almost convinced him to drop the groceries and sleep right there. Problem for tomorrow, he muttered, reaching into his pocket for his keys. Then he heard it. Faint noises came from inside the apartment, the muffled sound of a TV. Ryan froze, frowning. Looking down, he noticed a subtle glow slipping out from under the door. Don't tell me. He stepped back, narrowing his eyes. What the hell is Yuki doing here at this hour? A smirk played on his lips. Well, if the problem came to me, I'll just deal with it right now. His voice was a low whisper, dripping with irony, ensuring Yuki couldn't hear him. With slow, deliberate movements, he turned the key in the lock and opened the door silently. As he stepped in, the familiar scent of the house mingled with a subtle perfume that could only belong to Yuki. He closed the door carefully, as stealthy as a soldier on a covert mission. Looking down, he spotted her shoes carelessly tossed near the entrance. See, Ryan? No need for an investigation. It's obvious she's here. He shook his head, amused. The sound of the TV grew louder, a cheerful anime opening filling the living room. Moving silently, Ryan headed toward the living room. Setting the bags down on the floor, he crouched and peeked over the sofa. Yuki was there, lying on her stomach, hugging a pillow. The green pajamas she wore, decorated with teddy bears, seemed unassuming, but her position accentuated her curves. Ryan raised an eyebrow, a mischievous expression crossing his face. She's going to freak out when I scare her. Well, if she has a meltdown, I can rewind time, but it wouldn't be as fun. He crept closer, savoring the moment. Her breathing was audible now, soft but marked by a sound that made him stop abruptly. Ryan frowned, tilting his head to listen more closely. She wasn't just watching TV. Amidst the sounds of the anime, he caught an irregular, muffled sound, a restrained sob. Yuki was crying. The pillow seemed crushed against her chest, as if it were an emotional anchor. Ryan froze, the playful smile vanishing from his face. He watched, unsure of what to do, as she tried to suppress the tears that inevitably slipped through. Damn it! He whispered, his once ironic tone now laced with concern. The warmth of his internal jokes was replaced by a bitter sense of unease. Ryan sighed, his thoughts swirling as he tried to devise a plan to understand what Yuki was feeling without revealing he was there, hidden behind the sofa. He pulled out his phone and opened their chat, typing something casual, "Good evening, my dear sister." As soon as he sent it, the notification sound echoed in the room, reminding him to put the phone on silent mode. Hastily, he muted it, hearing Yuki shift on the couch to grab the phone. "I'm glad you messaged," she murmured, her voice low, tinged with a sadness she was clearly trying to hide. Ryan stayed alert. Soon, He heard the sound of her fingers gliding over the keyboard, and a moment later, he received her response, "Good evening, brother less than 3. The cheerful tone of the message was so convincing that, if he hadn't been watching her, he would never suspect she was crying as she typed. He began typing his next message, carefully choosing his words. He couldn't sound strange or raise suspicion that he was observing her. "I had a seventh sense about you, you know. Like in those old soap operas where the protagonist's heart tightens. How are you?" He sent the message and waited, his ears tuned to her movements. She let out a soft laugh as she read the text, a stifled, almost sad chuckle. "Ah, he's so sweet. He's saying he can feel what I'm feeling, even from afar. He. But he doesn't need to worry about me." Her voice was soft but laden with a pain she struggled to hide. Ryan clenched his fists, feeling a pang of frustration at her insistence on masking what she was feeling. Then the phone vibrated with her response, luckily drowned out by the noise of the TV. "I'm super great. And you, my beloved brother?" He read the message and took a deep breath, glancing sideways at her. Yuki seemed calm for someone hiding behind cheerful words. "So, I don't need to worry, huh?" he thought. Without wasting time, he began typing again. "I could be better. Actually, I just wanted to know how your day went." As he waited for her reply, he heard a deep sigh from her, followed by softly spoken words that reached his ears. "Oh, brother. I wish you'd hold me and give me head pats until all the expectations people have of me just disappeared." Ryan's heart tightened. There was so much weight in that statement that he almost stood up right then to hug her. But he held back. He knew that if he acted rashly, she would shut down even more. Soon, her reply arrived, completely contradicting what he had just overheard. "I had a quiet day with studies." He stared at the message on the screen, pressing his lips into a thin line. Behind that cheerful response, Yuki was silently suffocating. Ryan knew he had to find a way to reach her without pushing too hard. He began typing again, the weight of the situation reflected in every word he carefully chose. "Yuki, I've had a question I've wanted to ask you for a while." After sending the message, he heard a sigh from Yuki. The couch creaked slightly as she shifted, and Ryan crouched even lower behind the furniture to ensure he wouldn't be seen. "Could it be that my brother is finally curious to know if I have a boyfriend?" she murmured with a playful laugh, her voice tinged with a melancholic sweetness. He doesn't even realize I'm waiting for him." Ryan raised an eyebrow at her comment, conflicting thoughts running through his mind. "Seriously? Yuki's saying these things without knowing I'm here? How much of this is just her teasing?" Lost in his own doubts, his phone vibrated with Yuki's new message. "You can ask me anything. I'll answer with all my heart." Ryan took a deep breath, trying not to let his thoughts distract him. He began typing again, this time more directly. "Yuki, do you really trust me?" He hit send and waited, anxiously watching her for any reaction. At first, there was none, only the sound of typing. Then, her response finally arrived, "With all my heart." But it was what she said afterward that caught his attention. Her voice echoed in the room, laced with mild irritation. "Geez. How dense does he have to be to ask me that? Ani-chan, aka." Ryan nearly lost his composure, fighting the urge to laugh. Her mix of sincerity and cuteness disarmed him, but he focused, maintaining a serious tone. He typed quickly, carefully crafting his next words. Then, "Little sister, why don't you open up to me more?" The reply came before she even finished typing. Yuki whispered with a sweetness that nearly broke Ryan's heart, "Because I love you so much. I don't want to cause you any trouble." Ryan remained silent for a few seconds, feeling the weight of that statement. His sister was clearly doing her best to carry her burdens alone, not wanting him to share that weight with her, something that, to him, was unacceptable. He looked at his phone, a pang of guilt washing over him for having left her alone with her thoughts for so long. At the same time, he felt a growing resolve to break through the wall she had built around herself. "This can't go on like this," he thought, his eyes hardening with determination. Chapter 64, Why Do I Love You So Much? Yuki Suo, the younger sister of Kuze Masachika, was the embodiment of a model girl, confident, elegant, and flawless in everyone's eyes. Yet the truth behind her facade was far from perfect. Recently, the pressure from the Suo household, one of the most influential and traditionalist families, was slowly draining her, leaving her on the brink of exhaustion. For Yuki, her only anchor, her sole source of solace and comfort, was her older brother, Masachika. With him, she could finally be herself, away from the suffocating expectations surrounding her. He was the only person before whom she felt free to reveal her vulnerabilities. A few years ago, Kuze Masachika had been the natural heir to all the expectations of the Suo household. The family patriarch, Gensai Suo, had placed the weight of continuing the family legacy on his shoulders. However, when their parents divorced, Masachika made a bold decision, to follow their father and abandon the Suo household. That act was seen as an unforgivable betrayal. Disappointed, Jensai shifted his focus to Yuki, transferring to her all the burdens that had once belonged to her brother. That morning, Yuki prepared for another day at school. Standing before the mirror, she adjusted her impeccably ironed uniform, noting the dark circles under her eyes. She sighed but refused to let her exhaustion show. It's not enough. Do better than this, she told herself. Straightening her posture, she forced a smile onto her lips, a smile she knew was false but necessary. As the successor of the Suawa family, perfection is the least expected of you. You can do it, Yuki. Not for yourself, but for him. These words echoed like a mantra in her mind, a constant reminder of the role she had to play. Be the best at this. Be the best at that. Never fail. It was a life Yuki never wanted. She didn't wish to bear the weight of the Suawa name, its responsibilities, or its judgmental gazes. But she would rather endure all of it than see those burdens fall back onto Masachika's shoulders. Even when melancholy consumed her and exhaustion overwhelmed her, Yuki refused to show any weakness before her brother. To her, Masachika had already suffered enough. He was her safe haven, her inspiration, her everything. And even if it meant sacrificing her own happiness, she would do anything to ensure he never had to carry the weight of a past they both wanted to forget. The day unfolded seemingly peacefully. At school, Yuki, as always, was the center of attention. Her flawless beauty and unquestionable intelligence made her a figure admired and envied by everyone around her. But behind the polished smile and exemplary behavior, emotional exhaustion began to show in her features. When she returned home, the cold and austere atmosphere of the Suawa mansion awaited her. As she opened the main gate, she saw her grandfather, Jensai Suawa, hurrying out. His presence was always intimidating, exuding an imposing aura. Good evening, grandfather, Yuki greeted politely, bowing deeply as she always did. But Jensai didn't even look at her. He walked past with firm steps and a stern expression, entering his car without a word. Yuki stood still for a moment, the polite smile slowly fading from her lips. Maybe he's just having a bad day, she thought, trying to rationalize the indifference she had received. She was used to her grandfather's personality quirks, but this time, his silence weighed heavier than usual. As she turned to enter the mansion, she noticed her mother, Yumi Suawa, standing by the door. The woman's expression was wary and distant, as if each day were a losing battle. Yuki took a deep breath, rehearsing a greeting, but before she could open her mouth, her mother interrupted. Why can't you ever be enough? Yumi's voice trembled, almost inaudible, but the impact of her words hit like a blow. Without waiting for a response, she turned and disappeared into the vast mansion, leaving Yuki alone at the entrance. The simple yet cutting phrase echoed in Yuki's mind. It wasn't a shout or a harsh reprimand, but the disappointed and resigned tone of her mother heard 1,000 times more. She stood there, motionless, trying to swallow the lump forming in her throat. The day, which had started as routine, now seemed drained of all color. Unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere of the house, Yuki turned and ran outside without bothering to say where she was going. Her feet carried her instinctively to the gate, and then, without hesitation, she headed toward her brother Masachika's apartment. Even though she knew he probably wouldn't be there, just being in that space where she felt safe was enough. It was her refuge, her only safe harbor amid the storm of life in the Suawa household. There, Yuki broke down. Alone in Masachika's small apartment, she cried silently, clutching a pillow while dressed in her pajamas. Tears streamed down her face as tormenting thoughts filled her mind. Why? Why can't I bear this alone? Why can't I free him from this weight? To distract herself, she turned on the TV and played a random anime, hoping to escape reality. But even the animated characters couldn't dispel the sadness tightening her chest. Suddenly, a notification sound pulled her from her thoughts. It was a message on her phone. Seeing Masachika's name on the screen made her heart skip a beat. Good evening, little sister, the message read. Yuki felt the corners of her lips curl into a faint smile. Despite the lingering sadness, the simple idea of talking to Masachika calmed her. As they exchanged messages, she felt, for a few moments, that the loneliness was fading. Then came a message that made her pause. Yuki, do you truly trust me? She stared at the screen, clutching her phone tightly against her chest. Seriously? How clueless does he have to be to ask me that? She muttered to herself, her voice tinged with a mix of affection and melancholy. She closed her eyes, letting out a soft laugh, even though it was muffled by the weight of her tears. Anya-chan. Baka. She whispered sweetly, as a solitary tear rolled down her cheek. Despite everything, Masachika was always the ray of light that kept her going. Even when everything around her seemed to crumble, he reminded her that she wasn't completely alone. As she replied to her brother, another message came through. So, little sister, why don't you open up to me more? The words on the screen seemed to pierce through her emotional walls. She swallowed hard, feeling tears well up as she struggled to type what she truly wanted to say. Because I love you so much. I don't want to trouble you. The words left her lips but didn't make it to the message. Her voice was weak, almost a whisper, heavy with melancholy, and before she could hold them back, tears began to stream down her face. The weight crushing her chest felt unbearable, a mix of anxiety, helplessness, and fear that left her paralyzed. Then, amidst the whirlwind of emotions, an unexpected warmth enveloped her heart. Ryan, who had been hiding behind the sofa, could no longer remain silent. He stood up and, without hesitation, wrapped Yuki in a strong embrace from behind. She didn't flinch. Though she hadn't expected him to be there, the touch, the scent, everything was familiar and comforting. She knew immediately who it was. But even as she recognized her brother, the sudden gesture opened the floodgates of her emotions, and her tears began to flow faster. Trying to keep her composure, Yuki spoke with a trembling, broken voice, "Honey, I didn't see you come in. I was just watching a TV show about stray kittens being rescued. I couldn't resist and ended up getting emotional." Before she could finish, Ryan's voice, firm and close to her ear, interrupted her. His breath was warm against her skin, and his embrace, so tight, seemed to connect the two in a way words never could. "Yuki, there's something I need to tell you." He loosened his embrace just enough to move around the sofa and sit beside her, gently holding her hand. Yuki, still feeling the warmth of his touch, noticed the seriousness in his expression. Before she could process what was happening, she tried to break the heavy atmosphere with her usual teasing. "Why the serious face? Wait. Don't tell me you've finally fallen for the charms of your beautiful little sister? Hey, as expected of me." She smiled nervously as she glanced at Ryan's face. Even with tears still streaming down her cheeks, she wanted to lighten the mood. After all, just having him there was enough to make the world feel a little less heavy. Ryan took a deep breath, gently squeezing her hand while keeping his gaze steady and resolute. "Yuki," he began, his voice laden with seriousness. "I want to talk to you about the Suo household." Yuki's playful comment vanished instantly from her mind. Her smile faded, her expression softening into one of surprise and concern. Ryan rarely brought up the topic so directly. She knew he was about to say something important and perhaps difficult. Chapter 65, Intrusive Thoughts. Yuki was serious, staring directly into her brother's eyes. Her voice came out hesitant. "Does this conversation need to happen now? I don't think this is the best time to talk about this." She looked away, trying to avoid the intensity of Ryan's gaze. Ryan, however, didn't seem inclined to back down. His voice was firm as he replied, "Yes, Yuki. This is exactly the right moment to talk about it." He gently held her chin, guiding her eyes back to his. There was something relentless in the way he looked at her, but also warmth and determination. "Yuki," he began, his voice deep and brimming with confidence. Her heart raced, as if sensing something important was about to happen. "If there's one thing you never need to worry about in this life, it's what that family thinks. Especially that idiotic old fossil." Yuki froze, looking at him hesitantly. Ryan's words echoed in her mind, but there were things he didn't know, things she couldn't just ignore. "Honey, she murmured, her voice fragile and full of doubt. "You don't need to worry about that. Your sister is stronger than you think." She managed a smile, but Ryan instantly saw through it. It was forced, a mask she wore to avoid the conversation. When she began to stand, clearly trying to end the discussion, Ryan acted before she could escape. He pulled her onto his lap and, in a sudden gesture, kissed her. Yuki's world turned upside down. Her mind spiraled, unable to process what was happening, but her body reacted instinctively. She wrapped her arms around him, returning the kiss with intensity, their tongues intertwining as she held him tightly against her. They stayed like that for some time, the silence broken only by the muffled sound of the TV in the background. When Ryan finally pulled away, Yuki looked at him with a mix of shock and confusion. Her face was completely red, and she seemed lost, as if her words had been stolen along with her breath. Taking advantage of the quiet, Ryan smiled and continued, "My dear sister, your brother is also more amazing than you imagine." He leaned over to pick up the remote, leaving Yuki even more bewildered as he began flipping through channels, seemingly indifferent to the tension in the air. Yuki, wide-eyed, tried to organize her thoughts but couldn't focus on anything other than what had just happened. Finally, she broke the silence, raising an eyebrow at Ryan. "You kiss me and then start channel surfing? What are you trying to do, Anya-chan?" Ryan smiled with his typical confident smugness. "Just watch this." Yuki looked at him, suspicious. "What?" Ryan didn't reply immediately. Instead, he switched to another channel, this time to a commercial. As the program started, he turned to her. "Yuki, you said you trust me with all your heart, didn't you?" She jumped slightly, her cheeks growing even redder, stumbling over her words as she tried to answer, "Why yes, but, before she could finish, Ryan placed a firm hand on her waist, making her let out a surprised squeak. He leaned closer to her face and declared with an enigmatic smile, "Fresh juice or a stack of chocolate chip pancakes for the kids in no time." As he said this, he switched the channel, and the commercial on the screen echoed his exact words. She blinked, completely confused. Her expression alternated between disbelief and worry. "You're joking, right? Please tell me you haven't lost it." Still smiling smugly, Ryan spoke again, "You can't get lost in the forest if you don't enter the forest." As he said this, he changed the channel to a cartoon, which immediately repeated the same line he had just said. This time, Yuki grew more thoughtful as she stared at the TV. Then she spoke in a confused and drawn-out voice, "This is just a coincidence, right?" Ryan changed the channel again, stopping on a popular live lottery program known for drawing numbers in real time. It was famous for being fair, as the numbers were chosen live. Before Yuki could say anything else, the TV announced with excitement, "It is with great joy that we reveal the winner of 30 million yen. Ryan turned up the volume, keeping his eyes fixed on Yuki as he calmly said, "The number is 94,693,756. As soon as he finished speaking, the host opened the envelope and revealed the result. The winning number that made history is 94,693,756. Yuki froze, her mind struggling to process what had just happened. She looked at her brother, then at the TV, and back at him. Finally, she found her voice, "Oh Aniai." "How?" Ryan smiled, satisfied, as he spoke in unison with her, "Can you see the future?" He pulled her into a hug, whispering in her ear, "In a way, yes, but it's not exactly the future I see." Yuki's jaw dropped, her eyes fixed on her brother as she processed the revelation. After a few seconds of silence, she took a deep breath and exploded, "Kaya and my brother turned into an anime protagonist." Her unexpected reaction made Ryan burst into genuine laughter, but before he could say anything, Yuki had already moved closer, grabbing his face with both hands, her words coming out in a rush, "Can you literally go back in time?" With his cheeks almost squished by her hands, Ryan tried to respond in a calm tone, "I just showed you what I can do." So before he could finish, Yuki interrupted him in an unconventional way. She kissed him passionately, her tongue intertwining with his as she wrapped her arms and legs around him. The intensity of her actions even surprised Ryan, and a single thought crossed his mind, "Damn." When she finally pulled away, a smug smile adorned her face. Her voice sounded satisfied, "That's it. I can finally let my intrusive thoughts win. Now. Go back in time." Ryan raised an eyebrow, running his fingers casually through Yuki's hair as he replied, his voice laced with teasing, "And why would I do that?" Yuki blinked, pausing for a moment. Then, as if struck by lightning, her face turned crimson. She quickly got up from his lap, staring at the floor as she mumbled, "It was just an intrusive thought." She shook her head, trying to organize her thoughts, then looked at him again. "I can't believe it. My brother can control time. Where did you get this power?" Suddenly, as if something had clicked in her mind, she grabbed his shirt collar, pulling him close. Her eyes sparkled with suspicion. "Wait a minute. Are you really my brother, or were you eyes-keyed into his body?" Ryan raised his hands in a placating gesture, a playful smile on his lips. "Calm down, crazy. I'm still me." She pressed her forehead against his, narrowing her eyes as she spoke in an almost accusatory tone, "Really? Because my Aniai-chan never falls for my pranks." Ryan smiled like a cat that had just stolen a fish. This version can go back in time to see if it was a prank or not. Hearing that, Yuki abruptly let go of him, causing him to fall back onto the couch. With her face burning red, she averted her gaze to the floor. "It was a prank." Ryan crossed his legs, seizing the moment to tease her further, "But you responded." She crossed her arms and retorted immediately, "I already told you, they were intrusive thoughts." Ryan chuckled and, without warning, pulled her by the arm again. "Sit down. I want to tell you more things." Yuki initially obeyed, sitting next to him on the couch. But in an instant, she jumped onto his lap, her face still skeptical as she murmured, "This is better." Ryan shrugged, accepting her position, and began to speak, "I'm still your brother, Kuze Masachika. Of that, I'm absolutely certain. But recently, I gained memories of a past life. Back then, I was called Ryan Ghosting." Yuki stifled a laugh, trying to cover her mouth with her hand. Sorry. But seriously, Ryan Ghosting?" He raised an eyebrow. "Is there something wrong with my name?" Swallowing her laughter and adopting a more serious tone, she replied, "No, nothing. Continue." Ryan gave her a suspicious look but continued. Ryan shot her a suspicious glance but continued, "In that past life, I was completely different from who I am now. I was. Ryan hesitated for a second, but his mind filled in the gap with a defiant fuck it. Then, his voice emerged without a trace of hesitation. I was something like a mobster, you know. And I didn't have you as a sister. Dramatically, Yuki ran her fingers over her eyes, pretending to wipe away imaginary tears. What a terrible life. Ignoring her joke, Ryan continued, anyway, I was summoned to a competition. The prize? Gaining the powers of a god. I had to face and kill other competitors. In the end, it was a tie. Yuki raised her eyebrows, surprised. A tie? And you think that's normal? Also, I think you're oversimplifying this. He gestured with his hands as if it were obvious. Exactly. In the end, the winners were me and Yuno. Now, we're gods. Yuki blinked several times, lost. Ah. I think I get it. But internally, her mind screamed, I don't get it at all. Chapter 66, Oh my god, I kissed my brother. And more than once. Ryan stared at Yuki as he felt her breath gently warming his neck. Her eyes sought his, but the lost expression made it clear she was trying to find a way to break the ice. Suddenly, her voice came out hesitant, stumbling over the words as if choosing each one carefully. Oh Aniyai. So you said. You were a mobster? Ryan's smile faded immediately, and he swallowed hard before responding in an almost automatic tone, intrusive thoughts. Yuki raised an eyebrow, poking his chest with her finger as if passing judgment. Working for the mafia was an intrusive thought? Turning his gaze to the side, Ryan let out a short sigh before admitting, I didn't work for the mafia. I was the boss. The shock made Yuki give a small jump in his lap, her eyes wide. You were the boss? Ryan tried to get away with a generic smile, like a poorly trained actor trying to change the scene. Can we talk about something else? Yuki rested her chin on her hand, analyzing the situation as she continued, you said you received memories from a past life. So that means you died. How did that happen? Oh, and this name, Ryan? Do you prefer being called that? Ryan realized that explaining everything to Yuki wouldn't just be complicated, it would be embarrassing. Not because he didn't know what to say, but because he had no idea what expression to wear while speaking. He opted for a direct strategy to change the focus. And the kiss we just had? Doesn't that count as an intrusive memory too? He asked, running a hand through his hair and ending the motion at his nape. Yuki froze for a moment, a shiver running through her body. But she was the type to act before thinking. Her face remained calm, showing a completely neutral smile as if what he said hadn't affected her. Ryan, however, wasted no time. He slid his hand around her waist, slowly moving it upward to her chest, where he held her firmly. With his other hand, he gently pulled her by the nape, bringing their faces closer, clearly ready for another kiss, determined to end the interrogation. But before he could continue, a voice thundered in the room, You're such a bastard, Ryan. You left me alone. Yuno suddenly appeared in the room, using her teleportation. She froze at the sight of them in a compromising position, Yuki on Ryan's lap, his hand firmly on her chest, while the other held her nape. The three stared at each other for a few seconds, the silence filled only by the ticking of the clocks in the background. Yuno finally broke the tension with a sigh of pure disdain, TSK. Even with your sister, Ryan? You're truly disgusting. Yuki, apparently regaining her composure, stood up with calculated calm. She took her brother's hand, removing it from her chest with almost mechanical tranquility, then turned to Yuno and gave a polite bow. Her voice came out robotic, as if on autopilot, Good evening, Gosai-san. Make yourself at home. I'll make a coffee. Without looking back, she walked quickly away, closing the door firmly behind her. Ryan stood still for a moment, still processing the situation, before shouting desperately at the closed door, Come on, you're leaving me now. But Yuki didn't answer. Turning slowly to Yuno, Ryan found an expression of pure contempt and disgust on her face. He shrugged, leaning back on the couch as if he owned the place, letting out a sarcastic remark, Come on, who's gonna judge me? God? Yuno wiped her mouth with her fist, her eyes vacant, as she spat out a comment full of scorn, Disgusting pervert. Ryan slapped the couch, standing up in a huff. Seriously? Jealous now? Yuno frowned in irritation, responding curtly, I'd kill you if I had a gun. He crossed his arms, ignoring the threat and keeping a provocative tone, Yeah, well, you don't. Ryan replied playfully. Okay, but did you succeed? Yuno walked elegantly to the smaller couch, sat down with impeccable posture, crossed her legs, and sighed before responding, Not thanks to you, you useless idiot. At the first opportunity, you made up excuses and bailed. Ryan threw up his hands impatiently. Can we just get to the point? Yuno took a deep breath, adjusted her hair, and began. It was a shit explaining to everyone in the village why Rika entered in the sanctuary at 11 years old and came out at 15 years. Ryan smirked, as if amused by the idea. And did you manage to explain the inexplicable? She glared at him before replying disdainfully, unlike you, I know how to deal with people. That village is insane, and you know it. They blindly believe in Oiashiro-sama, nothing a good speech couldn't fix. Ryan let out a laugh and flopped back onto the couch. Ah, makes sense. Villages like that are like crazy cults. I mean, look at Resident Evil 4. If you told them Oiashiro ordered them to hand over their wives, they'd believe it. So, what happened next? Yuno tossed her hair back, adjusting her posture as if ready to narrate something tiresome. You saw Rina and Keiichi's reactions before you ran off. Mayan wasn't much different. But the strangest one was her friend, Satoko. Ryan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Really? Yuno nodded, her gaze fixed on some distant memory. The girl got all weird, muttering something like, you said you wouldn't abandon me. Ryan closed his eyes, crossing his arms as he replied sarcastically, that gave me chills. Before the conversation could continue, a thudding sound echoed from the kitchen. Ryan immediately stood up, alarmed, and shouted, Yuki? Are you okay? On the other side of the door, her voice sounded seemingly normal, almost rehearsed, perfectly fine. The coffee will be ready soon. But reality was far from it. Yuki was crouched on the floor, her hands clutching her head as her face burned with embarrassment. Her mind screamed in a frantic loop, oh my god, I kissed my brother. And more than once. She began rolling back and forth on the floor, nearly suffocating in her own thoughts. This is so wrong. How did he actually take IT seriously? Kaya. Amid bouts of hysteria, her mind struggled to process the absurdity of the situation. Kissing her brother seemed like the loudest issue, even considering he could travel through time. And still claim to be a god. Meanwhile, Yuno continued her story, indifferent to Yuki's existential crisis in the kitchen. I took Rika to my house and called my parents for a family meeting. She spoke in a bored, almost dragging tone, as if summarizing everything for Ryan was an unbearable chore. Ryan gestured, curious. So? Are you staying with her? Yuno closed her eyes and replied matter-of-factly, I am. Ryan let out a short laugh, almost incredulous. Seriously? How did you convince your parents? Yuno allowed a sarcastic smile to escape as she explained, at first, it was strange. My father wasn't going to accept it at all. But then, out of nowhere, Rika said, Nippa. She paused dramatically, looking directly at Ryan before concluding, and you already know. Without missing a beat, both said at the same time, critical hit. Chapter 67, this bratty little thing. Needs a good punishment. The night went on in a funny way, marked by awkward silences at times and a tense atmosphere. Yuno, visibly exhausted, seemed to have no patience left to provide more details about the events that led to Furudrika's transformation into Gasai Rika. For Ryan, that was enough, he didn't need more information to complete the puzzle. Meanwhile, Yuki, still in shock from what had happened between her and Ryan, limited herself to serving coffee to both of them before fleeing to her room. Her body was relaxed, but her mind? A true battlefield. Guilt seemed to embrace her in every way, and each thought made her shrink even more. Ryan, true to his carefree nature, let Yuno leave without pressing for more explanations. Before disappearing in his usual teleportation, she cast a tired look at him and asked, can you talk to Aona? Ryan tilted his head, his usual sarcastic tone in play. Are you worried about her now? Yuno crossed her arms, her eyes narrowed in annoyance. Yes, after all, she's mine too, you idiot. He laughed, covering his mouth as though facing a dramatic revelation. How cute. Do you already consider her our daughter? Can you or not, idiot? She retorted, impatient. The smile disappeared from Ryan's face, replaced by a more serious expression. No. All I get is a blue screen telling me insufficient energy. Yuno looked into the distance, her voice suddenly melancholic. Good night then, Ryan. And before he could say anything, she vanished. He stood there, thoughtful, with his hand on his chin. Good night? Did she just say good night to me? Still intrigued by her shift in demeanor, Ryan decided to head to his room. Before that, he made a brief stop at Yuki's door and knocked to check if she was okay. On the other side, the response came in a high-pitched, hurried voice, I'm fine. I'm fine. Well, I'm. It was obvious she was completely frozen by embarrassment. Ryan, seizing the opportunity, responded in a deep and exaggeratedly seductive voice, have a good night, my love. The sound of something hitting the wall was the only response he got before bursting into laughter as he made his way to his own room. He woke up with the first rays of sunlight streaming into the room through the window with no curtains. He stretched and spoke in a sluggish tone, it's good to be back. After getting up, he opened the door and found Yuki sitting on the couch, holding a cup with a strange smile. "Good morning, Kitty," he greeted, full of confidence. Yuki turned slowly, responding hesitantly, "Good morning, Ani-san." Ryan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Are you okay?" She took a sip of tea, her hand trembling slightly. "Now that the fire has passed, my conscience is heavy." Ryan chuckled as he approached. "I understand, but like I said, you don't need to care about what others think." Yuki suddenly stood up from the couch as if she wanted to end the conversation. "Yeah, but I need to process this first." Before leaving, she placed the cup in his hand. "Here, wash this." However, as she began to walk, she paused for a moment. She turned back and, unexpectedly, gave Ryan a kiss near his lips. Then she declared with a nervous smile, "Remember, they're intrusive thoughts." Without waiting for his reaction, she ran to the door, shouting as she left, "I'll see you at school, Ani." Ryan stood still, holding the cup, trying to process what had just happened. After a few seconds, he muttered to himself, "Shit. I think I broke her." Ryan eagerly got ready for school. Finally, he could return to his simple routine, or at least that was what he hoped. He left home early, strolling calmly through the streets while humming old songs he liked. The tranquility was abruptly interrupted when something, or rather, someone, collided with him, knocking them both to the ground. He grumbled irritably, "Shit, can't I have a minute of peace without something crazy happening?" He stopped mid-sentence when he looked down and saw it was a girl who had run into him. Beautiful, I might add. Her black hair fell straight over her shoulders, and her golden eyes were wide and trembling, as if she'd just seen a ghost. "Come here, girl. Are you running from some creep?" Ryan asked casually, indifferent. The girl instinctively turned to look behind her, only to throw herself onto him. Meanwhile, Ryan, completely lost in the situation, thought, "Great. A girl hitting on me this early? I've already got too many waifus in this life, I don't need this kind of protagonist luck right now." But the girl soon seemed to realize what she had done and quickly stood up, brushing off her school uniform. Her loose beige sweater, navy blue pleated skirt, and knee-high socks gave her a simple look, but the deep dark circles under her eyes and her tired expression revealed sleepless days. Ryan, still somewhat confused, noticed that the girl cast a quick, uneasy glance at a corner of the street. Curious, he leaned over to see what was bothering her. Near a lamppost, a dark stain hovered like a dense shadow. "What the hell is that?" he muttered without thinking. The girl's eyes widened. You can see that?" Ryan ran his hand through his hair, even more lost. "See is an exaggeration, shorty. Are you talking about that black shadow there?" He pointed casually at the dark aura. She jumped back, hiding behind him. "Don't point directly at it." Despite the warning, nothing happened. In fact, the shadow seemed to shudder and quickly retreated as soon as Ryan noticed it. The girl, peeking over his shoulder, was wide-eyed. "You're kind of disturbed, huh?" Ryan commented with his usual mocking tone. However, she seemed to be in another world, trying to process what she had just seen. You saw it. And it ran away? Are you He interrupted her with a shrug. "A normal, simple, and exemplary student." Without hesitation, the girl pulled out her phone and asked, "Can you give me your number?" Ryan blinked, confused. "Wait, just like that? I don't even know your name, girl." She quickly replied, as if this solved everything, "I'm Maiko Yatsuya." Ryan cast a suspicious glance at where the shadow had been before turning his eyes back to her. "You're thanking me because I made that thing run off?" Maiko nodded vigorously. "Huh." Sighing, he crossed his arms. "All right, but tell me you're not going to start stalking me because of this." "No. Of course not. I just want to talk to you later." Examining her pitiful state, Ryan finally relented and typed his number into her phone. As soon as he finished, a female voice shouted from afar, "Miku." Maiko gave a slight jump before another girl appeared and embraced her. "I'm so glad I found you. Let's go to school together." Still a bit stiff, Maiko responded, "Ah. Yes, let's go, Hannah." Before leaving, she quickly turned to Ryan and said, "I'll send you a message." Ryan watched the two walk away, with Hannah making jokes. He muttered to himself, "Why do the crazy ones always surround me?" Resigned, Ryan continued on his way to school. Upon arrival, he was greeted with a true treat for the eyes, Ella. She sighed when she saw him approaching, clearly already aware of his presence. "Hello, Ella. I got back last night," Ryan announced, raising his hand with an animated smile. Ella tilted her head slightly, puffing one cheek adorably. "You came back? And why didn't you message me, huh?" He scratched his neck, smiling awkwardly. "It was late when I arrived. Didn't want to bother you. Actually, I wanted to surprise you." She narrowed her eyes, a light blush coloring her cheeks. "Ah, I see. Ryan tilted his head, intrigued by her reaction, but quickly noticed her growing discomfort. Ella, increasingly red, hesitated before opening her arms. He raised an eyebrow, not understanding. Frustrated, she finally exploded, "Aren't you forgetting something, idiot?" It was as if a light bulb went off in Ryan's head. "Ah, right." He gave a warm smile before pulling her into a tight hug. Ella let out a surprised sigh but didn't resist. "I'm back, my beautiful Russian," he said in a playful tone. Completely flushed, she whispered shyly, "Still with that my beautiful Russian?" Ryan laughed, squeezing her a little more. "Don't like it?" Well. She stammered but soon took a deep breath and confessed, "Of course I like it, idiot. Keep treating me like that." But as always, she spoke in Russian. He released her with a satisfied smile, gently adjusting her hair. "You know speaking in Russian doesn't help, right?" She puffed her cheeks again, looking away. "I said, I'm glad you're back. And that you have a ton of tasks to catch up on." Ryan just laughed. "It's good to be back." After recharging his batteries with Ella's warm hug, the two decided to head back to class. The atmosphere felt almost sunny to Ryan, but life would soon blend light and shadows. Ryan couldn't help but reflect on his unique position. He was at the center of an unlikely school triangle. Ella, the most admired girl in the school, sat beside him, while Yuno, the newly arrived enigmatic beauty, occupied the seat in front of him. Is this the start of a typical male fantasy, or the introduction to yet another chaotic hell? He thought with a touch of dark humor. However, the previous episode with Yotsuya lingered in his mind. The girl was running from something, but Ryan couldn't pinpoint exactly what. That looked more like a distorted shadow than any entity I've ever seen. But what the hell was that? He couldn't help but compare the situation to events in Hinamizawa, where he could only see Hania's blurry figures until her true power manifested. But unlike the puppy goddess, this entity radiated pure hostility. Does this world really have ghosts, demons, or some other crap? The idea that his new peaceful life could be an illusion started to take root. His musings were abruptly interrupted by the teacher's announcement. "Everyone, silence. Today we have a new transfer student," declared Hiratsuka-sensei in her firm voice. She was a woman with a striking presence, long black hair flowing freely, an authoritative expression balanced with mature beauty. Dressed impeccably, she radiated sophistication, making even the rowdiest students think twice before interrupting her. Before Ryan could even process what was happening, Ella whispered to him, "Another transfer student? Looks like things are busy around here." Another absurd coincidence. This is a fucking deja vu. He muttered loud enough for Yuno to catch his irritation. She slowly turned, giving him a provocative look. After a few seconds of silence, she stuck out her tongue in a childish gesture and turned back. "This bratty little thing needs a good punishment," Ryan murmured theatrically, trying to mask his amusement. It was strange, but he began to notice subtle changes in Yuno. The old deadly yandere was giving way to a softer, almost cute version. Her insults were less venomous, and her posture more relaxed. Is it possible that a peaceful environment and a decent family are shaping this creature? While Ryan pondered, a male student from the back interrupted enthusiastically, "Hiratsuka-sensei, is it a girl?" The comment sparked laughter among the boys and a chorus of annoyed sighs from the girls. "Is that all you idiots think about?" retorted one of the female students, indignant. The overwhelming majority of girls in the class left few options for school romance. With Masachika seemingly captured by Ella and Yuno, their chances were practically zero. The guys exchanged knowing glances and responded in unison, "Yes." Hiratsuka sighed but maintained her composure. "Idiots or not, keep this up and I'll pile on extra assignments." The warning brought immediate silence to the room. Then, with a slight nod, she gestured for the new student to enter. "Please welcome the new student, Masachika." At the sound of the name, Ryan felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were re-watching a movie whose ending he knew too well. Rika entered the room with a nearly theatrical posture, as if making her grand debut on stage. Her steps were light but carried a natural confidence, and the way her indigo hair, perfectly aligned in a high cut, swayed lightly with her movements added an irresistible charm. The new school uniform only accentuated her refined beauty, and her more mature appearance made an immediate impact. Men and women in the room were caught off guard, some sighing, others just staring in silent fascination. Ryan, however, reacted much less dazzled, tilting his head while thinking, "Ah, of course. How the hell did I forget she aged overnight? This is never going to stop being bizarre." As he reflected, Rika took center stage, literally stopping in the middle of the room and bowing flawlessly. Her voice was calm but captivating, immediately capturing everyone's attention. "Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for welcoming me," she began in a serene tone. "I'm Masachika, as you must have realized, Yuno's younger sister. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. After rising from the bow, she flashed an angelic smile that seemed capable of melting hearts before finishing with a burst of sweetness. I'm so happy to be in the same class as all of you. Nepa. Greater than less than exclamation mark. The whole room seemed to freeze for a moment, before Rika's overwhelming cuteness swept over the students like an avalanche. The guys placed their hands on their chests almost simultaneously, some staggering in their spots. Critical hit. They whispered in unison, the perfect harmony of their murmurs only reinforcing the impact. Ryan, watching the scene, rubbed his temples and muttered to himself, seriously? In 5 minutes, they're going to start building an altar for her. Chapter 68, I'm seeing a pattern in your tastes. Ryan was once again contemplating the almost absurd position he found himself in. In front of him was Yuno, a pink-haired, pink-eyed girl who reminded him of a rose, beautiful from afar, but get close and you realize she's more venomous than a rattlesnake. A weed disguised as a flower, he thought, a sly smile playing on his lips. He slowly shifted his gaze to Ella, seated beside him. Her Russian beauty was otherworldly, deep blue eyes sparkling like sapphires, framed by silver hair that shimmered in the light of the room. Ryan sighed discreetly as he admired the girl's curves, which he considered as dangerous as her sharp personality. And then, turning to the other side, there she was, Rika. Her hyme cut, with perfectly aligned indigo strands, looked like a divine masterpiece, and the recent maturity in her appearance drew attention. She was no longer a child, although Ryan noted, with a touch of internal sarcasm, that her growth had been did. She grew? Yes. But not enough yet, he concluded, before his gaze wandered back to Ella. Taking a deep breath, he murmured to himself in a resigned tone, I am blessed and cursed at the same time. The 3 girls looked at him at the same time, expressions ranging from curiosity to suspicion, while the other boys in the room watched the scene with boiling hatred in their eyes. Damn protagonist, was the collective thought. Time flew by, and Ryan ended up wandering to the cafeteria, where he grabbed a random plate and threw himself at an empty table. He stared at the food with a lost look, as if it held all the answers to life, until he heard a soft, gentle voice approaching. Did something happen? He slowly raised his head, finding Rika standing beside him, holding her snack and displaying that serene smile. Sighing, he pulled out a chair for her, and Rika gracefully accepted the gesture, sitting beside him and carefully adjusting her plate. What's wrong, Ryan? Did a kitty scratch your face? She teased, imitating a cat's paw and running her hand near his face. He sighed dramatically, resting his head on the table as if the weight of the world was on his shoulders. Life has lost all meaning. Why am I alive, just to suffer? Before Rika could answer, a voice full of disdain emerged. What's gotten into you now? Ryan slowly raised his eyes, finding Yuno already settling at the table, looking at him with a mixture of judgment and confusion. Try as she might, she couldn't understand the chaotic logic that governed his mind. He's a little depressed, Rika said, worried. Ever since Ryan saved her from a dark fate, she had become more attached to him,